Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Zam, hello. How you doing, Zam? Yeah, I'm gonna be working on a little bit of art today. I'm gonna make some promo art for a Zillow home show that I'm gonna be doing with some friends coming up in the near future, where we're gonna look at houses on Zillow and decide which one is going to be our streamer house. Should be a lot of fun when we get to it. So I'm going to work on a little bit of promo art for it today, and I got all my assets. I got all my assets here for it. Most of them. I just gotta arrange them where I want them. And we're not gonna be listening to music the whole time. We're gonna watch some Defunctland. I just had this on for the start.
In
It sounds great.
mid-1997,
Yeah, I
the
think it's
Walt
going to
Disney
be a lot of
Company
fun.
began making significant changes to their underperforming cable venture, the Disney Channel. Debuting as a premium subscription-based service in 1983, the channel had slowly been transitioning into basic cable in the early 1990s. This introduced the Disney Channel to a much wider audience, but it was still having a difficult time catching up to the other popular children's
I'm not
networks
sure
at the
where I'm
time.
going to put
Nickelodeon, for
Javert yet.
instance, was doing
I don't know if I want
exceedingly
to put
well.
them in
On
the
top of their
top window
popular
or the
cartoons,
bottom
the
window. I
channel
think
had
it'd
been
be
airing
funnier
hit
if in the
live-action
top
TV
window,
shows such as Are You Afraid of the
but
Dark
they'd be
in
more visible in the
1991 and
bottom.
All That in 1994. The success of these shows was attributed to their young cast and kid-oriented writing. As the company's president described it, the Nickelodeon perspective is that it's tough being a kid in an adult world. Kids are the ultimate underdogs. Disney Channel, on the other hand, rejected this route. They wanted to remain kid-oriented throughout all of their shows. The senior vice president of programming, Rich Ross,
How's the
explained,
volume on
"Our humor
everything? Am I
cannot
too
just arise
loud? Am
from
I too
Disney
quiet?
parents. What I think we're doing is
Is
providing
the video
situations
up
where
there
kids
too
and
loud?
families see themselves in a positive way." While Disney wanted to stay within its mission, it was clear that something would need to change in order to compete with the other channels. In 1997, Disney decided to structure the channel's
Sounds
programming
like good so
differently.
far.
The
Good.
morning would consist of shows and animations directed toward the preschool demographic, as older children would be at school during this time. In the afternoon and evening, there would be a heavier focus on programming for other children and preteens. This essentially meant that for the first half of the day, Disney Channel would be competing with Nickelodeon's preschool block, Nick Jr., as well as PBS Kids, which at the time was airing shows such as Sesame Street, Barney and Friends, and their newest hit, Arthur. With the new structure of the
Oops.
channel in place, Disney began greenlighting original series that would fit within the new blocks. One of these shows would premiere that same year, on October 20th, 1997, and before they knew it, the newly branded Disney Channel had a hit on their hands.
Welcome to the Blue House.
I used to watch this show all the time. Hello, I'm the small mouse.
Howdy from the Big Bear.
I love this show. I watch this show all the time.
Just for you.
Bear in the Big Blue House was created by writer and producer Mitchell Kriegman, who had previously created the early 90s Nickelodeon sitcom Clarissa Explains It All. When creating Bear in the Big Blue House, Kriegman created a warm atmosphere, with a group of characters that truly loved each other and the audience. In interviews, Kriegman would explain that, "I didn't grow up in a
I
very
can't
supportive
erase.
family, but it gave me a lot of time to figure out what one was." The show's cast of characters consisted of Tutter, a small blue mouse, Pip and Pop, twin otters, Trilo, a childlike lemur,
Oh, I have to
Ojo, a red bear cub,
rasterize.
and the star of the show, a
You
light
gotta
brown bear
rasterize
named
your
Bear.
layers.
There were
No
also
one knows
supporting
what that
characters such as a
means.
shadow who would appear on the walls of the house, Ray the Sun, who Bear would
Nobody
talk
knows
to
what
during the day,
rasterizing
and Luna the Moon,
means.
who would come
Nobody.
out at night to talk and sing with Bear. The majority of the show would take place within the Big Blue House, but characters would occasionally explore the surrounding area and the town of Woodland Valley. The show was produced by Jim Henson Television, with puppet designer Paul Andreyko creating the characters. Bear was operated and voiced by Noel McNeil, a longtime puppeteer most known for starring in another children's puppet show, Eureka's Castle on Nickelodeon, which ran from 1989 to 1995. Many of the characters, including Tutter and Pip, were puppeteered by Peter Linz, now known for portraying Walter in the new Muppet movies. Luna the Moon was voiced by Lynn Thigpen, well known for her career on Broadway and for portraying the Chief in the Carmen Sandiego
You think you've seen Bear on
series.
TikTok?
A
Oh,
never-aired
really?
pilot episode of Bear in the Big
You've
Blue
seen
House
the
reveals that
big
characters
bear
in
in,
Pip and Pop
on
were
TikTok?
originally brown instead of purple, and Pip's name was supposed to be Pummel. Disney supposedly wanted the latter changed due to Pummel sounding too violent. The first season consisted of 26 episodes, all airing within a little over 1 month between October 20th and November 24th of 1997. Each episode of the first season of the show followed generally the same format, with the goal of each one being to explain a simple concept or scenario. Examples of these from the first season are exercise, birthdays, sharing, and the mail. Each episode would begin with the show's theme, immediately followed by Bear opening the door to the Big Blue House and greeting the viewer. He would then sniff around, asking, "What's that smell?"
Wait a second. What's that smell?
He would then realize
A
that it was
kind of
actually his
smelly
guess.
smell.
Bear would then compare their
A
smell
kind
to
of
something
smelly
else of
smell
good
that
scent,
smells
such as pancakes or
smelly.
berries.
It's you! Ooh, tell me, do you have your pajamas on? 'Cause you smell like clean pajamas.
He would
That's-
then
that's a
introduce
creepy
today's
thing
activities and
about
focus,
Bear.
typically running into the other characters.
The crickets. The wind.
Hey, Bear!
Ojo. Ojo?
Bear would sing an original song relating to the episode's topic. The show utilized a
Like
variety
being
of music
puppeteered?
styles,
Oh,
such
neat.
as jazz, Latin, and even hip-hop. The most recurring song was for Bear's signature dance, the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha.
Ooh la la, time to cha-cha-cha. The bear cha-cha-cha.
After the song, a segment of interviews with real kids would be shown, in which the children comment on the topic. The show then returns to Bear and his friends, continuing the plot of
Maybe
the
I
episode.
should.
Bear! Oh,
Maybe I should get rid of everything except Javert.
Tutter.
Many times Bear
Condor
would run into
Javert.
Shadow, who would tell him a classic children's story.
Actually, you
At
know
the end
what?
of each episode, Bear would find Luna,
You,
typically by going
if
to
you
the
don't
end of
have,
the topic.
if you don't
So
have
even see-
context for why I'm putting this guy up in the corner, uh, ah, wait, hang on. Is there a scene of just him looking in the window I could find? I just want to see a gif of him. See, there he is. There he is looking through the window like a sad puppy. See, there he is looking through the window like a sad puppy. That's why I'm putting him up here in the window of the house. Can you even see that actually? I don't know if that's visible. Oh, it is. Okay, good. But yeah, that's why I'm putting him up in the window.
Hello from the small mouse.
Things to do.
Ojo, a red bear cub, and the
I don't
star of the
remember where we
gave
were
me
in
a
the
lot of
video.
time to figure out what one was. The show's cast of characters consisted of Tutter, a small blue mouse, Pip and Pop, twin otters, Trilo, a childlike lemur, Ojo, a red bear cub, and the star of the show, a light brown bear named Bear. There were also supporting characters such as a shadow who would appear on the walls of the house, Ray the sun, who Bear would talk to during the day, and Luna the moon, who would come out at night to talk and sing with Bear. The majority of the show would take place within the Big Blue House, but characters would occasionally explore the surrounding area and the town of Woodland Valley. The show was produced by Jim Henson Television, with puppet designer Paul Andreyko creating the characters. Bear was operated and voiced by Noel McNeil, a longtime puppeteer most known for starring in another children's puppet show, Eureka's Castle on Nickelodeon, which ran from
I love
1989
Eureka's
to
Castle too. I
1995.
watched that a
Many
lot.
of the characters, including Tutter and Pip, were puppeteered by Peter Linz, now known for portraying Walter in the new Muppet movies. Luna the Moon was voiced by Lynn Thigpen, well known for her career on Broadway and for portraying the Chief in the Carmen Sandiego TV series. A never-aired pilot episode of Bear in the Big Blue House reveals that the characters of Pip and Pop were originally brown instead of purple, and Pip's name was supposed to be Pummel. Disney supposedly wanted the latter changed due to Pummel sounding too violent. The first season consisted of 26 episodes, all airing within a little over 1 month between October 20th and November 24th of 1997. Each episode of the first season of the show followed generally the same format, with the goal of each one being to explain a simple concept or scenario. Examples of these from the first season are exercise, birthdays, sharing, and the mail. Each episode would begin with the show's theme, immediately followed by Bear opening the door to the Big Blue House and greeting the viewer. He would then sniff around, asking, "What's that smell?"
Wait a second. What's that smell?
He would then realize that it was actually his guest. Bear would then compare their smell to something else of good scent, such as pancakes or berries.
It's you! Ooh, tell me, do you have your pajamas on? 'Cause you smell like clean pajamas.
He would then introduce today's activities and focus, typically running into the other characters.
The crickets. The wind.
Hey, Bear!
Ojo. Ojo?
Bear would sing an original song relating to the episode's topic. The show utilized a variety of music styles, such as jazz, Latin, and even hip-hop. The most recurring song was for Bear's signature dance, the Bear Cha-Cha-Cha.
Ooh la la, time to cha-cha-cha. The Bear cha-cha-cha.
After the song, a segment of interviews with real kids would be
Growing
shown,
up being
in which
called
the children
Stinky
comment
Dilly
on the
by a
topic.
bear.
The show then returns to Bear and his friends, continuing the
I wonder
plot
how
of the episode.
how they made the bear. It's probably like a fursuit.
Tutter.
Many times, Bear would run into Shadow, who would tell him a classic children's story. At the end of each episode, Bear would find Luna, typically by going to the attic's balcony.
It's
And she would then
probably
sing the
someone in
goodbye
a
song,
costume.
remembering the fun activities of the day and looking forward to the viewer's next visit.
But hey, I say, well, that's okay. 'Cause we'll see you very soon, I know.
Afterwards, Bear would then say a final word and a personal goodbye to his guest.
Welcome to the Blue House.
He's the bear who's singing and dancing his way into your family's hearts.
I sure do love to cha-cha-cha.
With friends your children will fall in love with. And an adventurous spirit that makes learning exciting.
It's a magnifying glass.
So put a song in their hearts.
Clean up the house. Tidy it up, tidy it up. Clean up the house. Tidy it up, tidy it up.
With Bear in the Big Blue House. He's what's fun on video from Jim Henson Television.
See you soon.
The show was an instant success, with children and parents alike falling in love with the characters and setting. Positive comparisons were made between Bear in the Big Blue House and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and the character of Bear was applauded as being the anti-Barney, a kind, calm father figure as opposed to the loud, childlike dinosaur. Bear in the Big Blue House was a breakout hit, and it was by far the most successful show on Disney Channel's newly branded preschool block, Playhouse Disney. A second season of Bear in the Big Blue House was already in production by the time the first one premiered. Season 2 would air throughout 1998, with the last episode airing in February of 1999. This finale was arguably the show's most popular episode, entitled When You've Got to Go, which tackled the difficult issue of potty training. The show was praised for its handling of the topic. As the show grew in popularity, more merchandise was created. These included albums, books, parade balloons, video games, and a variety of toys. Noel McNeil would also appear on shows and events as Bear.
And that is how you do the bear cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha.
Bear, scientists say it's physically impossible to keep your eyes open when you do it. When you do what?
Watch C-SPAN. Have you seen it? Mr. Speaker, the great state of...
In June of 1999, a month before the third season of Bear would begin airing, a live stage show based on the series would begin playing at Disney MGM
One
Studios,
hand's controlling the head,
formerly occupied
and the
by
left
Soundstage
hand
restaurant.
is in the left
show
arm,
featured
but
the
it
main
also
characters in
controls
Big
the
Blue
right arm
House,
too,
hitting
with
many
a
of the
string.
same beats
Ooh.
commonly found in Bear's episodes. The show would play
Complicated.
until August 4th, 2001. It would be replaced by Playhouse Disney Live in October of that same year, which now featured more characters from other Playhouse Disney shows, with the bear characters only appearing at the beginning and the end of the program. The new show would also appear in Disney California Adventure in Hollywoodland in 2003, replacing the ABC soap opera Bistro. Bear and his friends would be included in the show until 2007, when they would be replaced with puppet versions of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse characters. The third season of Bear in the Big Blue House would air through the end of 1999. After this, the show would go on hiatus for nearly 3 years. In between, a live show, entitled Bear in the Big Blue House Live – Surprise Party, would tour the US and Canada. A filmed version would later air in September of 2002. A week later, on September 9th, Bear in the Big Blue House would return for a 4th season. This season was much different in style than those that had come before it. The show was retooled to put more focus on the characters and locations of Woodland Valley. The theme song and intro were rewritten to the new setting, and the show featured plotlines such as Tutter attending mouse school and Bear volunteering in the town.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Woodland Valley.
The kids' interview segments were removed entirely. Luna had a more orange appearance, and Shadow had a severely reduced presence. The first and second episodes of the season focused on a storyline loosely responding to the events of September 11th, with the characters dealing with their library being destroyed by a
Love the
fallen
mouse.
tree.
Yeah, the
fourth
mouse
season
is really
also
cute.
put the show over the 100-episode milestone. The new episodes aired sporadically throughout 2002 and 2003, with 8 episodes not being aired. It wouldn't be until 2006 that these episodes would be released, but these were shown for a very limited time. Many of them were
Me either.
considered
The
pieces of
only
lost media,
the only Bear in
as
the
Disney
Big
did
Blue
not
House I
release
ever
them
saw
on home
was
video. Before
like the
release of
original
final
show
episode of season 4,
when
a
they were in the
spin-off series
house.
was created entitled Breakfast with Bear. The show
I didn't
featured
know
Bear
they made
visiting kids
more.
in the morning to learn about their daily routine and interact with them, with the goal being to promote healthy living. This series aired in short segments within blocks containing other shows on Playhouse Disney, with the final episode airing on September 15, 2006. Both Breakfast with Bear and Bear in the Big Blue House would be completely phased out of Playhouse Disney after this, with no more episodes of either series being produced. What makes the removal of the property so puzzling is the fact that in 2004, Disney acquired the Muppets and other Jim Henson properties, including Bear in the Big Blue House. For whatever reason, after obtaining full ownership of the series, Disney only moved forward with the spin-off. Some have speculated that this is due to the sudden passing of Lynn Thigpen, the voice of Luna, on March 12, 2003. But the real reason seems to be that the show had simply done its job in terms of production. With 118 episodes of the main show produced, Playhouse Disney had
Must have been
plenty
too
of
old when
material
those
to
parts were
re-air should
made.
they need
Yeah,
to.
probably.
Plus, Disney Channel wanted to focus on new shows and properties for a new generation of children. Bear in the Big Blue House was a staple of many people's childhoods. With a lifespan of nearly a decade, the image of the 7-foot-tall tan bear sparks memories not only in the children that watched it, but in their parents as well. The show was hugely impactful on children with special needs, specifically those on the autism spectrum. This is believed to be because of Bear's gentleness as a caregiver, and the calming nature of the show. The series was successful in sticking with Disney Channel's family-oriented programming, and it helped launch the developing channel into the mainstream. While it is unfortunate that many of the episodes were never re-released and the property was entirely phased out, if Bear taught us anything, it was how to properly say goodbye.
Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. And tomorrow just like today. The moon, the bear, and the big blue house will be waiting for you to come and play. Come and play.
Hello, Flash Drive.
Come and play. Bye now.
On April 22, 1993, the U.S. Congress announced its plans to increase the oversight of the Federal Communications Commission, the regulator of television programming. Many legislators were concerned that the agency was not doing enough to curtail violence seen by children on network TV. A year prior, in 1992, the American Psychological Association had released a report estimating that a child would witness 100,000 acts of violence and 8,000 murders on television by the age of 10. This led to an outcry from parents and citizens concerned about the consequences of such media.
Sounds like the
and many
parents should
psychologists
control
began
what
speculating
their
whether the
kids
children
watch
watching the
better.
violence would eventually replicate the behavior. This was bad news for the major American networks, but great news for Nickelodeon. Launching as Pinwheel in 1977 before being given its recognizable name in 1979, Nickelodeon was the first cable channel dedicated to children's programming. The network struggled for the first years of its existence, but found its stride in the mid-80s by airing shows such as You Can't Do That on television and producing the first children's game show, Double Dare. Nickelodeon increased its production output, and in 1989, the network began producing the majority of its shows in a newly built studio within the soon-to-open Universal Studios Florida Park. By 1993, Nickelodeon was the most popular children's television network, with game shows accounting for a large portion of the channel's productions. After concerns were raised over the amount of violence on television, more parents began to migrate their kids to Nickelodeon and other children's networks, and more advertisers were beginning to realize how lucrative a pool of highly suggestible grade schoolers was. This perfect storm resulted in the golden era of children's programming, and on September 11, 1993, Nickelodeon would begin airing what would become the most memorable game show that they would produce.
Oh, I loved Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Of the Hidden Temple.
I love this
Legends
show.
of the Hidden Temple was described as a combination of Indiana Jones and Jeopardy, with some American Gladiators influence as well. The show is advertised as the first game show that lets kids live out legendary adventures. Selena Goober, a children's marketing expert, predicted the show's success based off of the premise alone.
Goober.
Kids love game shows. They love anything related to testing their own abilities. They love to see kids winning prizes. They love to see kids their own age interact with other kids. And obviously, they love to have fun. So if this show has all of the ingredients, it will be successful. Legends of the Hidden Temple was produced by Stone Stanley Productions. The show was hosted by a then unknown actor named Kirk Fogg and a talking stone head named Olmec, voiced and puppeteered by D. Bradley Baker, a voice actor with a long resume of animated shows. The game was separated into 4 parts, with 6 teams of 2 competing for the grand prize. The team name stayed the same for each episode. These were the Red Jaguars, the Blue Barracudas, the Green Monkeys, the Orange Iguanas, the Purple Parrots, and the Silver Snakes. Each team comprised of 1 boy and 1 girl between the ages of 11 and 15. After the intro, Olmec would introduce Kirk, who would then quickly explain the premise of the show before asking Olmec what today's legend was. Each show had a different story that would serve as the episode's title and theme. It would also be used throughout the different levels of gameplay. During the intro, Olmec would give the title of the tale to come. This included the name of a historical or fictional figure and an object of some kind. Some of these were classic tales, while others were a bit more obscure.
The UK version was called Jungle Run? I didn't think it was a UK. They had a separate version for the UK.
Your quest is to find the walking stick of Harriet Tubman and bring it back here.
The first challenge was the moat. Each team was tasked with crossing a small pool by a specific means. This could require swinging on a rope, using a raft, crossing a bridge, or whatever else the
I guess it
production
makes sense
team
that
could come up
I
with.
didn't know
Each
they
team would
was UK,
typically have their
because
own
I
wrangler on the
live
other
in
side of
UK,
the moat,
so
making
that
sure that they
makes-
were
doesn't-
navigating the challenge safely and fairly. This often resulted in the kids having to go back into the water to start over. Once both teams were across, they could then press their button and ring their gong. The first 4 teams to do this successfully moved on to the next round, while the other 2 teams were eliminated and sent home with a consolation prize.
Didn't make it, but you're not going to go away empty-handed. Here's what we've got for you.
Get the hottest looks with LA Looks. For soft, curly styles, use LA Looks Frizz Control Gel. A savings bond from Hershey. Hershey syrup or chocolate milk mix.
Today, people are packing light, refreshing StarKist tuna in pita's, salads, and subs. StarKist, a taste for the times. Charlie not included.
The next round was
I
the
think
steps of
giving
knowledge.
kids
Here,
coupons
Olmec
for
would tell the
tuna.
episode's legend, with
Kids
the
don't
kids
like
listening
tuna.
carefully to the story. Once he was done, they would be quizzed over the information they were just given. The answers were multiple choice, and the teams rang in by pressing their foot on a
Don't
stone
like
on their step. They were not required to wait until all of the options were read, which could lead to some pretty awkward moments.
Which of these people fought the Trojans in the Trojan War? The Romans?
Silver Snakes.
Paris.
Incorrect.
If a team answered a question correctly,
Paris.
they would move down to the next step. If they didn't, the other teams were given an opportunity to answer, and there was no punishment for guessing wrong. The first 2 teams to answer 3 questions correctly moved on to the next round, while the other 2 were eliminated and awarded with slightly more exciting consolation prizes.
NBA Jam for Genesis. Super NES and Game Gear is now here with 54 of the hottest NBA stars and incredible skywalking slam dunks.
Hush puppies, the most comfortable shoes in the whole wide world.
Look at the entertaining fun you'll have when you strap on Moon Shoes.
Moon
Super fun is
shoes!
yours when you bounce higher than ever.
After a commercial break, the show would come back to Kirk and the remaining 2 teams. Before the next round of challenges, Kirk would interview the 4 players, typically asking their name, age, and sometimes a fun fact about themselves. This was the peak of the show's awkwardness.
And I heard you like to dance.
Yes. Well, I take jazz, tap, and ballet.
Oh, really? Would you like to tap for us right now?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. A pitcher? For what team?
For the Yankees?
Really? Not the New York Yankees?
No.
No, okay, not yet.
I sing in my school chorus, and I also went to all-state chorus this past spring.
Right, and what do you like to sing?
Madonna.
In chorus?
No.
Oh, all right.
The Temple Games were a series of 3 one-minute challenges in which the teams would compete for the pendants of life. These were typically a test of speed, agility, and/or prepubescent upper body strength. They were all themed after the show's legend, and the type of challenge varied.
The tough part about this game is getting up.
The Temple Guards come for you.
The first 2 games were each worth 1 half pendant, with the final game being worth 1 pendant. The team with the most pendants at the end of the 3 games moved on, while the other would be eliminated and rewarded a consolation prize. If the teams tied, both earning 1 full pendant, a final multiple choice question over the episode's legend would serve as a tiebreaker. After another commercial break, the team deemed worthy of entering the temple was introduced to the final round, the Temple Run. This was an extremely difficult maze of rooms, filled with physical obstacles, puzzles, and traps. Before this final round would begin, Olmec would explain the various parts of the maze to the kids in the simplest way possible.
You could start by climbing through the ledges and climbing down into the pit of despair. Race into the laser light room. Unleash the power of the special white laser, and you could choose to go up to Medusa's lair or into the Jester's court. Turn the wheel to lift the stone slab, then race into the throne room. Sit on the throne of the Pretender, and you could choose to go up into the room of fallen columns, or into the treacherous holes of Python.
And into the mine shaft.
Escape
Race down the stairs and back through the temple gate. The choices are yours, and yours alone.
The team decides which player will start the run. The first player to enter is given 1 full
Yeah,
pendant,
so-
and the second is
the
given any of the
explanations were
remaining
so
pendants won during the
complicated.
Temple Games. These were used if, and more likely when, a player would encounter a temple guard, a grown adult dressed in costume and wearing a mask, hiding in various rooms in the temple in preparation for the child to arrive. There were 3 throughout the temple, and if a player encountered one, they would have to give up their pendant. If the player was caught a second time, they would be escorted out of the temple by the guard, and their teammate would begin their run. The second player would have either 0, 1 half, or 1 full pendant depending on their team's performance in the temple games. If they had 1 half, the second part would be hidden in the temple, and the player would need to find it on their way to the artifact in case they encountered a guard, as only a full pendant would allow them to continue. In a scenario where the second player was caught with 0 or 1 half pendant, the team would lose and the game would end. The guards terrified some kids, and many cried after encountering them.
Terrified by a dreaded temple guard.
Apart from the temple guards, the team only had 3 minutes to find the artifact and make it out through the temple gates. Each room had a fairly simple task necessary to open the door, but to make it even more difficult, some of the doors were permanently locked, causing some paths through the temple to result in dead ends. During the show's run, there were 15 different
There
temple
he
layouts
is.
and nearly
There
50
he is,
different
up in the
rooms.
window.
Examples of
Our
these rooms
boy.
were the observatory,
Our
in which the
boy is
player
right
would turn
there.
a sundial in order to open a door, the wall climb, in which the player would have to use ropes to climb a wall and hit a button to open a door, the mine shaft, where players could take an elevator up, break through a rock wall, or find a button, and the infamous Shrine of the Silver Monkey. This room made its way into every temple layout, and despite the puzzle only being 3 pieces and never changing over the show's run, the kids had an incredibly difficult time putting it together.
He's got the bass on. Now he's got the head. He's going to jam it on. But he's got to get the bass on. Having a little problem with the monkey.
After grabbing the artifact, all of the doors to the temple unlocked and the guards disappeared. The only thing left for the contestant to do was run out of the temple as fast as they could in an attempt to beat the clock. If they were successful, they won the grand prize, which included a few small prizes and a vacation. If they were unsuccessful, they won a lesser but decent prize.
You're not going to go away empty-handed. You're going to get the set of microscopes for playing. You guys did a great. We got to go. See you next time for another great Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Like the majority of the other shows on the channel at the time, the show was shot at Nickelodeon Studios in Universal Studios, Florida. The kids were chosen through auditions, most coming from in and around Orlando, Florida. The children were put through physical tests, history tests, and interviews. The contestants were supposed to be between the ages of 11 and 14, but some that auditioned as 14-year-olds were 15 by the time of filming. After being selected and giving a filming date, the children would arrive to the Universal Studios backlot. The kids were separated from their parents, both taken to their own waiting rooms. The parents would remain in this room equipped with monitors so that they could watch their child compete, but removed from the main studio space as to not influence or distract their contestant. The kids were given their team t-shirt and a pair of sneakers, both of which they would keep at the end of the day. The waiting room for the contestants was filled with video games and toys to keep the kids occupied, as there was typically 4 or 5 episodes shot simultaneously. Each episode's teams would complete each challenge before the crew would move on to the next round and set piece. For example, if a contestant were in the first episode to be shot on the day of filming, they would first cross the moat, then return to the holding room and wait for the other 4 episodes to shoot their moat scene. They would then return to the studio and shoot the Steps of Knowledge, and then go back to the holding room to wait for the other 4 episodes to shoot their Steps of Knowledge, and so on and so on. This would result in 1 or 2 hours between rounds for each group, which is why the contestants appeared to dry instantly between the moat and the Steps of Knowledge. The first day of filming for Season 1 was done with little preparation, resulting in a 12-hour shoot. The moat section was typically edited down to a few minutes in post, but it often took between 5 and 10 minutes to shoot, and on very rare occasions, it took the kids half an hour to fully cross. The moat was also filled with warm water and not very deep. Olmec's story relating to the artifact would be told to the contestants.
Man, imagine
backstage
having to
prior
do
the
that
shooting of the Steps of
little
Knowledge.
obstacle
This was
course
to
for
increase their
half an
chances of answering
hour.
the questions correctly. The teams that made it to the end would also be given a tour of the temple run, with explanations of each room and the ways in which
The editing really makes it seem like it was a lot easier than it
only
was.
26.7% of teams that attempted it succeeded. This was supposedly due to the limited amount of grand prizes that the studio and sponsors were willing to give out. Thanks to highly detailed fan sites, many statistics about the teams and their performances have been calculated. Notable findings are that the Orange Iguanas were the team that made it to the temple run the most, appearing 25 times out of the show's 120 episodes. The Purple Parrots appeared the least, only making it to the temple 11 times. The team also had the least amount of successful temple runs, only completing 3 during the entirety of the show. While the Orange Iguanas made it to the temple run the most, they were the second worst at completing it, only making it through with the artifact 4 of the 25 attempts. The Green Monkeys and the Silver Snakes were tied for the most successful temple runs, both having completed the course 8 times.
My favorite
first season
team
of
was
show
the Silver
shot in around
Snakes.
10 days, with a total of 40 episodes being produced. 1 or more episodes would air per week throughout the remainder of 1993 and until May of 1994. A second season was quickly ordered and produced while Season 1 was airing.
TV is
The
an
first episode of
illusion.
Season 2 would
When I go
premiere
to
just
bed,
days
have a
after
good
the
art stream.
final
Alright,
episode of
Sam.
Season
Have a
1.
good night.
Likewise,
Thanks
Season
for
3
stopping
began
in.
airing days after the end of Season 2. As there were many different versions of the temple run, the more significant changes, such as entire rooms being swapped out, would occur between seasons. Also, slight format changes would occur from season to season, such as what would be introduced by Kirk and what would be introduced by Olmec. The third season would be the show's last, with the final episode airing on June 27, 1995. Legends of the Hidden Temple was a hugely popular show, and many were surprised by its cancellation, or more accurately, its non-renewal. The show produced a total of 120 episodes, so Nickelodeon had plenty of material to air. The non-renewal was reportedly due to indifference from executives, and the channel's standard practice at the time of only producing shows for a few seasons, regardless of their popularity. Legends would continue to air in reruns on Nickelodeon until early 1999, when it would move to Nickelodeon's new sister channel, Nick Gas, short for Nickelodeon Games and Sports for Kids. Legends, along with other Nickelodeon game shows, would air exclusively on this channel until it shut down on December 31, 2007. However, since the channel had been fully automated in its later years, a glitch caused Dish Network subscribers to be able to view the channel and its programming until April 23, 2009. Legends would also air during Nickelodeon's Nick at Night programming block, typically early in the morning. The show disappeared from television after 2009, but quickly reappeared in October of 2011, with reruns of Legends of the Hidden Temple airing on Nickelodeon's sister network Teen Nick, as part of its The 90s Are All That throwback programming block. Reruns continued to
how
air
do
irregularly
I
on the channel, Over 20 years after it was canceled, a television film based on Legends of the Hidden Temple was produced for Nickelodeon. Using the
How
same
do
name as the
I
show, the film told the
add
story of
a
3 kids traveling to a
thing?
hidden temple theme park, eventually getting trapped inside a real temple and swept into an adventure. Both Kirk Fogg and D. Bradley Baker returned, with Fogg playing a fictional version of himself and Baker reprising Olmec. The film has many references to its game show source material, such as the Steps of Knowledge, Temple Guards, the Pendants of Life, the Shrine of the Silver Monkey, the team names appearing in many forms, and much more. The film premiered on Nickelodeon on November 26, 2016. Legends of the Hidden Temple was peak 90s Nickelodeon. It was a game show played by kids, watched by kids, and appeared as though it was created by kids. The Indiana Jones-esque theming, large set pieces, and complicated obstacles felt like something a child would imagine, which was exactly the kind of content that Nickelodeon was hoping to produce.
Which version do I like more? Do I like the
Legends had the biggest fan base
do I
of any
like
game
that
show on the
pixelated
channel,
look to
and the
it? Or not
community is
pixelated,
still
but like
alive and
clear?
well.
Or do I
While
like
it is
the
hard to say
blurred?
goodbye to a beloved show, let alone an entire
Probably
era of
that one.
television, it can't be as difficult as the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Come on, no, just, it goes on. It's not how, nope, other way. Okay, nope, that's...
Where is... Oh, that kind of works a little bit. Where's the color correction? Here it is.
Funding for Defunct TV is provided by Skillshare, thousands of online courses that make learning easy and fun, and viewers like you.
Yeah, that makes him fit into the background more. Yeah, that looks good.
In the fall of 1970, the Public Broadcasting Service made its debut. Created by the government-funded, privately owned nonprofit, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the network began providing programming to 199 channels throughout the United States. PBS had absorbed the majority of the programming and operations of the former leader in public broadcasting, National Educational Television. NET had debuted in 1954 as the first major network for educational programming. It would eventually find mainstream success and critical acclaim by airing the first national
I think I
season of
forgot
Mr.
to
Rogers'
import the
Neighborhood
first
in
sales sign.
1967 and the premiere of Sesame Street in 1969. PBS would acquire these properties and many of the network's other shows, and the network continued to produce new content for younger audiences. It wouldn't be until 1994 that the network would take these shows and organize them into a dedicated children's programming block, named PTV. This was in part due to the increased competition in children's television. Since its inception, PBS had been unconcerned with matching the ratings of the major American television networks, but it had long held a monopoly on children's educational programming. By 1996, the once dedicated demographic was tuning into other channels. Nickelodeon was finally finding its stride in the industry, and the Disney Channel was finishing its transition to basic cable and was preparing to air its new children's programming block, Playhouse Disney. Despite PBS having been around for the longest, it was now the underdog in children's television. It was a non-profit heavily relying on donations, so it didn't have near the budget that the Disney Channel or Nickelodeon did. However, PBS knew how to create a lot more with a lot less, and they began to produce new TV shows in response to the competition. One of these new programs would air on June 3, 1996, and it would introduce children to two very entertaining and engaging hosts. Kratts Creatures was hosted by Chris and Martin Kratt, commonly referred to as the Kratt Brothers. The show followed the two exploring the world and its wildlife. The episodes would typically focus on either many species in a specific region, or a species in particular throughout the world. The Kratt Brothers and their crew were not afraid to get close to the animals, and they would do so often, even with some of the more dangerous ones.
This guy is a perfect example of why creatures go solo. Just looking at him, you can tell that this cat is capable of defending himself.
During the filming of an episode in Peru, the brothers' river raft sank into crocodile-infested waters. Luckily, they were able to make it to shore unharmed. The brothers were aware that many children had misconceptions about certain animals, and one of their main goals was to set the record straight on all species.
On this episode, we're chasing down the answers to some unanswerable questions. But the big question is, do creatures enjoy playing like we do?
That's another good question, and we'll do anything to find out the answer.
The show also had a few side characters, such as a young girl named Allison Baldwin, played by Shannon Duff. Allison was Martin and Chris's assistant, and was typically seen monitoring their progress from the team's headquarters, the Creature Club. She was also a master at fake typing.
Let's see. We've got the Wahlberg's eagle, the red-billed hornbill, the pin-tailed white and bingo.
There was also a blue creature named Tark, voiced by Ron Rubin, that would appear in animated form on the Creature Club's monitors. He was often used for concepts that were explained easier with graphics.
Pretty handsome guy, huh? So he goes his way, and I go mine.
A few million years pass, and next time you meet...
Kazawi, have you changed? And I mean more than putting on a little weight.
Kratz Creatures would end its run on August 9, 1996, after one season consisting of 50 episodes. The concept of Kratz Creatures was nothing new. Wildlife shows had been produced for decades, but the brothers noticed that many of them had begun to rely more on stock footage and less on exploration. Martin and Chris's hands-on approach and passion for the animals was ultimately what made the show so successful. With one hit PBS show down and an infinite amount of enthusiasm, the brothers began developing a new children's nature series. During the early development stages, they had the wild idea to travel to Duke University to visit its popular lemur center. Martin had graduated from the university and had spent time studying at the habitat. There, one of the employees would introduce them to a 3-year-old cockerel shafak lemur. His name was Jovian, and he was a star.
With the Crab Brothers!
Zaboomafu!
Something strange, a little leaping lemur who like to bounce and play. Me and you and Zaboomafu, come along and see what's new. We're doing the things that animals do.
The Kratz new show, Zaboomafu, premiered on January 25, 1999. The title character, often referred to as simply Zabu or Zob, was portrayed by both Jovian and a puppet voiced by Gord Robertson. The brothers auditioned many of the lemurs at the Duke Lemur Center, but Jovian stood out among all of them. After doing test runs with Jovian and his parents, all of which went flawlessly, Martin and Chris decided to focus the show around the lemur. The production crew shot all of the scenes with the live Zaboomafu at the Lemur Center in a little over 2 months. Part of the show's set was constructed in Jovian's cage so that Martin and Chris could interact with him. Jovian's parents, Nigel and Flavia, were also used in a few of the shots in place of Jovian. The show would combine these scenes with puppets, other live animals, 2D animation, and claymation to create the colorful Animal Junction, the main setting of the show. Unlike Kratz Creatures, where Martin and Chris would travel the globe to search for interesting animals, Zaboomafu saw the creatures coming to them. The brothers would often explain in the show that certain animals don't play with each other in real life, but they would remind the viewer that anything is possible in Animal Junction. This quip was also used to expedite various parts of the show, such as showing a tadpole metamorphosize into a frog in under a minute. Each episode of the show followed generally the same structure. After the intro sequence, the Kratz headed into Animal Junction, discussing an activity relating to the topic of that particular episode. After entering, they would go to the window and call for Zaboomafu. Zabu would then jump into Animal Junction. After a bit of leaping, Martin or Chris would give him a snack by pressing the lemur button on the food dispenser. It is only after Zabu eats his treat that he is able to speak. After being fed, he burps, exclaiming, "Excuse me," before spinning around and yelling,
Zaboomafu!
After this, he appears almost exclusively in puppet form, with the episode only cutting back to Jovian for full-body shots of him jumping around. After being fed, Zabu greets the Kratz brothers and begins to describe an animal that he recently encountered, usually describing them with the word Mangasika.
Mangasika?
Is there
is
a
Malagasy word that
graffiti
literally translates
text?
to cold. However, Zabu uses it to mean cool or amazing. Despite being able to describe the animal, Zabu never knows its name. This leads into the song Who Could It Be?, accompanied by a cartoon segment that shows a blob of color that slowly starts to evolve features such as legs, eyes, ears, and overall shape in order to visually describe to the viewer what animal Zabu saw.
Who could they be? Who could it be?
I don't see a font that looks like
The animal in
graffiti.
question enters Animal Junction, with the Kratz brothers revealing the animal's name as well as a few fun facts about it. After performing several activities with the animal, Zabu then recollects a memory related to the topic by traveling to an imaginary place called Zabu Land. This happens at least once and sometimes twice per episode. Zabu Land was a fever dream and a half. The segment was presented through claymation, and would often recycle the exact same footage from previous episodes, most likely to save money. Zabuland had an entirely separate cast of characters with the exception of Zabu, most of which were fictional creatures that possessed features of real-life animals. These characters included Narchi, an ant-eater elephant hybrid, voiced by Bear in the Big Blue House puppeteer Peter Linz. Gooble, a purple bear-like creature, Phoebe, an octopus with an alien-like head, one tentacle, and one crab arm, and Sai, a one-eyed, two-tentacled squid creature that had the
I don't
power of
remember
flight.
this part of the show.
Sure, Zabu. One growberry, coming up. Down. Yeah, down. Here it comes. Watch out.
You can dig your own hole, Noggin Drill. Just use your head.
Use my head. Okay.
This is weird.
Hello, Zabu.
Hi, Zabu.
Google found a big patch of goobleberries.
Yeah, they're over here. Yummy.
Well, I'll help you eat them. Stand over there, and I'll blow them to you.
Oh, okay.
I want to help you eat them too. Phoebe?
This is so weird. Why was this in an animal show?
Way to go! Gooble's belly is getting full.
Oh, yep, that's my favorite kind of belly.
After this nightmare is over, Chris and Martin receive a letter from a group called the Animal Helpers, who show the children how to, spoiler alert, help animals. After reading the letter, Chris and Martin venture outside of Animal Junction and visit more animals related in some way to the episode's topic. This segment was prefaced by a song called Going to the Closet, sung by Zabu. When the brothers opened the door to their equipment closet, the contents would always come crashing down on them.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What are they thinking?
We have to get this baby alligator back to his mom. To the swamp.
They're going to the closet. They're going on a trip.
Are you ready? Let's go.
They're going to the closet to grab their stuff and split.
A leash for Myrtle. Great. Martin. Oh, yeah. Well, we gotta do what we gotta do.
Let's see. I need like
Zabu end the episode by
a handle, because this is going to be a for sale sign, so I need like a handle for it.
With the song closing on the remark, one more thing we have to say, go make an animal friend today. The episode would end with Zabu jumping out of the window to return to his home.
These animals are friends of mine. They jump and swim, crawl, fly, and climb. One more thing we have to say, go make an animal friend today.
Zaboomafoo was an immediate success for PBS and the PTV programming block, which was transitioning into PBS Kids around the time the show premiered. The first season, consisting of 40 episodes, would air from January 25th, 1999 to April 27th, 2000. A second season of 25 episodes would quickly be produced, and would air from October 3rd, 2000 to November 21st, 2001. The show would also inspire toys and video games. Despite its popularity, the series would not receive a third season. This was most likely due to PBS having plenty of episodes to rerun, a common reasoning for cancellation in children's programming. Zaboomafoo would continue to air during the PBS Kids block until January 16, 2004, when the majority of the PBS stations pulled it from their schedules. The premium children's channel Sprout, which began operations on September 26, 2005, would begin syndicating Zaboomafoo and other PTV and PBS Kids productions. This would last until 2011, when Sprout would pull Zaboomafoo from its lineup. Soon after the end of Zaboomafoo, the Kratt brothers would return to television with a new series called Be the Creature. Another wildlife show, the series would debut on National Geographic in 2003. The show saw the Kratt brothers returning to the wild for an up-close look at animals, and its advertising highly emphasized the dangerous aspects of their adventures in an attempt to appeal to older audiences.
That's one more correction.
Be the Creature.
The show would run for 3 seasons, ending in 2007, with a total of 30 40-minute episodes being produced. In 2011, Martin and Chris would return to PBS to debut yet another wildlife series. However, this show, titled Wild Kratts, is completely animated.
Hi, doggy.
It is once again hosted by Chris Kratt and Ron Stoppable.
Hello, my son.
I mean Martin Kratt. The show contains much more action to take advantage of the new medium, including supervillains and stylized gadgets. The show is currently on its 5th season, and a 6th season has been confirmed. On November 10, 2014, the Duke University Lemur Center reported some terrible news. Jovian had died of kidney failure at the age of 20, despite lemurs of his species typically living between 25 and 30 years. The university, the Kratt brothers, and the show's many fans mourned the loss of the kind animal. From the outside, Zaboomafoo appears to be a short-lived PBS hit, but to those that grew up watching the show, it was so much more. Martin and Chris's passion for creatures and learning motivated many kids' interest in animals and nature, and the wildlife, animation, and Zabu himself made Animal Junction a destination worth returning to. The eyes of a former viewer will light up at the mere mention of the show's title character, as a lasting impression was made by that little leaping lemur that liked to dance and play.
Hey.
Defunct TV is made possible by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of classes to learn anything and everything. You can even get an animal psychology certificate so you can better understand your pet, whether it be a dog, cat, or leaping lemur. With a premium annual subscription of less than $10 a month, you can get unlimited access to Skillshare's entire library of classes. Plus, the first 500 people to sign up with the link in the description will get their first 2 months for free. So definitely check it out and get learning today.
Funding for Defunct TV is provided by Audible, a massive audio library right at your fingertips, and viewers like you. Thank you.
It covers up Blade's face. I don't want that.
On November 10, 1969, a new children's television program debuted on the public television network, National Educational Television. The show featured a cast of humans, animals, and monsters all living together in the colorful neighborhood of Sesame Street. The show combined puppetry, animation, music, and more to teach elementary concepts such as letters and numbers to children. The creators of the show tailored it to kids between the ages of 2 and 5, specifically underprivileged inner-city youth, in an attempt to supplement the lack of educational programs and opportunities low-income areas received. Sesame Street was massively popular upon its debut, and its attempt to implement its own curriculum would spark national debates on the role that television should play in the lives of children. After moving to the public broadcasting service in 1970 and subsequently continuing its run for over 4 decades, it is safe to say that its attempt to fill gaps in children's developmental education was more successful than anyone could have imagined. With its mainstream success and cultural impact, it is no surprise that a sequel would be considered. When such a project would finally begin development in the mid-90s, its educational goals would be much more ambitious. Teaching young children letters and numbers was one thing, but teaching them to read was uncharted territory.
Hey now, hey wow, here's how. Come and read between the lines, between the covers of the book. It's time to look between the lions.
Read between the lions. I love this show too.
Between the Lions premiered on PBS
the series
on
is
April
just
3rd,
full of shows I
2000.
love.
The show was the first on television specifically designed to educate children on reading comprehension skills. The show's producer, Judith Stoia, explained, "Sesame Street teaches letters and numbers. Between the Lions goes the next step. It's for kids who are about to learn to read or are just beginning to read." Despite the fact that a significant portion of the cast and crew had worked on Sesame Street and Jim Henson Company projects in the past, Between the Lions was not officially affiliated with either. The first season of the show took 6 years and cost over $30 million to create. The show was produced by Boston PBS affiliate WGBH, an independent production company, Serious Thinking. WGBH was one of PBS's major production affiliates, having produced popular children's television shows such as Arthur, Zoom, and Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. The crew for Between the Lions would have to travel between Boston and New York to film scenes for the episodes. On top of the core crew of around 50 people, the producers brought on consulting experts on teaching reading and literacy. All of these factors resulted in an incredibly expensive children's television show. In the first season, episodes could cost more than $500,000 to produce each, a massive amount of money for studios relying on government grants and private donations. The show itself focused on a family of lions that lived in and operated a library. The main cast comprised of Cleo, the mother lioness puppeteered by Jennifer Barnhart, Theo, the father lion puppeteered by Bear in the Big Blue House puppeteer Peter Linz, their
Bear,
7-year-old
thank you for the
child
bit.
Lionel performed
Thank
by
you.
Anthony Asbury, and Lionel's little sister, the 4-year-old Leona, performed by Catherine Mullen. The main character trait of the family was that they loved to read and they loved to eat. Other residents of the library included Barnaby B. Busterfield III, an often grumpy bust of the library's founder, and Walter and Clay Pigeon, two birds that often annoyed Barnaby by hanging around him and calling him Buster. There was also Click the Mouse, a living computer mouse that helped the main characters in a variety of situations by using books and the internet. She was also used to promote the Between the Lions website, which had more activities to stimulate children's interest in reading. Each episode followed a similar format. It begins with a character named Announcer Bunny popping out of a magician's hat to announce the start of the show. The theme song would then roll. After this, the main storyline with the lion family would begin. There were two types of stories that an episode would follow. The storybook storyline would center around the family learning about and reading a real-life book that children watching might find at their own library. The other storyline was a pronunciation and comprehension-focused storyline. These were more random, and the plot was specifically centered around a certain letter combination or word type.
This better not be a deep dive into In Between the
For
Lions.
instance, the Season 1
It
episode,
is.
The Lost Rock, focused on the word rock and similar words such as clock and sock. After the first section of the main storyline was over, the show moved on to rapid-fire learning segments. Taking a note from Sesame Street's format, these contained a myriad of music, pop culture references, mediums of art, and performance. The show quickly established a series of recurring segments that became popular.
He's the
among
run
the
the show,
audience.
God.
Here are a few of the more
Don't
notable
blame me.
segments. The Adventures of Cliffhanger was an in-show book series written by Livingston Dangerously. It was most read by Lionel, who considered it his favorite in the library. The books tell the story of Cliffhanger, an adventurer that is stuck holding a branch on the side of a cliff. It starts with the branch beginning to break and Cliff exclaiming,
Can't hold on much longer.
Just before his inevitable fall, Cliff spots a way to get out of a situation. He then reaches into his backpack, finding a tool that will help him take advantage of the potential situation, usually looking in his survival manual. After making his initial escape attempt, things look good for Cliff, but after things take a turn for the worse, he always ends up back on the cliff. An entire second season episode revolves around the author Livingston Dangerously writing the last Cliffhanger book. Fun with Chick and Jane was a parody of the popular Dick and Jane book series. The segment centered around two children named Scott and Dot and a chicken named Jane. Each segment would begin with a song about Scott, Dot, and Jane walking down the lane. The plot of each story would consist of Scott and Dot taking their time and sounding out everything they saw around them, usually a dangerous situation heading their way. Jane, however, would frantically try to get their attention, fully aware of the importance of the issue at hand. Jane would eventually spell out to Scott and Dot how to avoid the issue, just in time for Scott and Dot to save themselves, but not in time for Jane to do the same. Each episode would end with the opening song and three walking down the lane once again, now with one of Jane's wings in a sling. What's Cooking with Theo and Cleo was a fake cooking show starring Theo and Cleo. The two lions would demonstrate a recipe, typically an elaborate rhyming scheme matching the grammar being taught in the episode. Theo and Cleo would go through each step, coming upon the final detail, the cooking time for the dish. After examining the amount of time it would take to cook, the two exclaim, "Nah," and begin devouring the raw food. Gawain's Word was a medieval parody of the SNL skit Wayne's World and an homage to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. These short recurring segments featured a knight hosting a joust in an exaggerated American teenage accent. The two knights would each charge with a sound and a certain amount of letters from a given word. Once they clashed, the word would become clear. Other segments included a therapy show parody entitled The Word Doctor with Dr. Ruth Wordheimer, a theater performance called The Monkey Pop-Up Theater, a golfing parody with the character Tiger Words, a film noir parody called Sam Spud, a Motown parody called The Vows, a segment where Fred Newman would just appear and sound out words, and much, much more. Perhaps the most haunting product of the segments was a character named Artie Smarty Pants, a terrifying man with large overalls. He would eventually sing his signature song, Dance in Smarty Pants. Good luck getting that
I
out of your
hate
head.
it.
While that might be the most haunting image of Between
I
the Lions,
hate it.
the following segment was the most immediately terrifying. No introduction can do this justice.
The fuck is that?
Uh-oh. Did the tummy lady eat too many treats?
Why is this a thing?
Oh, dear.
The episodes would return to the
Why
main
is that a
storyline
thing
with the
they
Lion
thought was
family
okay
and
to
supporting
do?
characters, eventually resolving the minor conflict. Less emphasis was put on the story's moral lessons in order to focus on reading comprehension. Like Sesame Street, Between the Lions would feature a variety of guest stars. A key difference was that
That is
Between
so
the Lions favored the more
weird.
obscure
I hate
celebrities.
it.
This resulted in
I
guest
hate it
stars such
so
as Al
much.
Roker and the cast of The Daily Show with Jon Stewart making appearances in various segments. Between the Lions was a huge success, both for ratings and effectiveness. Studies showed that children from low-income communities that regularly watched Between the Lions significantly improved key reading skills. Between the Lions also came at a time of scrutiny for PBS's lineup. The 90s had brought the smash hit shows Teletubbies and Barney and Friends, beloved by children but despised by parents. Between the Lions, with its use of clever parody and mature but appropriate humor, was refreshing to family audiences who were tired of shouting and baby talk. Season 1 of Between the Lions aired throughout April and the beginning of May of 2000, with the first season ending on May 12th. The success of the show
Do
resulted
not
in a
show me
renewal
the
for a
smarty
25-episode
pants
second
over the
season,
stomach
which
person
began
again,
airing a year
please.
later
I
on
don't want to
April
see
2nd,
it.
2001. A highly publicized episode of Season 2 introduced a character with a learning disability. The show was praised for its incorporation and handling of the subject. All episodes of this season were released on a similar schedule to the first season during April and May. After this, the show was renewed for a third season, but only 10 episodes were ordered. These would not begin airing until September 16, 2002, with the last episode of Season 3 airing on November 18, 2002. The Season 4 renewal would bring an even smaller order, with only 5 episodes airing between September 15th and September 19th, 2004. The unusually high production cost of the show was resulting in less and less episodes being created each season, and the future of Between the Lions was bleak. PBS could only cover around 1/4 of the budget, and it seemed almost certain that the show would be canceled. Luckily, in early 2004, Mississippi Public Broadcasting noticed the issue. Impressed with the effectiveness of the show's curriculum, they quickly swooped in, offered funding, a local crew, and studios if the show moved production to the state. The state of Mississippi already had a relationship with the show. For one, Mississippi
What's
State
a
University
good
conducted one of the
text
major
to use
studies
for
proving Between the
Barry
Lions'
the
effectiveness on
Bear?
literacy. On top of this, children from Mississippi were among the lowest performing groups in reading comprehension in the country. From the production side, the move made perfect sense as well.
Impact?
Filming in Mississippi as opposed to New York and Boston would significantly reduce production costs, and the generous offer at such a desperate time could not be turned down. Plus, the crew in
Real
Mississippi were
Sands.
non-union, so the production was even cheaper.
Bam.
Due to all of this, Between the Lions would move to Mississippi to film its 5th season. A 10-episode 5th season of Between the Lions aired between September 19th and November 22nd, 2005. It would also be the basis for small preschool curriculums and library activities in Mississippi and across the United States. Between the
Comic
Lions' transition
Sans.
to Mississippi was a success, and the show was able to secure not only a 6th season, but a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th season, each containing 10 episodes and airing between September and November each year. An interesting note is that the puppeteers were sometimes replaced between the seasons of the show, and the majority of the main cast
I
of
saw
characters
one
would be
called
played by multiple
Chiller
performers.
that might
One of the more notable
look
changes was
okay.
Baron the Big Blue House puppeteer Noel McNeil puppeteering Lionel in seasons 9 and 10. The final episode of season 10 aired on November 22nd, 2010. This would be the final episode of Between the Lions. The exact reason for the show's cancellation was not clear, but it most likely came down to the amount of content available for reruns, despite reruns of the show only continuing on most stations until the summer of 2011, the high production costs, and a general decline in the use of puppetry in children's programming. With animation becoming cheaper to produce, PBS and other children's networks seemed to favor the style over classic puppetry. This is perhaps why after the cancellation of Between the Lions, an animated spin-off of the show was developed, to be produced by the children's animation company Cloud Kid, which had already worked with the show on some of its segments.
Don't do
The
that
exact
with
status
the
of these
Smarty
episodes is
Pants
unclear.
character. They're
2 were about classic
creepy.
children's stories and 2 were about
Why
nature.
would you bring them
It
back?
seems, according to episode listings, that the first 2 were released as the first episodes of season 10. One of these, titled 3 More Little Pigs, can be found online. This seems to be more of a concept test, as the plot and many scenes were recycled from previous episodes. Character sheets and production stills were posted on Cloud Kid's website as early as September 2010, before the release of this episode, and Cloud Kid would eventually post a short clip from the episode on Vimeo. It is unclear whether the other 3 episodes were produced or released, but plans for a full animated spin-off were certainly abandoned by 2015, when Cloud Kid became defunct. and its staff was absorbed by the development team of, oddly enough, that Jibo robot. Between the Lions was one of PBS's most popular shows throughout the 2000s. It won a total of 7 Emmys throughout its 10-season, 130-episode run, and it received endless praise from children, parents, and critics. But it was more than just a successful TV show. It was an important program with a specific and effective curriculum. Its noble goals, unassuming style, and endless charm should solidify its place in television history. And a generation of children is lucky that they were taught to read Between the Lions.
It can probably be smaller.
Funding for Defunct TV is provided by Audible. It's that time of year when everyone is thinking about thoughtful gifts, and what gift is better than the gift of reading? And what better way to read than through Audible's unbeatable selection of audiobooks? With an Audible membership, you can choose 3 titles every month, 1 audiobook and 2 Audible originals that you can't hear anywhere else. For instance, you can listen to Click Clack Moo, Cows That Type, a favorite of the Lion Pride. You can listen on any device, anytime, anywhere, and right now for a limited time you can get 3 months of Audible for just $6.95 a month. That's more than 50% off.
Yeah.
Just go to audible.com/defunctland or text Defunctland to 500-500 to get this incredible deal. Give yourself the gift of listening. And while you're at it, think about giving Audible as a gift to someone on your list. Just go to audible.com/defunctland or text Defunctland to 500-500 today.
No, stop. How do I stop? How do I make it stop?
This episode of Defunct TV is sponsored by NordVPN. Log on to nordvpn.com/defunctland for a super cool special offer. On September 24, 1991, Theodore Seuss Geisel, known by his pen name Dr. Seuss, passed away at the age of 87. Geisel's work spanned many mediums and age groups, and he was most known for his best-selling children's books. Many of these works, such as The Cat in the Hat, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Horton Hears a Who, The Lorax, and Green Eggs and Ham became cultural phenomenons, a common staple of childhood that still remains today. However, Geisel himself was somewhat of a controversial figure, with the main point of criticism being his personal life, political views, perfectionist nature, and his well-known aloofness. The latter projected a public image of resistance to interaction with his main audience, but it also yielded positive results. Geisel's shunning of fame led him to reject licensing deals and commercialization of his characters, preserving the integrity of his works. Geisel once said, quote, "I'd rather go into the Guinness Book of Records as the writer who refused the most money per word." To be fair, Geisel did not necessarily need to engage in licensing deals, as by the time of his death, he had earned $500 million in book royalties alone. Shortly after his passing, his second wife, Audrey Geisel, began approving many of the licensing deals that Geisel had rejected. She claimed that it was necessary to strike these deals to ensure that the Dr. Seuss trademarks would be preserved. As evidence, she referenced many unauthorized Dr. Seuss products, such as a t-shirt featuring the Cat in the Hat smoking marijuana. Many trademark experts and acquaintances of Geisel spoke out against the commercialization, claiming it was unnecessary from a legal standpoint and that Geisel would have hated it. Despite the opposition, the Dr. Seuss brand was expanding, and not all of the new merchandise and products would be criticized. Some would even be praised for capturing the spirit and style for which Geisel was known.
Get up on a wobble, buzz into a bubble. Yeah!
Tighten up, get loose.
In the wobulous world, in the wobulous world of Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
The Wobulous World of Dr. Seuss premiered on Nickelodeon on October 13, 1996. The show was the first TV series based off of the characters from Dr. Seuss's books. The only other Seuss-based television show was Gerald McBoing Boing, a series that ran for one season in 1956, based off of the 1950 short film of the same name. However, this was mainly a compilation of other cartoons and did not feature any prominent Seuss characters. A few years after Geisel's death, Audrey Geisel reached out to Jim Henson Productions, who at the time was still recovering from the death of their creative leader. She approached them in hopes of making a Dr. Seuss series in the Muppet medium. They agreed, and the series went into pre-production. Around this time, news of the Seuss Henson collaboration made its way to Nickelodeon president Herb Scannell. He asked them to present the production to him to potentially air on Nickelodeon. He claimed the pitch was one of the best he had ever seen, and the new series had a home at the channel, where it would premiere in Nickelodeon's new primetime night block. The Children's Network had been pushing for families to watch new episodes of their popular TV shows at night since the major networks had strayed away from family content and focused more on adult-only programming in the mid-90s. The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss got its Seussian name from combining the words wonderful and fabulous. The show had a unique style that utilized groundbreaking technology for the time. The Jim Henson Company created between 80 and 100 puppets for the first season. These would act as the main subjects in the frame. The majority of the show would be shot on a blue screen, and the background for all of the shots would be manipulated in real time so it could move as the characters did. The new style was praised for its ambition, but some criticized its execution. Many of the models were crude, a necessity for the computer graphics systems of the 90s, but this resulted in few true curves and blocky-looking graphics. The lighting also wasn't the most dynamic, and it looked more like a computer game than a professional production. Worst of all, the blue screen spilled onto the fur of the puppets, and in most of the shots in the show, a distinct blue outline can be seen on the edge of the characters. The first season of the show was presented as an anthology series. Each episode would have a singular story written just for that episode. While it would utilize settings and characters from Geisel's work, the storylines would be original. Many episodes would also implement morals found in the original Dr. Seuss books. Each episode would begin with the show's theme, immediately followed by an introduction from the host of the show, the Cat in the Hat, performed by Bruce Lanoil. The cat almost plays the role of a trickster god in some of these stories. He can interact with the main storyline's characters, but his actions are mainly to push the story forward and rarely to help or teach the main character, often a small child. He is also all-knowing, and he's already privy to the story's world and how it will end.
This box isn't mine. How it got here, who knows? But one thing I do know is where this box goes.
The cat is often seen with little cats A, B, and C, who act as helpers and friends of the cat. Little Cat A was performed by Catherine Mullen, a puppeteer with a long history of working with the Jim Henson Company, notably for her work on The Muppet Show, Fraggle Rock, and a creator and puppeteer of Leona on Between the Lions. Little Cat B was performed by Stephanie DeBruzzo, known for her work on Sesame Street and Avenue Q. Little Cat C was performed by John Kennedy. Other recurring characters were the Grinch, Thidwick the Big-Hearted Moose, and Yertle the Turtle, all performed by Between the Lions puppeteer Anthony Asbury. Sam I Am and Horton the Elephant were also regulars, also puppeteered by John Kennedy. Each episode would implement musical numbers with original songs that would take advantage of the fun rhyming schemes of the Dr. Seuss books.
The mayor said whatever it takes. That's right.
That's what you did.
With a little help from all my friends. So Stu, you're one smart kid. Thank you, Seuss.
Why is it doing that?
Thank you, thank you, Seuss Stu. Thank you.
The first season of the show consisted of 20 episodes and aired between October of 1996 and August of 1997. The first season received mixed reviews. It was praised for capturing the spirit of Dr. Seuss's works and for its clever humor and wordplay. However, some children complained about the show's darker tone and creature design, and the virtual backgrounds were criticized. This prompted Nickelodeon to make major changes for the next season of the show. The series was renewed for a 20-episode second season, which premiered on March 9, 1998. The show's format was completely new, along with a few other minor changes. Catherine Mullen moved on to other projects, likely starting pre-production on Between the Lions, and Leslie Carrara Rudolph, known for portraying Abby Cadabby on Sesame Street, replaced her. Also, Thidwick the Big-Hearted Moose no longer appeared in the show, despite Anthony Asbury continuing to perform his other roles. The biggest change was puppeteer Martin P. Robinson replacing Bruce Lanoil as the Cat in the Hat. The show's new format was apparent right away, with an entirely new title sequence and theme song.
Hello! Come on along, get up and let's shout hooray now!
We're gonna have a whoopulous kind of day now. Come on, cheer up, okay?
This is the song to welcome you to the wobulous world of Dr. Seuss.
It's a good theme song.
After this, the show visits the Cat in the Hat in the all-new setting, the Cat's Playhouse. This is the home of the Cat in the Hat and the main setting for the show. The cat himself has changed a bit also. His snarky persona has been removed and replaced with that of a happy caregiver. He became a much more traditional host for a children's television show, helping side characters with their issues and teaching moral lessons.
It's a story from the Kingdom of Did.
No, I want the Cat in the Hat to be a trickster god.
Well, let's find out.
The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss seemed to go from families as their target demographic for Season 1 to young children and preschoolers for Season 2. Along with the changes to the cat, more little cats were added, confirming the existence of little cats A to Z in the Wubulous world, although only A, B, C, F, G, N, P, S, and Z would be seen in Season 2. They all had their own unique little rooms on a wall in the cat's playhouse. Also, a character named Terrence McBird was introduced, and many of the problems the cat would solve would come from the small bird. With the new format, the cat had to rely on a special piece of machinery called the Wubuloscope to see into the different areas of the Wubulous world. These were Seussville, Jungle of Newell, Kingdom of Did, and Mount Crumpet. After looking through the device, a short story segment would play, with a similar style to the first season. These segments would tie into the episode's main theme. The episodes would implement original music numbers similar to the way the second season did, and each episode would end with Lit Shout Hooray, a goodbye song that was a reprise of the show's opening number.
So come back soon, and when you do, I'll have some new surprises in my hat for you. Just one last thing, and then I'm on my way. Let's shout hooray! Just shout hooray!
Season 2 of The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss aired throughout 1998, with the last episode of Season 2 airing on December 28, 1998. The show would not be renewed for a Season 3. The exact reason is unclear. It could be due to the show's lack of popularity when compared to other children's shows at the time, and it also could have been the negative response to the show's change in format. A more speculative reason would be the show lacking the popularity of Disney Channel's Bear in the Big Blue House, another Jim Henson production that began airing in 1997. Moreover, it is possible that the Disney Channel show prompted the change in format that the Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss saw. Those that know both shows well can probably spot the similarities. A nurturing host that would greet the audience as a guest in their home, low-stakes problems presented by the various residents of the home that the host would solve, and a common goodbye song to end the episode. It should be noted that these elements were not invented by Bear in the Big Blue House, as shows such as Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood have been implementing them for years. But it is a bit coincidental that the show changed format after Bear premiered to rave reviews. The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss would not be the end of the Dr. Seuss adaptations. In 1999, a new theme park named Islands of Adventure opened next to Universal Studios Florida. One of the park's opening day sections was Seuss Landing, an entire land based off of Geisel's work. In 2000, a new musical based on many of the Seuss stories and starring the Cat in the Hat called Seussical would debut to less than stellar reviews. That same year, a live-action adaptation of How the Grinch Stole Christmas starring Jim Carrey and directed by Ron Howard premiered in theaters. This film also received mixed reviews, but was a box office success. This prompted the development of a live-action Cat in the Hat movie starring Mike Myers released in 2003. The film was a moderate success at the box office, but it was panned by critics and parents, especially for its inappropriate humor. Audrey Geisel despised the film so much that she announced that no more live-action Seuss films would be made. In 2008, the first animated feature film based on Geisel's work, Horton Hears a Who, debuted in theaters to critical acclaim. Since then, 2 more animated films have been created, with more adaptations planned for the future, including a new animated Cat in the Hat film. The Seuss brand has also produced 2 more television shows. The first was a Gerald McBoing Boing reboot that aired on Cartoon Network between 2005 and 2007. The second was The Cat in the Hat Knows a Lot About That, an animated show that premiered on PBS in 2010. This show,
I remember
starring
watching
Martin Short as
that
the
one a
cat,
little
is
bit.
targeted at teaching preschoolers science concepts. The show
I
is still
think-
producing episodes as of 2019. The Wubulous World of Dr. Seuss was an interesting television show. It only lasted for 40 episodes, it does not have a thriving fan base, and it received mixed reviews both during and after its run. Its claim to fame seems to be the fact that it is considered one of the most faithful adaptations of Geisel's work since his death. The show is still available to watch online, and has been passed between a few streaming services. Perhaps a new audience will bring a new appreciation to the elaborate puppetry
I'd watch
and
it,
great writing,
only the
and a new
season where
generation of
the Cat in the
families
Hat
will visit
is
the Wubulous
hokey.
world of Dr. Seuss. Every device that you use to browse the internet has an IP address, and this IP address is used by your internet service provider to connect you to the World Wide Web. At the same time, this allows them to track your behavior, view and share your information, and worst of all for me, throttle your internet speed. My internet service provider recognizes that my computer uses a lot of bandwidth compared to the other devices on the network. As a result, they limit my connection, which is debilitating to my workflow. With NordVPN, I can hide my IP address from my internet service provider, taking away their ability to throttle me. This is just one of the many reasons to use a VPN, and there's no better way to take advantage of these than with NordVPN. Especially right now, because for a limited time you can get 75% off a 3-year plan at nordvpn.com/defunctland. This special offer makes your subscription just $2.99 a month, so you can browse securely on all of your devices. And for a short time, use the Defunct TV is sponsored by NordVPN. Go to nordvpn.com/defunctland and had recently merged into OneSpan, a studio owned by Sony Pictures Entertainment, was attempting to diversify its content. Columbia Pictures Television and TriStar Television had recently merged into one studio, and they had found success producing shows such as Mad About You and The Nanny. A third studio owned by Sony would be folded into Columbia TriStar, Merv Griffin Enterprises, which specialized in the production of game shows such as Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. On top of this, Columbia TriStar purchased libraries of older television shows to bulk up their library. Finally, a television animation division of Sony named Adelaide Productions would produce animated shows for the company. The studio entered production on an animated Jumanji television series and a cartoon named Project Seeker. They also began to search for more ideas for animated television series. As luck would have it, a secretary of one of the Sony executives tasked with coming up with new ideas was strolling through an arts festival when she came across a series of fantastic drawings depicting variations of one fantastical creature. They were all dragons, and they were perfect.
What's off in the corner over there?
In 1977, a school teacher by the name of Ron Rodecker awoke from a quadruple bypass surgery. The potentially life-threatening operation had instilled in Ron a sense of regret. He said, quote, "If I had died right then, my epitaph would have read, 'Could have been an artist.'" Always interested in drawing, the 47-year-old felt that he had not pursued his creative passion enough. While in the hospital, he began sketching, drawing dragons, explaining that they were a beast that symbolized the forces in life too big to control. Ron made the decision to pursue his art on the side, continuing his teaching career while entering arts festivals in 1978. He continued to draw, not losing interest in the ferocious magical beasts. 7 years later in 1985, while visiting a flea market, Ron stumbled upon the book, The Encyclopedia of Legendary Creatures, which greatly helped him perfect his dragons. He would begin painting the beasts in watercolors, continuing to show them at festivals. Ron would make a series of short independent books about the creatures called Dragonland. So it went for another decade, with Ron continuing his career as an educator and pursuing his art on the side. That would all change one fateful day in 1995, while he was sitting at his booth at an arts festival, and the secretary from Sony Pictures Entertainment walked by. She was especially drawn to one image of a dragon reading a bedtime story to a young child. She loved Ron's art, asking him if he'd be willing to meet with her boss and come up with a story surrounding the dragons for a potential TV series. Of course, Ron jumped on the opportunity, using the simple plots of his Dragonland books to write the pitch. He met with the Sony executive, Jim Cohen, explaining that his stories could be a way to, quote, "teach children to meet new situations with confidence." In Ron's mind, dragons could be viewed as either ferocious enemies or powerful allies depending on the viewer, and a simplified take on this for children, in which dragons could help them learn lessons and approach situations, would make for a great television show. Ron said, quote, "Dragons are with us in one form or another, but we have the choice with how we live with them. They can engender fear and hopelessness, or challenge growth and risk. I choose to view and portray them as the latter." Cohen was impressed, but he told Ron that the chances were slim to none that the show would ever come of his idea. This was just the nature of the television industry, and on top of this, Sony didn't specialize in producing content for children's television, making greenlighting the show even more challenging.
Started? Yeah,
Cohen
this is
told
the,
Ron that he would try his best.
This
and
is
the two parted ways.
Defunctland's video
Fate,
on
clearly
Dragon
being on the
Tales.
side of the kind school teacher, would bring the Sony executive, completely coincidentally, into the same room as a representative from the Children's Television Workshop. The chance encounter was spent by Cohen explaining Ron's idea, and asking if CTW, the creators of Sesame Street and the biggest name in children's television, would be willing to co-produce the show
Also,
with
hello,
Columbia
creature. How
TriStar
are you?
Television Distribution. The representative loved the Dragonland idea, and after developing the pitch further, Columbia TriStar and CTW entered an agreement to produce an animated show together named Dragon Tales, with Ron coming on as a series creator and producer. The two companies sought funding from the Public Broadcasting Corporation, with television star and producer Wesley Ure writing the show's treatment, along with a companion series, Show and Tell Me, which would never come to fruition. On January 9, 1996, it was announced that the new series Dragon Tales was granted $4.2 million for a 40-episode first season. This was part of an $8.4 million grant payout, with the other half of the sum going to the development of a reading comprehension show named Between the Lions. Dragon Tales would also be produced for Canada's public television station, CBC. Ron helped create the designs for each dragon character in the show. The result was not the same as his art, with the main difference being the character's scale and the character's scales. He explained that the dragon's design, shape, and feel for the show were inspired by his golden retrievers, as they provided a lovable and child-friendly source. Korean animation studio Urim Productions was hired to animate the show. The show's thesis was, quote, "What Sesame Street is for academic readiness, Dragon Tales will be for emotional readiness." And the show's target demographic were children between the ages of 2 and 7. The studios went to work creating the first 40 episodes of the show.
Working while
On September
troubleshooting
6,
VR stuff?
1999,
Or are you still
nearly
having,
4 years
still
after
having
receiving its
problems
initial
with your,
funding,
with your
Dragon
jackets?
Tales premiered on PBS.
Emmy wished on a dragon scale, and that's what started Dragon Tales. They climbed on the backs of the dragon friends. Now the adventures never end. Let's all go to Dragonland.
In the first season of Dragon Tales, each 25-minute episode of the show was split into two 12-minute parts, each containing an isolated story. The first story of the show's first episode was titled To Fly with Dragons. It started with the show's main characters, siblings Emmy and Max, voiced by Andrea Libman and Danny McKinnon respectively, moving into their new house. Emmy is excited about the move, but Max is hesitant. He cheers up as they enter their brand new playroom, with dragon wallpaper, just like in Emmy's dragon book. The two find a secret drawer containing a box with dragons on it. They open up the box to find an authentic dragon scale. Emmy reads a rhyme to say while holding the object.
I wish with all my heart to fly with dragons in a land apart.
Suddenly, the dragons on the walls come to life, spiraling around Emmy and Max as they are transported to the magical world of Dragonland. Here, they meet Ord, an easily frightened blue dragon voiced by Ty Olsson, and Cassie, a shy and kind pink dragon voiced by Chantal Strand.
I'm Cassie, and this is my friend Ord.
Hi! The four introduce themselves, and Ord makes everyone dragon corn by throwing kernels in the air and using his fire breath to cook them. Ord explains that he and Cassie are looking for his lost tooth, and they are going to ask their friends Zach and Wheezy if they've seen it. They offer to fly Max and Emmy around on their backs, and the four go to meet Zach and Wheezy, who
This
are
is
conjoined twin
glorious.
dragons voiced
Thank
by
you.
Jason
Hello,
Mikas
Doxy.
and
How are
Kathleen
you?
Burr, respectively.
Zach, Wheezy, did I leave my tooth in your room?
I don't know.
Let's go look.
Zach is very clean and straight-laced, while Wheezy is messy and spontaneous. The six then visit Quetzal, voiced by Eli Gabay, the dragon's teacher at the school in the sky.
Hola, niños.
You speak Spanish?
Sí, I came from Mexico.
While Ord, Cassie, Zach, and Wheezy are all
Mexico
childlike,
dragon.
Quetzal is more mature and wise, telling the six a story of how the dragon scales work. Max realizes he found Ord's tooth, and Ord uses it to wish that Max and Emmy could come play at any time. Quetzal gives Ord a dragon scale of his own that he can use to communicate with Max and Emmy that he wants them to come play. Quetzal then teaches Max and Emmy another rhyme to get home. Once there, Max and Emmy's parents, yelling from off-screen, ask them how they liked the new house. They both reply that they love it. Each story after this would have a similar format. The kids would start in the playroom, both discussing what they plan to do when they get to Dragonland. They then wish on the scale and are transported back with their friends. All of the stories tried to teach lessons regarding social situations, with topics such as problem solving, trying new things, and compromise being explored. The producers felt that it was important that the show not pretend to give simple solutions to all of these problems, but to instead show ways to make the situations more manageable. The progress was visualized through the dragon badges worn by the characters. Ord's dragon badge would glow when he faced his fears, Cassie's dragon badge would glow when she felt confident, and Zach and Wheezy's dragon badge would glow when they compromised or worked as a team. Each episode would feature an original song.
What the
as well.
dog doing?
What the dog doing? Hello, Dragon. What is this for? Me. So myself, Jackie, Barry, and Void Taffy are going to be doing a show where we look at weird and strange houses on Zillow, or like weird and like expensive houses on Zillow, and then we decide which one we're gonna use as our streamer house.
January of 2000. The remaining 10 would air in April. Dragon Tales was an immediate hit, and the show would be renewed for a second season of 25 episodes. The main difference between Season 1 and Season 2 was the transition from cell animation, in which frames are composited on layers of transparent plastic cells, to digital ink and paint animation, in which the compositing and coloring
it should
are
be a
done
lot of
digitally.
fun.
This resulted in a subtle change, but when compared, the second season's animation has a noticeably cleaner and more vibrant look. The show would also bring along a line of merchandise, including a Game Boy Color game released in December of 2000, books based on the series, musical albums, and a variety of toys.
Which baby dragons will they find inside?
That's a surprise.
The second season of Dragon Tales premiered on June 4th, 2001. The first 10 episodes would premiere throughout June. In the 6th episode of the second season, a new dragon student at School in the Sky was introduced, Lorca, a pink dragon with a disability. The creators made sure that Lorca's disability was not the focus of her character, and in most episodes that she appeared, her disability was irrelevant to the plot. Season 2 of Dragon Tales would continue airing in September of 2001, airing the season's 20th episode
For
on
stream, for
September
live, or
14th,
both?
2001. The remaining 5 episodes would air
We're
until the next
gonna
year,
do it on
picking up
stream.
the exact same week in September.
We
that
don't
the
have
show
a
was
date
most
yet.
likely supposed to air in
I need to make the
2001.
promo
year-long
art
hiatus
and then
before the final
talk to them
episodes of the
about
season could have possibly
what
been due
date
to the terrorist
they would like
attacks
to
of
do it.
September 11th, which occurred the week that Dragon Tales went on hiatus. After the tragedy, many networks pulled programming either due to content concerns or scheduling changes. While the Dragon Tales episodes certainly did not have any imagery relating to the attacks, PBS stations around the country drastically changed their programming schedules, some running news programming nonstop, while others chose to air PBS kids shows throughout the day, as they scrambled to find consistent programming after the events. It is possible that during this time, it was decided to delay the new Dragon Tales episodes, although this has never been confirmed, and the hiatus could have been coincidental. The final episode of Dragon Tales' second season premiered on October 15th, 2002. Earlier that year, a musical stage show named Dragon Tales Live began touring the United States. The show featured the main cast, with Ord, Cassie, Zack, and Wheezy appearing in full-body costume form, and real children being cast as Emmy and Max. On March 2nd, 2003, a musical compilation special named Let's Start a Band aired. This mixed in live-action footage with animation and musical numbers from the show. After this, Dragon Tales went on another hiatus, with no new episodes being produced. While reruns aired regularly on PBS, it wouldn't be for another year that fans of the show would finally hear of its status. In August of 2004, news broke that a third season of Dragon Tales would be created, to premiere in 2005. Along with this, it was announced that a new character, the Colombian-born Enrique, a bilingual 6-year-old, would move in next door to Max and Emmy and follow them on their adventures in Dragonland. This, along with Quetzal having an increased presence in the plots, was an effort to focus the show more on Hispanic culture.
Hi. Hiya, Enrique.
Hola. ¿Qué tal?
Great. How's it going?
Bien. Okay, I guess.
The third season of Dragon Tales would air from February 21st, 2005 to April 1st, 2005, with 29 new episodes being created, although many of these episodes contain stories from previous seasons. 32 of the 58 stories in Season 3 were repeats, with only 26 new stories being produced. This brought the total episode count up to 94. Dragon Tales would not be renewed for a fourth season. With over 90 episodes to air in reruns, PBS could air the show for years to come. The final story in the show's final episode was titled A Storybook Ending. Max, Emmy, Enrique, and the dragons listen to one of Quetzal's stories, and everyone is transported inside of it. Quetzal tells them to go find a very special book from the wizard sage. After obtaining the special book, containing all of the stories in Dragonland, the three transport back home. Emmy suggests that they write a book of their own about all of their adventures in Dragonland. But what should they call it?
How about a bunch of cool stuff that happened in the land of dragons and fairies and giants and gnomes and unicorns and more? That might be too long to fit on the cover. How about Dragon Tales?
Dragon Tales Live will continue performing until the spring of 2006. A rather irrelevant but interesting Dragon Tales appearance was in the 2006 Adam Sandler comedy Click. Sony, known for their egregious cross-promotion between products, outdid themselves by showing Dragon Tales, a show that they produced, on a Sony television, a product that they manufactured, in Click, a film that they made. Reruns of Dragon Tales would continue airing on PBS until late 2010, ending Dragon Tales' 11-year run. Dragon Tales was an incredibly successful show for PBS, being nominated for 3 Daytime Emmys and becoming PBS's #1 preschool program within its first year on the air. The show helped children tackle difficult social situations in a realistic and entertaining way. The show also introduced many children to some of the differences and similarities between Hispanic culture and their own, in a natural and positive fashion. The approach the show had to its conflicts alone was unique and effective, providing its audiences with tools rather than answers. Dragon Tales had a positive impact on a generation of children developing social skills, and the show's colorful setting encouraged children to use their imaginations and take their own trip to Dragonland. After the show ended, Ron returned to touring arts festivals with his dragon paintings. He was constantly recognized for his work on the show, and the dragons in his art caught the attention of many passers-by. Despite this, he still sold his art for a small price, enjoying seeing people appreciate his dragons. Dragon Tales had both humble beginnings and humble endings, and Ron remembers his time on the show fondly, reminiscing with the children visiting his booth, who were mesmerized at the dragons with which they grew up. Ron's art had a deep emotional impact, possibly illustrated best when a friend of his was nearing the end of his life. On his deathbed, his friend held one of Ron's art pieces, a picture of a dragon holding a child's hand, walking into a sunny valley. Before he passed, he told Ron, quote, "I am fading into that picture." He wasn't the only one. This video is sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN is one of the most trusted privacy and security service providers in the world. And their easy-to-use apps mean you're only a few clicks away from privacy and security online. And for a limited time, get 75% off a 3-year plan at... You're watching Defunct TV. This episode is sponsored by Squarespace. Go to squarespace.com/defunctland for 10% off your own custom website. Now, back to Defunct TV on the Defunctland channel.
Fucked up. Imagine that. Imagine
Walt
that.
Disney was a massive fan of English
wrong
author
and
A.
put
A.
studio
Milne's
paint.
Winnie the Pooh stories, reading them with his daughters as bedtime stories in the 1930s. For many years after that, he
What a
sought after the film
surprise.
rights to these tales, and in 1961, he successfully obtained them. The original goal was to make a feature-length animated film, but Walt ultimately favored a short that could be attached to the beginning of a feature instead. So in 1966, Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree was released alongside The Ugly Dachshund in the US and Peter Pan in the UK. Unfortunately, this would be the only Pooh short Walt Disney would see released, as he passed in December of 1966. After his death, the future of the Walt Disney Company was uncertain. Business moved forward, and the studio released the featurette Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day in 1968. Walt's brother and then CEO Roy Disney would continue to run the company, developing more films
Roy
and salvaging
Disney sounds
Walt's
like a
Florida
fake
project
name.
with the opening of Walt Disney World in
Roy
1971.
Disney sounds like
Unfortunately,
if you
Roy would
named
pass a mere
someone
2
John
months after the
Disney.
resort's opening, and the reins were handed to then studio head Don Tatum. Years of mediocre films and poor performance ensued. Another Winnie the Pooh featurette, Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, was released in 1974. In 1976, Tatum was replaced by Disney president Card Walker. The next year, the first Winnie the Pooh feature film,
There's
The
no
Many
way their
Adventures of
name is
Winnie the Pooh,
actually
was
Ron
released.
Disney.
The film was a collection of the first
It's gotta
3
be fake.
featurettes with bonus footage linking them together, and despite it essentially being a re-release of old material, it would be a bright spot for the studio, if that says anything about the state of the company at the time. Catchy songs used in the film, such as Winnie the Pooh and The Wonderful Thing About Tiggers, would go on to become earworms in children and their parents.
The wonderful thing about Tiggers is Tiggers
Tiggers
a wonderful
are
thing.
wonderful.
Their tops are made of rubber. Their
The
bottoms
tails
are
are
made
made
of
of
spring.
spring.
As
We're
the Walt
bouncy,
Disney
bouncy,
Company
bouncy,
entered
bouncy,
the
fun,
80s,
fun, fun, fun,
executives
fun.
were attempting to find new streams
And the
of
most
revenue.
wonderful thing about
Disappointing
Tiggers
films and the
is I'm
expensive
the only
Epcot
one.
Center, the new theme park to open at Walt Disney World Resort, had put the company in an extremely vulnerable position, with the possibility of a takeover looming over everyone's heads. One idea to increase revenue that discussions kept returning to was the idea of a Disney-owned television network. The idea was first brought to the table in 1977 by Walt Disney Productions executive Jim Jimmero. The company had a long history with television. Walt himself utilized the medium to assist in the opening of Disneyland, and had continued his anthology series throughout his life. The rise in premium cable networks seemed lucrative for Disney. They had plenty of material in their library that they could release on their own channel. At first, the idea was shelved in favor of a deal with HBO to show classic Disney films and cartoons, but the idea kept coming back year after year, until the company finally greenlit the project, pouring in $20 million to the development of original content and recruiting CBS executive Alan Wagner to head the channel. The The new premium cable channel would feature a mix of classic works from the Disney library, as well as new original content. Unlike other subscription-based channels at the time, the Disney Channel was wholly devoted to family-friendly content. On April 18, 1983, the Disney Channel went on the air for the first time, running programming from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m. Good Morning Mickey was the very first program to air that morning. The original cartoon was by no means revolutionary. It featured the familiar faces and antics of Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and other classic Disney characters. Other debut fare on the channel included Mousercise, a health, diet, and exercise program aimed at children, Epcot Magazine, a program originating in Epcot Center and showcasing new technology, and Masterpiece Theater, a hosted anthology series spotlighting vintage Disney cartoons. There was even another show featuring a different cast of beloved characters that premiered on April 18th alongside Mickey and the Gang. Unlike Good Morning Mickey, however, this show would be unfortunately and horrifyingly live action.
Welcome to you.
And how do you do?
Everybody's waiting here at Pooh Corner, waiting for you and Winnie the Pooh to have a happy Hooty-Poo time.
Welcome to Pooh Corner was an original half-hour program that starred the recognizable cast of characters from the 100-Acre Wood. It would be the first television show that Disney would create for Pooh Bear and Friends. The episodes would utilize full-body puppetry, with radio-controlled mechanisms articulating mouth movements for many of the characters.
Weird.
At this point in the early 80s, walk-around characters of Winnie the Pooh in Disney parks were still utilizing an awkward design, with Pooh having an enormous head. Welcome to Pooh Corner would introduce the new design of Winnie the Pooh. The body shape was more proportionate, but the crude mechanisms, such as the limited jaw movement and sunken eyes to allow the character to blink, brought about more fright than Big Head Winnie ever conjured. One more notable difference in the design of the show's Winnie the Pooh character was the inclusion of the whites of Winnie's eyes. This added to the uncanniness of the show's lead, as the cartoon Winnie does not have whites around his eyes. The other characters' designs
really
were
like
less
Winnie the
unsettling,
Pooh.
but the full-body costumes
I always
interacting with one another
loved
on
Winnie the
screen,
Pooh.
at least in retrospect, is simply bizarre. While speculative, it would not be a stretch to conclude that the choice to film in live action was done for budgetary reasons for Disney's new channel. While the mere appearance of the show is fascinating, the contents proved to be just as interesting. Each episode of Welcome to Pooh Corner would begin with a 2-minute-long theme song sequence, which featured a variant of the original Winnie the Pooh song written by the Sherman Brothers. The intro begins inside a children's nursery, where each character sits on the shelves as toys. Even Rabbit and Owl, even though canonically those characters are not toys but real animals. One by one, each stuffed animal transitions into a live-action version of himself. The cast of characters included Pooh Bear, Tigger, Piglet, Eeyore, Rabbit, Owl, Kanga, and Roo. Roo was portrayed by a limited puppet, but later transitioned into a full-body costume. The show did not feature the famous voice of Pooh, Sterling Holloway, or the soon-to-be famous voice of Jim Cummings. The bear was instead voiced by Hal Smith, who voiced Owl in the original shorts and the show.
Yes, officious is, that is to say, we're here on business.
Well, that's Pooh's voice.
More odd aspects of Welcome to Pooh Corner was that there was no inclusion
That's not
of
Winnie
Christopher
the Pooh's
Robin,
voice.
but there was a visible narrator. After the theme song concluded, the narrator would appear in the nursery, played by Australian actor Laurie Main. The kind and gentle narrator would give a brief introduction or anecdote pertaining to what was to come in the episode, before sitting down and cracking open a large book titled Welcome to Pooh Corner. The narration transitioned right into the whimsical set of the 100-Acre Wood, and the narrator would continue to make appearances throughout the episode. Welcome to Pooh Corner was filmed on a blue screen instead of on a traditional set, with props for the suited actors to interact with. Each character was also stylized in a slightly different manner than usual. In the original books and the animated films, the character of Pooh Bear was portrayed as slightly dim-witted, but in Pooh Corner, his bear of very little brain demeanor was swapped out for a bit more intelligence.
Oh yes, we'll need banners and float and lots of bright colors and music. Tigger, I can see it now.
Oh my god, I
Eeyore,
hate
while
it.
still a glum and depressed donkey,
I
now also
hate
had a
it
knack
so
for dancing.
much.
Tigger
It's so
embraced a
bad.
passion for art, while Rabbit doubled as a gardener and practicing magician. Throughout the course of each episode, the viewer would follow along with Pooh Bear and friends as they sang and danced and learned lessons with the help of the narrator. The show lasted 28 minutes,
I
since the
don't
premium
like it.
channel did not have commercial
I'm
breaks.
glad I
The
never
main
saw
storyline
this.
usually lasted roughly 20 minutes. It was then followed by a musical number, which would feature one of 10 songs.
You're the only you-hoo-hoo. And I'm
Why
the
is-
only
Why does the
Every
mirror
episode
have
concluded
like
with an arts
a
and crafts
black
segment,
void
where
in
one of the
it?
characters would speak to the audience in conjunction with the narrator. For instance, at the end of the episode Piglet Pride, Rabbit enlists the help of the audience and the narrator to figure out which potted plant is the shortest and which potted plant is the tallest.
I get the tallest plant, whichever one that is.
Yes, which one is the tallest?
As the show was aimed at younger children, Each episode normally revolved around Pooh Bear and his friends learning simple and valuable lessons. Episodes like Piglet Pride involved Piglet and others in the 100-Acre Wood coming to accept themselves just the way they are. However, there were also episodes that took on shallower subject matters, such as in Spaghetti, 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 where Tigger learns how to make spaghetti and force feeds it to his friends.
That's a
until
lot
he
of
can't take
spaghetti.
it anymore. Nothing about this was particularly groundbreaking, but it was wholesome children's entertainment. There were a handful of Welcome to Pooh Corner episodes that were more educational than the standard lot, and these were branded as educational specials.
Never seen the
Pooh's
show,
Great
only the
School Bus
cartoon.
Adventure
Yeah, me
follows
too.
Pooh and his friends as they bring a forgotten school lunch
I only
to
ever saw
Christopher
the
Robin,
Winnie the Pooh
one
cartoon.
of, if not the only time the character is alluded to in the show.
This-
they must ride the school bus
this
to
real
get to
life
him, and on the way,
adaptation
they
with-
teach the
with
audience about the
puppets
do's
is
and don'ts
creepy.
concerning school bus safety and etiquette. This episode was only
And-
13
and the
a half
voice of
minutes
Winnie
long.
the Pooh
The
is
far more
just
notable
terrible.
and infamous educational special, however, clocked in at a whopping 41 minutes long. Titled Too Smart for Strangers and released in 1985, this musical episode is technically considered a spin-off of the television series. Dealing with certainly the most serious and sensitive topic covered on Welcome to Pooh Corner, this episode taught kids all about stranger danger. It came at a relevant time. There was a growing concern over child abductions in the 1980s. Cases of missing children terrified parents across the country, so much so that it prompted the government to pass the Missing Children's Assistance Act in 1984. The funding put forth led to some important research, including how many kids were reported missing, how many ran away from home, and how many returned home. With the safety of the nation's children at stake, it seemed that there was no one better to tackle the hot-button issue of child abduction than Winnie the Pooh. Too Smart for Strangers featured hypothetical scenarios and advice for children in dangerous situations. It even included sequences of kids and adults acting out examples in the real world. The episode begins with Pooh Bear and Piglet questioning what exactly constitutes a stranger, instructing viewers to be suspicious of every stranger they meet. Pooh and Piglet then give a series of helpful tips to the audience, such
No
as
one
saying
can be
no,
trusted.
running away, and telling a parent.
If someone greets you on the street,
Someone you don't know well.
and offers you a ride or treat, say no, run away and tell.
The first half hour of the episode is fairly cut and dry. Examples are given of what to do if approached
I
by a
want a
stranger in a
treat.
vehicle, on the walk home from school, or at the front door when a parent is at home. It's the final 10 minutes of the episode, however, that take a turn. Too Smart for Strangers concludes by touching on one more element of stranger danger: molestation. Pooh Bear delves into the tricky subject of informing Piglet that sometimes dangerous intent can come from someone you know. Using choice language such as private parts, not okay touching, and funny feelings, Pooh delicately launches into a musical number about how to prevent molestation.
If someone gets too near to your private parts, say no loud and clear. That's being smart.
This segment wraps up with a montage of children screaming variations of no to faceless adults. The special is perhaps the greatest culmination of the mind-numbing absurdity of the show, and it is filled with confounding moments that spark the age-old question, how did it come to this?
First, you should avoid unsafe places.
What are they?
Places where
What
there
a
are no
weird
other
topic
people
from
around.
Winnie the Pooh to cover.
There are alleys, construction sites.
Construction
You know,
sites.
Those places where they're building a building or something. Public restrooms.
Public
and parking
restrooms.
lots. Places where you might suddenly find yourself alone with a stranger.
Uh-oh.
Due to the nature of premium
Uh-oh.
cable at the time, Welcome to Pooh Corner
I
was
don't
not
know.
split
If
into
strangers
seasons.
have treats,
Instead,
I
a
might,
three-year
I
production
might-
from
I
1983
might
to
go with them.
1986
I
resulted
do
in
enjoy
120
treats.
episodes being produced for the Disney Channel. 2 more 10-minute educational specials, Think It Through with Winnie the Pooh, Responsible
bad can a
Persons,
person
and
be
One
if
and
they
Only
offer you
would
a
be released
treat?
through the Epcot Educational Media Specials, a brand of
want a
educational
treat.
material made for schools. These specials were released in 1989, 3 years after the show ceased production. Responsible Persons featured a main storyline of children playing with toys in an attic, and cutaways to scenes from the show, so it does not appear to have any new footage. One and Only You is considered lost media, as is nearly half of the show's episodes. There are only a few official VHS releases and direct captures of the show available, despite the show remaining popular for years after its run. The program reran its 30-minute-long episodes
Zillow.
until it was officially taken off the air in 1997, when the channel completed its transition away from a premium service and added commercials. By the turn of the century, Disney Channel reached nearly 70 million cable subscribers, and in a move to rebrand, the channel had even dropped the simply becoming known as Disney Channel. Despite its retrospective creepiness, Welcome to Pooh Corner entertained and educated children for nearly 15 years. The show continued the lovable bear's presence within the Walt Disney Company, a presence that has only grown since Walt Disney's original short film. Welcome to Pooh Corner even received accolades and critical praise during its run, being awarded for achievement in children's television in 1984. While Disney Channel might have moved past its slate of original programming, its audience has not forgotten. And with eyes like that, who could?
Hashtag put Pooh Corner on Disney
You've been
Plus.
watching Defunct TV on the Defunctland channel. If you're looking for a website that's easy to build, easy to use, and easy to find, Squarespace is perfect for you. And once you've built your website, sharing the content is even easier, with built-in social media sharing to websites such as Facebook, Twitter, and more. And now, Squarespace is offering viewers of the Defunctland channel 10% off their first purchase. Just go to squarespace.com/defunctland or click the link in the description to sign up and start building your website today. That's squarespace.com/defunctland to get started.
This copyright thing is out of date? It is. That's why there's that weird Winnie the Pooh horror movie coming out. Just because the copyright is up doesn't mean you need to turn it into a weird horror movie like you did with the Banana Splits. Like, why? Why does anything about Winnie the Pooh make you think this would make a good horror movie? Or the Bananas. Well, the Banana Splits maybe, but not Winnie the Pooh. Why is your first thought when you make a Winnie the Pooh movie, make it a weird horror movie where Winnie the Pooh's like some sort of serial killer? What is wrong with you?
Your own custom website, if you dare.
In the early 1980s, Saturday Night Live alumni Dan Aykroyd was developing ideas for feature comedy films. He had just wrote and starred in the hit film The Blues Brothers with co-star John Belushi, and he was specifically looking for another film for the duo to lead. Aykroyd had grown up in a family of ghost fanatics, and he had watched countless comedy films from the 30s and 40s of people finding, hunting, or otherwise encountering the other side. The once strong genre included films such as The Ghost Breakers, Ghost Chasers, and Hold That Ghost. Aykroyd sought to revive this genre with Belushi, but after Belushi's untimely death in 1982, Aykroyd would ask Bill Murray, who had just starred in the popular comedy Stripes, to join
thank
as
you
his
for the head
co-star.
pats. Thank
Stripes
you.
director Ivan Reitman and writer Harold Ramis would also be recruited for the project. The draft that Aykroyd had wrote was a blockbuster sci-fi comedy entitled Ghost Smashers, clearly
Kiss a
drawing
green link
inspiration
says
from the
what
titles
next?
of the early genre
The
films.
live-action
As the script went
Wonderland
through
show,
rewrites and new
the
drafts,
live-action
the title would
Beauty and the
continue to
Beast
change,
show.
until the team landed on a fitting name, Ghostbusters. Everyone immediately knew that it was perfect, but there was just one problem. The name Ghostbusters was
Let's
already
roll.
taken, an obscure
Let's
sci-fi
roll.
television show
On the
that aired
floor.
almost a decade earlier.
What?
Drakeley and cheered X250.
Big Gillian, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Thank you for the 250 bits. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sleepy. Oh, silence. Oops. I forgot to unpause the video.
Was already sitting on that title. And while that program might not have invented the ghost comedy genre, they were certainly the first to call themselves the Ghostbusters. The year was 1957, and an animator named Lou Scheimer was working at the Larry Harmon Pictures production company. During his time working on television cartoons, notably Bozo the Clown and Popeye, Scheimer befriended fellow animator Hal Sutherland.
Did I make
Sutherland
the video
was a Walt
play
Disney
itself? Do you
animation
have a
veteran,
list for it?
having worked on such hits as Sleeping Beauty, Lady and the Tramp,
No, it's
and Peter
a
Pan.
playlist
Despite
from
Larry Pictures
Defunct
going out of
Land
business in
TV.
1961, Scheimer and Sutherland continued to work together
It's a
on other
playlist
television
on
shows
YouTube.
and commercials, and the two eventually decided to make their own studio. With the help of former radio DJ turned television producer Norm Prescott, Scheimer and Sutherland officially founded Filmation Associates in 1962. The name of the company was a simple mashup of their fields of expertise, film and animation. In 1962, Filmation would start work on their first feature-length film, a Wizard of Oz sequel named Journey Back to Oz. Unfortunately, the ambitious project was outside of the scope of the new studio, which instead pivoted to the lucrative landscape of Saturday morning cartoons. Throughout the 1960s, Filmation would produce Saturday morning programs for many DC Comics properties,
I
such
think
as
we're doing
Aquaman
it
and the New
for
Adventures of
now.
Superman. The success on Saturday morning would continue for decades,
excuse me.
with Filmation creating
I think
such
we're done with
popular
this for
fare as
now
Fat
until
Albert and the Cosby Kids, Star Trek the Animated
until I
Series,
figure out a
He-Man
date.
and the Masters of the Universe, and She-Ra, Princess of Power. By 1975, Filmation had become the king of Saturday morning, producing 3 times more content than the once dominant Hanna-Barbera Productions. The studio had even finished Journey Back to Oz, releasing it in 1972. Sutherland had retired in 1974, leaving Prescott and Scheimer to run the now booming business. That same year, Filmation would release their first live-action children's show, the superhero series Shazam, based on the comic book hero that DC had recently acquired. The next year, the company would add 2 additional live-action shows. The first was The Secret of Isis, the first female-led superhero series. The second was an original sitcom with a fantastic name. The Ghostbusters was a children's comedy series that aired on CBS Saturday mornings at 11:30 a.m. The show's premise was deceptively simple. 3 main characters would hunt down and destroy, or bust, ghosts. When casting for the show, Filmation turned to 2 veteran television stars, Larry Storch and Forrest Tucker. Both Storch and Tucker
How
had
do you
co-starred in the
actually
sitcom
spell
F Troop from
Traverse name?
1965 to 1967, and their screen chemistry was undeniable. When show creator Mark Richards was brainstorming the 3rd member of the Ghostbusters crew, the thought of including a gorilla struck him. The idea came from old Laurel and Hardy and Abbott and Costello shorts. The peak of physical comedy, it seemed, could be easily reached with a man in a gorilla suit. After auditions, Hollywood sci-fi memorabilia collector Bob Burns would eventually earn the role of Tracy the Gorilla. It didn't hurt that he already had his own ape suit on hand. For over a decade, Burns had been playing a gorilla named Koger in everything from the Mickey Mouse Club to McDonald's commercials. Burns was the perfect person to play the Ghostbusters' hairiest member, but he wasn't the first choice. Another actor was hired to play the gorilla, but after his agent demanded a huge sum for his performance, the actor was let go. The production was in a panic with no actor with a gorilla suit for a replacement and 3 days to go before filming. The producers were worried that this would mean the cancellation of the show. Finally, someone brought up Burns, and within 3 hours, he was suited up and auditioning for the role, getting it on the spot. Tucker would play the straight man leader of the group, Jake Kong, his name an homage to King Kong, with the joke being that he was not the group's gorilla. Kong's bumbling slapstick sidekick Eddie Spencer was played by Storch, along with Tracy the Gorilla, both of their names paying homage to Hollywood film legend Spencer Tracy. The 3 characters ran their own ghost-busting service. Each episode would begin with a setup of the supernatural characters to come. Then, the Ghostbusters' iconic theme song would play.
We're the Ghostbusters. I'm Spencer. He's Tracy. I'm Kong. We're the Ghostbusters. We're clever, courageous, and strong.
The theme was sung by Tucker and Storch themselves,
That is not
giving off a very
the
homemade vibe
Ghostbusters
as they
theme.
gleefully belted out their catchphrase, "Let's go, Ghostbusters." Every episode would see
That
a
is
ghost of
not
some
my-
famous
that is not the
historical literary
Ghostbusters
character
theme.
appear to wreak havoc in a haunted castle outside of town. The villains included the Canterville Ghost, Frankenstein's monster, the Big Bad Wolf, a ventriloquist dummy, the Flying Dutchman, a mummy, a witch, a vampire, Jekyll and Hyde, Vikings, Merlin the Magician, and the Abominable Snowman.
Hashtag
After
not
the
my
theme, the show would
Ghostbusters.
find the Ghostbusters in their office, beginning the scene with some sort of classic slapstick gag. The intro scene would typically have some loose relation to the ghost they were about to bust, such as in Dr. Frankenstein when Spencer describes his recent trip to Tracy's doctor.
Well, what did the doctor say?
Well, he said to eat 12 bananas and go sleep in a tree.
Tracy would usually wear a beanie or a silly hat of sorts, so the young viewers would not be scared of him. Kong would then send Spencer and Tracy to pick up their ghost-busting assignment at an antique shop. The ghost they would bust would be revealed to them in the form of a self-destructive voice memo from their anonymous leader, Zero, which would always blow up in Tracy's face, Mission Impossible style.
This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
The ghost-busting assignment would then lead the crew to the haunted castle outside of town to bust some ghosts. The castle set was usually a spooky, cobblestoned interior or a graveyard just outside. A painting of a castle was shown between scenes to function as a contextual transition. The ghosts never appeared distinctly ghastly or ghoulish, rather as solidly flesh and bone as the show's heroes. After hijinks ensued around the castle or its grounds,
This
the
is just the
Ghostbusters would
Three
destroy the
Stooges,
ghosts
but
by zapping them out of
Ghostbusters.
existence. The tool of choice was a prop named the Dematerializer, which looked similar to a flashbulb camera with bicycle handlebars. A neon zap would
Oh
emit from
my
the
god,
Dematerializer,
oh my god,
causing the
those
ghost
effects.
to dematerialize. Job completed, the Ghostbusters would then return to their office, completing any running gags before the credits.
The monkey threw pies in their faces.
15 episodes were filmed over 9 weeks in 1975.
Pissed
This
Green
rapid-fire
Link says
style
if there is
production was
something
similar to the
strange in your
fast-paced
neighborhood,
production of
don't
Filmation's
call
animations.
these clowns.
No matter the ghost of the week, the true stars of the show were undoubtedly the three leads. Storch and Tucker never seemed to phone in any performance, handling the
Oh, your
physical
avatar is so
comedy and
cool.
line
Oh, thank
delivery as
you.
the
Thank
true
you,
comedy pros that they were.
Kryptian. Thank you so much. Hello, how you doing?
I thought Zero said they was horsemen. I've been looking for guys in cowboy hats.
I'm working on a little bit of promo art for a Zillow show we're going to be doing with me and my friends.
Despite this,
And we're
the
just
scene
about
stealer
done
was
with it, I
obviously
think.
destined to be the gorilla, and Bob
I
Burns'
just need to
play
talk to
Tracy
them
with so
about
much silly
what
believability
day
that
we want to
Filmation
do it.
actually received letters from viewers
So I can finish
asking if
this?
he was real and how he had been trained. In the opening credits, Burns was even credited
But
as having
as you can
trained
see up
Tracy
here,
rather than playing
me
him.
and a
The
bunch
show
of my
aired in the
friends
fall
are
of
going to be looking
1975 during the
at
Saturday morning
houses on
time slot on
Zillow
CBS. The program was made for
to
children,
decide
but
which
it
one is
appealed
going
to
to be
the
our
whole
streamer
family with its
house.
timeless
So we're
gags and
gonna.
great
I'm
performances.
collecting a
During
list of like
production,
weird,
the cast and crew believed the show might even
like
make its way
weird
to
or
prime
like
time.
expensive
Tucker and
houses
Storch's
on
F Troop had
Zillow.
also began as a children's show,
And
but
we're
its
going to take a
popularity
look at
proved
them
to reach a
and
broader
crack
audience.
jokes
They believed the same would
and
be true
decide
for the
which one is going to
Ghostbusters.
be our
Tucker
streamer
said,
house.
quote, "Mark my words, they'll have to switch the show to prime time." Things were looking up for the Ghostbusters in the fall of 1975, as the show proved to be a big hit on Saturday morning, becoming the second most watched new Saturday morning show of the season, second to Filmation's ISIS. According to Burns, CBS wanted a second season renewal, but Filmation decided to focus on their number one show instead, canceling the Ghostbusters after just 15 episodes. Scheimer later admitted that this was a mistake, as the secret of ISIS's popularity soon declined, and the Ghostbusters proved to have a strong fan base. CBS ran reruns for another year, but the show would soon disappear into obscurity, certainly forever. Of course, this would not be the case, as the Ghostbusters was given one of the most unique revival opportunities in the history of pop culture. In the mid-1980s, Columbia Pictures was deep into development on Dan Aykroyd's supernatural comedy script, with the crew dead set on naming the film Ghostbusters. Although the film bore no resemblance to the characters or plots of the Filmation show outside of a few coincidental similarities.
Oh, Kryptian, thank you so
Ghostbusters,
much for
nearly a
following.
decade
Welcome
after
to the
its cancellation,
Hounds.
now
Thank you
held
so
all of the
much. I
cards.
appreciate
The
it.
Ghostbusters cast and crew had cycled through every name imaginable: Ghost Smashers, Ghost Breakers, Ghost Stoppers. But when it came time to shoot, the production
It'd be funny to
decided use
recreate the one you
Ghostbusters
choose in
and figure
VR.
out the
I wonder
licensing
if we
later,
could.
despite Universal, who distributed Filmation's Ghostbusters,
That
denying
would
the
be
production
fun.
the use of the name. After a street scene
Or
with
maybe we'll
300
have
extras, all chanting
maybe we'll
Ghostbusters,
have
a name which the
Void
production was
Taffy recreated
explicitly
in The
not allowed to
Sims.
use, a producer told Columbia to give it one more shot.
I was in Jackie's a bit ago.
Incredibly,
She's in a
Columbia was able to
tornado
secure
warning.
the
Oh
rights
no!
to use the title for $500,000
For real,
plus
I love
1%
your
of the
Cerberus
film's
avatar.
profits.
Caught my eye
Due
while
to
browsing the
accounting
VTuber
tactics,
tag. Well,
however,
thank you so
Ghostbusters
much
never
for checking me
technically
out.
made a profit,
Yeah,
despite its huge
if you
success in box
don't
office
know,
gross. The
I'm
popularity
actually a
of the
mod
SNL
in
snack
Jackie's chat.
1984
I'm a
Ghostbusters
Shanala
was immediate
Cerberus,
and intense.
the mod.
The theme song, sung by Ray Parker Jr., was a chart-topping hit, and Ghostbuster merchandise was aggressively marketed and aggressively consumed.
Make it a hangout world
the
even?
Ghostbusters
Yeah,
was
that'd be
Bill
fun.
Enough of
Murray,
this
Dan
cartoon
Aykroyd,
and still
Harold
don't
Ramis, and
understand
Ernie
how a
Hudson,
robot
that it
is a
would have been
ghost in
foolish
this
of Filmation,
universe.
which still had the rights to the Ghostbusters name, to not capitalize on it. The success of the Ghostbusters film would lead to a spin-off cartoon, and Filmation stepped up to the plate to
Oh, see,
create
now
it.
the Ghostbusters
However,
movie
negotiations
and the
fell
Ghostbusters
through, but
cartoon
Columbia
are
continued
very
production on
good.
their spin-off. Filmation, ready to take
I
their slice of
love
the
the
Ghostbusters
Ghostbusters
pie,
movie and the
did
cartoon.
the same, quickly churning out their own Ghostbusters cartoon based on the 1975 sitcom.
This is just Scooby-Doo.
The first episode of Filmation's
They just made
Ghostbusters
Scooby-Doo
would
with a
premiere on
different
September
name
8th, 1986,
and a gorilla.
exactly 1 week before Columbia Pictures Television debuted their animated show, purposefully titled The Real Ghostbusters.
The
Ghostbusters
real
War was back on.
Ghostbusters.
The Real Ghostbusters continued the adventures of Peter Venkman and his Proton
I love
Pack
that
posse.
they named it
Filmation show,
The
however,
Real
would feature the
Ghostbusters
children
out
of
of
the
spite
Ghostbusters
for
main
the
cast, with the sons of
other
Kong and Spencer
cartoon.
leading the group. Tracy the Gorilla would also reappear, as did Kong and Spencer in the show's first episode, to teach their sons the trade of ghostbusting, although their personalities were noticeably different.
If you don't get him with the dematerializer, you can always fall back on the ghost gummer.
The animation was darker than its live-action predecessor and more serious, although it did find time for the occasional burst of slapstick. The Ghostbusters now worked out of the Ghost Command. They were equipped with Ghost Buggy, the talking car,
Jumping jumper cables. Next time, call before you drop in.
and they now had help from friends such as Belfry the Bat and
I
Futura,
don't like
the
it.
Ghostbuster from the future. The series also had a primary antagonist, the nefarious Primeval, who resided with his ghostly henchmen in the Haunt Quarters. Primeval, maybe not so coincidentally, looks suspiciously like He-Man's Skeletor. In true Filmation style, the show was crafted quickly and cheaply, reusing animation whenever possible. Filmation produced an
one of those
astonishing
shows.
65 episodes, releasing them all between September and December of 1986. Filmation even created merchandise, and the show continued in reruns for years. Still, The
Wonder,
Real
do you
Ghostbusters
want
were
to
top
design your
Filmations,
TTS pal
with their
on
show
stream like
lasting
Jack could
7
do?
seasons and producing a total
I
of
do, but I don't know what I
episodes
would
from
make it.
1986 to 1991. Quickly
Also, I
becoming
don't
one
have
of the most
Biku Bot,
popular
so I don't know if I
children's
actually
cartoons
can
of the
make
time.
it.
Filmation's Ghostbusters could not compete with the Real Ghostbusters, and the
Used
existence
to
of the
hate
show was
the
confusing
old
to the
like
children that had
90s
just
art
watched a hit
style.
comedy film
Because like
and
all
had
they
not
kind of
been
find
alive when
charming
the
in a
Ghostbusters sitcom was
grunge
on the air.
kind of way.
Filmation's Ghostbusters continued the company's legacy of
Yeah, it's
quickly
got a
made,
charm
crude
to it.
cartoons. But to many of the kids watching them on Saturday mornings,
I like
this was just
like
part of
old
the charm.
90s
Filmation
cartoons.
will last 3 more years after producing the
I like
Ghostbusters
Scooby-Doo.
cartoon, being sold by its parent company in 1989 and closing its studio.
I
Unlike
like
Filmation's
Scooby-Doo,
show,
I like the Ghostbusters
franchise has
cartoon, I like
cemented
Ninja
itself in the pop
Turtles.
culture lexicon, with
Like all
sequels,
those like
merchandise,
old
and
90s
even another
cartoons.
cartoon on its
X-Men.
resume. And while the majority of people would call the team of 4 Proton Pack wearing comedians when they encounter the supernatural, there are still others that would rather call 2 sitcom veterans and a gorilla.
This spooky episode of Defunct TV is sponsored by Squarespace. It is scary how easy it is to build your
Pissed
website
Green Link
with
says the real
Squarespace.
Ghostbusters.
This
Because
episode
they
of
really
Defunct
catch
TV
ghosts
is
unlike
sponsored
that
by
Filmation
NordVPN.
nonsense.
Booming.
Also
Channels like
Filmation.
PBS, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel cornered the market on programming aimed at children. There were a wide variety of entertainment options.
I
for
just think
kids,
it's funny
and
that
not just on
they-
Saturday mornings.
They had
Every day of the
their
week,
they had the
preschool-aged
cartoon
children
called
could tune into their favorite
Ghostbusters,
shows.
and
Most
then
programming
the
followed a familiar
'70s show
templated
made their
approach.
cartoon called the
Segments featuring counting,
Ghostbusters,
learning,
and then they
reciting the
renamed
alphabet,
their
and
cartoon
identifying
the
colors and
Real
shapes were often built into
Ghostbusters.
every episode to aid
That's
child
very
development.
funny to me.
Educational content was king, and the majority of children's television followed that approach. However, there were a few programs that decided to venture off the beaten path. One of these would emphasize the power of family, community, culture, and song. This show would follow a path that would lead directly to a tropical island, full of bright, sunny weather.
No, I love Gullah Gullah Island. At least I think I did. I think I watched a lot of Gullah Gullah Island. I might be mistaking it for a different show, but I definitely remember watching it.
Ron Days was born in 1960 on St. Helena Island, one of the many sea islands dotting the coast of South Carolina. These islands were largely populated with descendants of West African slaves. These people developed a distinct and rich culture, identifying themselves as Gullah Geechee. The culture included a distinct Creole language, as well as traditions and songs stemming from West African roots. Growing up, it was a culture
I
that
like
Ron
it more
Days
without
actively
the-
wanted to escape. It was common for many
without the
children growing
Javert
up on
there,
the island
without
to
the
be taught
I'm
that in order to
Javert.
succeed, they would need to
I like
hide
it more with
aspects
just
of their
him
Gullah
standing in
Geechee
the
upbringing.
window.
For Ron, that meant changing his distinct and melodic way of speaking. Gullah Geechee had developed a language that Ron, at the time, considered to be
Well, we're
riddled
done
with
with
broken
this for
English.
now until
Unique words
I
and phrases that Sea
figure
Islanders
out the
used were not
date.
easily understood by the rest of society. When Ron attended Hampton University in Virginia, he hoped to avoid the stereotypes that often plagued his people.
Oh, I'll need to
fearing
get,
that his dialect would
I'll need to
betray
get
him and label him
everyone's,
as uneducated. He tried to hide his origins, but Ron soon learned that
logo,
he was
too.
unmistakably Gullah Geechee.
So I can put their
It set him
logos
apart
on
from the
here?
crowd and made him stand out in a way that he would come to realize was important to who he was. Natalie Eldridge was born in 1961 in Rochester, New York. When she was in her early 20s, she took a bus down to
What
South
now?
Carolina to
We've
visit her
been going
extended
for like
family
two
and help
and a
care for
half-ish
her ailing
hours, 2
grandmother.
hours, 20
Although
minutes.
having never visited before, Natalie
What if
instantly felt
we...
connected to the coastal
Should I work
region.
on
While
another
attending a
piece
local
of
church
art?
service, she met one of the members of the choir,
Should I work on
Ron
more art,
Days.
or should
Their
I switch
connection was
to a
immediate.
game?
Both had a penchant for singing and performing, and their friendship quickly blossomed into a romance. Around this time, Ron was just beginning to dive headfirst into embracing his heritage. For him, Gullah Geechee culture was no longer
What else do
something
I
to be
have to
embarrassed
work
about.
on?
Instead, it was an important aspect of American history that needed to be celebrated and remembered. He was even working on his first novel, to be titled Reminiscences of Sea Island Heritage, Legacy of Freedmen on St. Helena Island. Ron was on a mission to
happens if I
document and
minimize
preserve
that?
the
Okay, you can
history of
still
his
see
island
it.
culture and people, and his new partner Natalie was fully on board to help spread
Oh,
the
what
word.
else could I
The
work
couple soon
on?
married in 1985. From early on in their relationship, both Ron and Natalie found that they harmonized well together. The pair formed a duo that specialized in songs and storytelling rooted in Gullah Geechee tradition. Although Natalie was not connected to the culture in the same way that Ron was, she quickly became educated in it. The Dazes started out by telling stories and singing songs for their families and friends, but it wasn't long until the duo began performing for larger audiences. When Ron decided to adapt his recently published book into a live show that he and Natalie could perform, the couple quit their jobs and took their act on the road. The program was called Sea Island Montage. Their focus was on spreading Gullah Geechee awareness and preservation primarily through song and storytelling. Performing across the U.S., both Ron and Natalie were recognized for their talents and their cultural awareness mission. They were natural-born storytellers, and people seemed eager to learn more about the Gullah Geechee. In 1989, the Days came across a novelist named Gloria Naylor. Naylor had written a book about the Gullah Geechee people and their community, and she was in the midst of adapting it into a screenplay. After Natalie Days connected with her, she was invited to a dinner date with the novelist and her television producer friend, Maria Perez. At the time, Perez had been working with Nickelodeon, attempting to pitch a children's show set on a magical island. When she learned about the Dazes and their performances, she suggested that the duo pitch a show of their own to the network. Natalie initially brushed it off as nothing more than a compliment, but Perez believed that the duo could fill a gap in the expanding landscape of children's media. Less than a year after their initial meeting, the Days were visited at their home in Beaufort, South Carolina,
Hard to tell
by
what
Maria
the
Perez and a
outlines
few
are
of her
on this.
television colleagues. These producers had caught wind of the unique storytelling the Days were known for, and they spent a day filming the couple and their younger daughter, Sarah. They passed the footage on to Nickelodeon,
We'll start
and
with
after
just the
seeing it,
basic
the network
outline and
quickly
then
called
we'll
them
add
in for an official
details
meeting.
to make
Only
it
5
me
weeks after giving
later.
birth to their second child, Simeon, the Days found themselves in a boardroom in New York City to discuss the possibility of a children's television show with Nickelodeon. Maria Perez had initially been drawn to the setting of a magical island, and now she was convinced that Ron and Natalie should be the stars of the show. The Days were already established as a powerful singing, songwriting, and storytelling duo. Like the couple's other stage performances, this Nickelodeon show would be rooted in Gullah culture. They now had the opportunity to take their passion for their culture and share it on an even bigger scale. It didn't take much persuasion for Nickelodeon to greenlight production on Gullah Gullah Island. Both Ron and Natalie were attached to star and serve as creative consultants on the program, which went into production almost immediately. Gullah Gullah Island took place on a fictional island.
Maybe
although
I
the
should
real
wait
Gullah
to work
culture
on
served
this
as the
until I
backbone.
hook up my tablet. Play together in the bright sunny weather. Let's all go to Gullah Gullah Island. Gullah Island.
Ron and Natalie Days portrayed
I
Ron and
loved
Natalie
this
Elfman,
show.
and
I
their
loved
TV
Gullah
family
Gullah
consisted
Island.
of child actors Vanessa Baden and James Edward Coleman II. James would play Ron and Natalie's son, and Vanessa would play their niece. Other cast members included the Days' own children, Simeon and Sarah. Most of the actors kept their first names for their characters. Adding fantasy to the show was the Alston family's yellow and orange speckled pollywog friend, Binya Binya, portrayed in costume by actor Philip D. Garcia. Binya is the Gullah word for an island native, meaning been here a long time. Together, they lived on the fictional Gullah Gullah Island in a colorful house. With a large audience of children soon to be watching their show, the Days were intent on portraying their culture in an authentic and positive light.
Well, I dress my dolls like people from Africa.
It's pretty cool the way the head wrap matches the clothes.
Well, a lot of people from Africa wrap their heads in the same fabric they use to make their clothing. The head wrap is called a gele.
Gullah Gullah Island premiered on Nickelodeon on October 24th, 1994. The 22-minute episodes taught valuable life lessons, with each episode focusing on one story. Topics range from how to take care of plants and animals to how to deal with complex emotions like jealousy. It was common for the characters to sing a song about the episode's theme.
That's the way it is, you see, with friends and family.
The characters would also constantly break the fourth wall to talk with the viewer. Ron's role was subversive as a gentle father that explores emotions with his children, in addition to completing household chores like cooking and cleaning. The program was a celebration of family, friends, and culture. Gullah Gullah Island's interiors were filmed at Universal Studios in Orlando, but the exterior locations were often shot in the day's hometown of Beaufort, South Carolina, and Fripp Island just off the coast. One episode even took viewers to the historic city market in downtown Charleston. Head writer Frocaswell Hyman recalled adhering to a fast production schedule, simultaneously shooting 2 episodes per week. Despite the breakneck pace at which the show came together, Hyman has said that the atmosphere amongst the cast and crew was easy and fluid. Everyone seemed to be on the same page with the kind of show they were making. Ron and Natalie knew exactly the kinds of positive messages they wanted to send to their audience, and their genuine and lovable personas resonated with millions of preschoolers across the country.
Yeah, this was a
Combining these
good
elements
show.
with the exposure of Gullah Geechee culture, Gullah Gullah Island was a show with a winning formula. The first season of 17 episodes aired throughout the fall of 1994. The show performed well enough to be renewed for a second season. The program had been received positively, although there was one critique. The first season portrayed a picture-perfect family and lifestyle. So perfect, in fact, that the show received criticism for how unrealistic the flawlessness of Ron and Natalie as parents was. This was slightly modified in the following seasons, as the creators agreed that it was important to show youngsters that their parents could make mistakes too.
I'm sorry I yelled, but I'm glad you all realize we have to take care of Mom today, the same way she takes care of us when we don't feel well.
The second season of 23 episodes would begin
Yeah.
airing in the fall of 1995. This season would see the intro change from real footage on the island to a more animated blue screen intro. A third season of 12 episodes was picked up to air in 1996. This season introduced a new family friend, Chansum the Pelican, performed
The
by Muppet builder
Pelican!
Jim Krupa.
Hi, Chansum.
Ahoy, Mr. Ron!
The character became a regular throughout the season. In late 1996, Binya Binya's puppeteer, Philip Garcia, was killed in a car crash.
Oh,
The role of
no.
Binya Binya would be given to Justin Campbell. A fourth season of 18 episodes would premiere in 1997, bringing the total episode count to 70. This season, Chansum the Pelican was removed from the regular cast and appeared rarely. Also in 1997, a spin-off of Gullah Gullah Island entitled Binya Binya and starring Ron, Natalie, and the popular Pollywog was produced. The show featured more puppet friends, and
Why
only
though?
5 episodes were finished. These only aired once, and the show is considered lost media, with only 2 out of the 5 episodes being found. The fourth season of Gullah Gullah Island would be the show's last. The final episode would air on January 9th, 1998. After
I
production
think
had
they
ended,
said
Ron,
the
Natalie,
actor
and
who
Binya
was
Binya
in
would hit the road on an
the
incredible
Pollywog suit
34-stop Gullah Gullah
died in
Island
a
live
car
tour,
crash.
while the Gullah Gullah Island TV show continued in reruns. Gullah Gullah Island merchandise was hugely popular during this time, with CDs and cassette tapes of the show's infectious songs and books that continued the Alston family's adventures on the island. Reruns of the show would continue to air throughout the 2000s. All of the episodes are still available for viewing through Noggin's subscription service. With 4 seasons and 70 episodes, Gullah Gullah Island's cultural impact was strong. During its initial run on Nickelodeon, it accumulated numerous awards and critical recognition, and it was among the highest-rated preschool programs on air during the time. In 1995, it won a Parents' Choice Award. It was also nominated for 4 NAACP awards, as well as a Daytime Emmy Award in 1997. After the show ended, Ron Days felt pigeonholed into doing children's entertainment, and had difficulty finding work immediately after. While the Days were exceptional singers and storytellers, their market was never specifically children. Their goal had always been first and foremost to educate about Gullah Geechee culture, a mission they still work on today, and the work they did on Gullah Gullah Island is still paying off. Even now, the couple is regularly thanked by young adults who had grown up watching the show, which taught them life lessons and educated them on a culture different than their own. More than just learning about Gullah Geechee culture specifically, the show provided a template in the minds of a
it's too
generation
bad.
for understanding and appreciating cultural differences in a deeper way than most other children's entertainment had. Gullah Geechee culture was a part of Ron that he initially believed that he would have to hide, but along with Natalie, he soon found that it was something beautiful worth preserving and celebrating. And with
Yeah.
Gullah Gullah Island, millions of children and their parents learned how to celebrate it with them. This episode of Defunct TV is sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN allows you to connect to servers from over 60 countries, allowing you to access content that might be blocked by your region. Some of you might have seen in the news that Nord recently experienced a security breach, and despite no user information being exposed, NordVPN has taken steps to increase their security even more, including moving to 100% owned servers. And now you can go to... Up next on Defunctland is Defunct TV. Defunct TV enhances viewers' understanding of children's media production, pop culture history, and the ease of building a website with Squarespace, along with discounts of 10% at squarespace.com/defunctland. In the late 1990s, Sesame Street writer Josh Selig was sitting in on training for Muppet performers. Selig had been with the show for over a decade.
Wearing
He was
this
admittedly
emote is
growing
going to be
restless of
similar to
show's
the B
repetitive
one.
nature.
This
Selig was
is going to
considering pitching his own
be
children's show, which would require him to create
I
a new
could make it
company.
an animated
The
Pizza
practice
remote.
Green
sessions that
Link
he was
says, I
doing were
wonder
for an
how
Arabic
many
adaptation
people
of
remember
Sesame Street.
Kablam.
These sessions would often
Kablam?
utilize various activities designed to build strength and practice techniques for the new
Yeah,
puppeteers.
I remember
One of these
Kablam. It was
activities
the
caught
show.
Selig's attention. To practice
I don't
eye-line
remember
focus and mouth
the
movements,
animated
puppeteers
hosts'
were given two
names,
ping
but it
pong
had
balls with
Action League
pupils attached to an
Now,
elastic strap.
and
They were then asked to attach the strap to their fingers, form a mouth with their thumb,
that's the
and recite
only
the alphabet.
show I
What the hopeful
remember from
puppeteer saw as a
Kablam.
simple training exercise, Selig saw as an endearing
The only
and
thing I remember
fascinating
about
performance
Kablam is it
one that
had
contained a
two
lot of
animated
untapped
hosts,
potential.
and they had Action League Now. But yeah, this is gonna be. I'm gonna make a little video with this one.
In 1998,
Hang
Nickelodeon,
on,
the
let me
Viacom-owned children's
finish
television
this line
channel,
and then
and the
I'll
Children's Television
I'll
Workshop,
bring it
the
up.
studio best known for creating Sesame Street, joined forces to create a new basic cable channel to be named Noggin. Noggin was advertised as the first all-educational channel, and it would begin its run by rebroadcasting some of CTW and Nickelodeon's educational shows before introducing its own original content. Noggin quickly went on a search for original programming, and luckily, Selig was on a search for a distributor. After a management
I'm gonna remake this. Yeah, I'm remaking this, but as me. But I could also make it an animated emote after that. I actually need to grab this audio too later.
Up next on Defunctland is Defunct TV. Defunct TV enhances viewers' understanding of children's media production, pop culture history, and the ease of building a website with Squarespace, along with discounts of 10% at squarespace.com/defunctland. In the late 1990s, Sesame Street writer Josh Selig was sitting in on training for Muppet performers. Selig had been with the show for over a decade, and he was admittedly growing restless of the show's repetitive nature. Selig was considering pitching his own children's show, which would require him to create a new company. The practice sessions that he was viewing were for an Arabic adaptation of Sesame Street. These sessions would often utilize various activities designed to build strength and practice techniques for the new puppeteers. One of these activities caught Selig's attention. To practice eye-line focus and mouth movements, puppeteers were given two ping pong balls with pupils attached to an elastic strap. They were then asked to attach the strap to their fingers, form a mouth with their thumb, and recite the alphabet. What the hopeful puppeteer saw as a simple training exercise, Selig saw as an endearing and fascinating performance style, one that contained a lot of untapped potential. In 1998, Nickelodeon, the Viacom-owned children's television channel, and the Children's Television Workshop, the studio best known for creating Sesame Street, joined forces to create a new basic cable channel to be named Noggin. Noggin was advertised as the first all-educational channel, and it would begin its run by rebroadcasting some of CTW and Nickelodeon's educational shows before introducing its own original content. Noggin quickly went on a search for original programming, and luckily, Selig was on a search for a distributor. After a management change at the Children's Television Workshop in 1999, Selig was let go from his position at the show. This gave him the push that he needed to develop his own series for the preschool market. Selig created his own studio, Little Airplane Productions, with just $5,000. He and his only other staff member, Lori Sherman, then tried to break into the children's television industry. Luckily, he was given the opportunity to pitch a show to Noggin. Inspired by the barehanded puppetry he had witnessed during the puppeteer training session, Selig pitched an idea named Peepo, a simple show utilizing barehanded puppetry. While Selig had recently developed his fascination for the style, barehanded puppetry was not a new concept. The Spanish ventriloquist Wenceslao Moreno, popularly known as Señor Wences, utilized the style for his characters, and the technique was used in experimental shorts as well. Nickelodeon had even aired content in a similar style. In 1993, puppeteer Tim Lagasse had created and directed a series of shorts for the channel called A Show of Hands,
That's
an
creepy.
avant-garde puppet show with sentient bare hands playing out skits and forming images. Still, the style had not been used regularly or on a large scale. Noggin greenlit Selig's Peepo, and the channel
I don't
ordered
like
the
that.
show as a series of 2-minute
That's creepy.
interstitials to
I
play
don't
between
like it.
programs. Little Airplane would produce Peepo, and Selig began recruiting the cast and crew. One puppeteer was an obvious choice, Tim Lagasse, who had established experience with barehanded puppetry.
If I remember
Selig also
correctly, I
reached
think
out to his
Noggin
former
had Nick
coworkers at the
Arcade.
Children's Television Workshop and Sesame Street,
I don't
including
know.
puppeteer Martin P. Robinson, who would design many of the puppet's simple accessories with Lagasse. Sesame Street
Very
director
Labyrinth
Lisa Simon
Hand
would also serve
Tunnel-like?
as supervising producer.
Labyrinth Hand
There was
Tunnel?
one setback in the show's
I don't
development.
remember that.
Peepo was already the name of an Italian brand of jeans, so Selig had to come up with a new title for his shorts. The new name of the show and the name of the program's main character would be Ubi, a name chosen for its double O, which was meant to resemble the eyes of the show's characters. Selig would credit his inability to use Peepo as a blessing.
And
Ubi
the
would be
lady
given
is
to
falling?
Lagasse, and 3 additional main cast
Oh,
members,
yeah.
Stephanie D'Abruzzo, Noel
Yeah.
McNeil, and Tyler Bunch, would be recruited to
Gives me
play
the
Ubi's friends and
creeps.
family. While Lagasse, D'Abruzzo, McNeil, and Bunch had all performed on Sesame Street, common with puppeteering, the four had crossed paths in many of their other work as well. Noel McNeil was the star of Bear in the Big Blue House, on which Bunch was a member of the main cast and Lagasse had ensemble puppeteered. Lagasse and D'Abruzzo
That's
had
all,
both
I
worked
think
on
that's
The
like
Loveliest World of
also
Dr. Seuss,
like
and Lagasse
part
and
of the
Bunch had
reason
performed together on
the
Between the Lions.
the
These are
hand
just a few of the
spiders in
many
Elden
times the
Ring
four had
freak
worked
me out
together,
so much.
And needless to say, the performers had great chemistry.
It's like hands moving unnaturally like that are weird.
Like you. He's got a lot to see, he's got a lot to do, and he's always with you.
Yeah, that's creepy. I don't like
Noggin
that at
would
all.
launch on February 2nd,
I do not like that at
1999,
all.
And Ubi would premiere in 2000, not only on Noggin, but also on Nickelodeon's children's programming block, Nick Jr. Noggin would show
They're called
1 2-minute
helping
shorts
hands in the
before each of
movie?
its half-hour programs, and 48 shorts were
There's
produced in
nothing
total.
helping about
These shorts
those.
followed the adventures of Ubi, a 4-year-old boy with brown eyes. Ubi was kind, generous, and curious. Uma, performed by D'Abruzzo, was Ubi's energetic younger sister. The 3-year-old Uma was discovering the world one step behind Ubi, so she was more prone to misunderstanding concepts and feelings. She would develop 2 catchphrases, pretty and nice.
Oh, nice.
Keiko, performed by McNeil, was Ubi's best friend. Keiko would develop the catchphrase, perfecto. He was also confident and smart.
Perfecto.
Finally, Grandpoo, performed by Bunch, was Ubi and Uma's grandpa. Grandpoo was Ubi and Uma's main caretaker, and he was most often seen teaching them. Grandpoo was the only main character that held his face in a closed fist. This implied that when Ubi's species aged, their fingers began to slowly curl inward. Grandpoo would develop the catchphrase, lovely.
Kids. Lovely.
The puppeteers took extensive care of their arms during
Creepy.
production, as they were the main subjects of the show. This included
I don't
manicures
like
for their
it.
fingernails and shaving their arm hair, the latter of which was only done for the younger characters, such
Oh,
as Ubi,
what?
while
No.
Bunch kept his hairy arms for the older grandpa.
Ah,
At its
you
core,
know.
the Ubi shorts were about discovery and exploring simple concepts. It catered most to preschool
I
and even
hate it.
pre-preschool children. More than any other show, Ubi was about simplicity, evident by the vocabulary used by the main characters.
I hate it
Each
so
short
much.
would feature as few
Ah.
words as possible, with many words being repeated.
Napkins. Teapot. Teapot?
No teapot.
No teapot?
This unique dialogue, combined with the show's barehanded puppetry, resulted in a one-of-a-kind rudimentary education show, allowing children to easily learn concepts as simple as bubbles and birds.
It's so creepy.
Bird sing.
You knew a streamer that used
The
a
title of
hand
each
with
short would
googly eyes
typically be 1
character.
to 2
Oh,
words, followed
that's
by an
creative.
exclamation point, with the words referencing the episode's simple story. Examples include feelings and bongo drums. In line with Noggin's mission, online games and activities were created for the show and advertised with the shorts. Another interesting point about the show's style is that the hand characters were not only characters, but they were also hands that would point,
I think I've
wave,
seen that
grab,
too.
and
I don't
more.
remember who
The
it
Ubi
was.
shorts were a major success for
Have you
Noggin
seen
and Nick
Gumball?
Jr.
There's one
The show was
character
praised by
that uses
audiences
a
and
chin
critics
that Googly
alike,
has as well.
and the shorts were
Yeah,
given
I
the
don't like
Parents'
that
Choice
either.
Gold Award. The shorts were so successful
Gumball
that
has
Noggin
its
and
moments where
Nickelodeon
it's
wanted
really good,
not just more
but it
episodes,
also has its
but
moments where
longer
it's not
ones.
so
The
good.
cast and crew were hired to create a full season
And
of
I
Ubi,
don't
which they
like
would
when
film in January
I
and
don't like that
February of
style
2003.
of
In March,
like
it was announced that Ubi would become a full half-hour
I don't like that
series,
style of
with a
character
first
where it's
season
an
of
upside
13
down chin
episodes to debut on Noggin.
with
This
googly
meant that
eyes
Ubi
and
would
hair
need
and
to
stuff.
extend its basic
I don't
2-minute
like it.
shorts into 22-minute
It's also
episodes.
kind of
In order to do
creepy,
this without
in my
sacrificing
opinion.
the show's trademark simplicity, each episode would be split into 2 11-minute parts, resulting in 26 segments for the season. Each part would have a contained premise similar to the shorts. In the first season, this included Dance Class, Build Fort, and Asparagus. These premises were then broken into 3: the story, Real Kids, and the game. The story would take up the majority of the episode, and was essentially an extended version of the shorts. The Real Kids segments featured either interviews from children or the characters interacting with kids.
Carrots good?
Yeah,
Really?
really.
Carrots good.
Finally, the game segment would feature the characters playing a game with the audience. For example, in Uma Swing, Ubi, Uma, and Keiko see the number 4, and Ubi has Grandpoo, Uma, and Keiko all form their head fingers into numbers. Ubi then asks the audience to choose which hand person is holding up 4. As with many of the call and response aspects of the show, children's voices were added to answer the characters, rather than just a moment of silence.
Keiko? 4?
Uma's holding up 4 fingers.
Uma?
Pissed Greenling says wait.
Apart from
the
the
hands are
format, the show's
characters
budget
and
was
hands.
increased, and Keiko
That's
and
it,
Uma
I
were
call
given a
him
red
Sherlock.
beanie and purple pinky flowers respectively,
Okay.
to better distinguish
Sherlock
themselves
said
from Ubi.
no shit.
The first episode of Season 1 aired on April 7th, 2003. The first section was titled Camp Out, and saw the cast going camping.
The hands
in
are
Ubi's backyard.
characters and
This episode
hands?
featured a new character, Kitty. There would be other hand animal characters, such as a hand bird, despite the existence of real birds being confirmed.
Don't
There
have
were
it
other
saved
fun
anymore,
details
but
and photos and
made
in
him
the
a
sets,
PNG
such as a hand garden gnome.
googly hand
The
with
second part of
Lady
episode 1 would be
Rescue's
Uma
hat.
Swing, which was about
And he
Uma
wanted
learning
to
be
stream
safe
Mario
while on the
Village.
swing. Episodes of Ubi
Did they-
continued
do
to
they
air
not
throughout
stream anymore?
2003 and 2004.
Or
In the
did they
second
not
part
do
of episode
the
7,
did they
titled
not do the
Piano
hand
Lesson,
thing
the
anymore?
character of Inca was introduced. Inca was Ubi's piano teacher obsessed with France, performed by D'Abruzzo. Like Grandpoo, she speaks with a closed fist to signify her age.
Listen. Now, Ubi try.
Inca would become one of the most regular side characters on the show, and she would even develop
You have
a
to
romantic
draw
relationship
extra
with
2
Grandpoo.
heads? I don't have to, but I want to. What I can do is just whenever I finish the middle head, minus
The
the
second part of
horns
season 1, episode
and
2,
the
entitled New
rings,
Friend,
I can
saw
just
Ubi
copy
making a
paste
new
it
friend,
and
Frida
then
the
like
Foot,
change its
performed
angle
by
a little
Eureka's
bit.
castle puppeteer Cheryl Blaylock. Blaylock learned to lip sync with her toes by cheating her big toe toward the camera and moving it up and down, using her long toe as the character's upper lip.
Frida Ubi catch.
A new set was made for the episode, with a ramp allowing Blaylock to perform alongside Ubi. In the episode, Ubi and Frida's differences frustrate Ubi, until Grandpoo instills in him some age-old wisdom.
Why did they have
Peanut
the
butter.
feet character?
Jelly.
This show went from creepy to like ultra creepy and kind of fetishy,
Ubi would continue
and
to
I
be a
hate
hit
it.
among critics and audiences, and the show would quickly grow an adult fan base as well, both
Oh,
authentic
no.
and ironic. The show would also be a hit overseas, likely due to its simple language, which made for easy dubbing. The premiere of Ubi's first season
Oh,
also came at the
no.
perfect time for Noggin, which was still trying to find its footing as a channel. In 2002,
Why
the Jim
would
Henson
they
Company,
have a
which had a
foot
smaller stake in the channel from its
character?
inception, sold its share,
Why
and a new
would they
preteen
put a
programming
foot
block,
character
The
in
End,
the
would take over
show?
the channel's schedule later in the day. As for Noggin's educational content, the channel went all in on its preschool
That's
programming,
awful.
even changing their slogan to "It's like preschool on TV."
Oh,
the
that-
channel
oh,
began
no.
treating its
That's
shows
super
as part of a
creepy, too.
curriculum, and Ubi fit right in with this mandate.
Ubi enhances preschoolers' early literacy and math skills.
Given its positive response and its closeness to the channel's new mission, it is no surprise that Ubi was renewed for a second season on Noggin. The season would also
I
consist
wish
of
it
13 episodes for a
wasn't,
total of 13
because they
episodes of 26 new
introduced a foot.
segments. The show's format was changed for the second season, with the game segment being removed and the real kids segment being placed throughout the episode. The first episode of Season 2 would premiere on September 6, 2004. In the first part of Season 2, Episode 5, a new character named Angus was introduced. Performed by Sesame Street puppeteer Matt Vogel. Angus is nerdy and tense, expressing nervousness in many
Why are
situations,
its eyes on
but
the
also showing his
inside of the
ability
mouth?
to persevere. His nervous nature is in direct juxtaposition to the relaxed Ubi, and Angus is displayed as Ubi's antithesis in more ways than one.
Why are
as
the
Angus's
eyes
are placed below his head fingers.
in the mouth?
Ubi, nervous? Ubi, nerves, steel.
Also in the episode, Ubi's neighbor and Grandpoo's friend, Mrs. Johnson, was introduced, performed by Between the Lines puppeteer Jennifer Barnhart. Season 2, Episode 8, Part 1 was perhaps the most ambitious episode of the entire
What the fuck
series.
do you mean
The
this has
episode
an
was
adult
entitled
fan base?
It saw a large
Because
cast
they-
of characters with
because
Angus,
of the
Mrs.
foot.
Johnson, and Inca returning, and Mamu,
Because of the
Keiko's
foot
mom,
character.
appearing live for the first time. Most impressive, the episode featured Ubi, Uma, Keiko, and Angus putting on a musical, which required them to sing songs without breaking the show's established dialect.
Woodsman ho, wolf must go.
Incredibly, the team was able to pull it off,
Now
and the episode
seems
will become a
Scrimble
favorite among the
Shanks.
cast and crew. The final segment of Season 2 to be filmed would be Superheroes. It would see the return of Mrs. Johnson and Kitty. Kitty is stuck in a tree, and Ubi, Uma, and Keiko help get the cat down. The episode ends with all 4 cast members waving goodbye to the audience.
Ubi, you, friends. Bye.
Bye-bye, Ubi. Bye. Bye, Ubi.
While being the last episode of the season to be produced,
I
it
do
would not be
not
the
approve
last
of
to air.
this show.
This would be the Shay, Ubi, and Valentine episode, which would air on February 11th, 2005. Not only would this be the second season's final episode to air, but this would be the final episode of the series to be released. Reruns
Oh,
would continue to
thank
run
God.
on Nick Jr. until 2013, and Noggin would continue to air the series and eventually make it available on their streaming service. The show was so successful for Selig and Little Airplane Productions that the profits, which certainly had a high margin given the show's style, were enough to create a new animation division. After Ubi had finished production on its first season, Selig began development on 2 new animated shorts called Linny the Guinea Pig. Like Ubi, the approach toward the animation in the shorts was simple yet effective. The animations would air on Nick Jr. in 2004. And the success of the shorts, as with Ubi, would lead to the development of a full series, titled The Wonder Pets, which would also be a huge success for Little Airplane. 7 years after the final episode of Ubi aired, an Iranian adaptation of the show was created, titled Das Dasi. 78 8-minute episodes were produced and played in Iran and sold to other Asian markets. Unlike Ubi, Das Dasi consisted of 5 main characters, a boy and a girl, and their parents and grandfather. Design differences included more elaborate clothing for the characters, as well as larger pupils. A second season was announced and had begun development, but was never aired in Iran. Ubi was a hit, both for the growing Noggin and Selig's Little Airplane Productions. It grew an active fan base of young children, as well as adults and fans of puppetry, a fandom that is still alive and well today. More than anything, Ubi was a show that proved the power of simplicity. Ubi didn't work in spite of the barehanded puppetry and bare-bones production, it worked because of it. The style of performing was as effective as it was attention-grabbing, as fun as it was weird. A premise that could have played as gimmicky or too bizarre instead played as intimate and endearing, thanks to the brilliant work of the cast and crew. Ubi is proof that execution is everything, and it showed that, especially when making content for children, when your heart is in the right place, it shows. Ubi is also proof that you don't need a huge budget to make something
I know what TTS
perfecto.
character you gotta make now. Hands with googly eyes? No.
It's time for a Defunct TV
Absolutely
pop
not.
quiz. Which one of these 3 features does Squarespace have? Social sharing buttons, video blogging tools, or online appointment scheduling? It's a trick question. Squarespace has all 3. And now you can get 10% off your first purchase with Squarespace at squarespace.com/defunctland, or click the link in the description to sign up and start building your online presence. That's squarespace.com/defunctland to get started today.
Thank goodness that episode is over.
You're watching Defunct TV. This episode is sponsored by Topps Disney Collect. a digital card trading game for iOS and Android. Topps Disney Collect lets you collect and trade Disney character cards with beautiful and unique designs, all from the
That
comfort
show
of your couch.
was
Download the
way
free
too
app on
creepy.
iOS or Android today. And make sure to check out the Dumbo Heritage Set, featuring rare high-quality comics and art pieces with your favorite flying elephant. But now back to Defunct TV on the Defunctland channel. On April 18,
What a round boy!
1983,
Yes,
the Walt
I
Disney
am.
Company
I
debuted
am
its new
redrawing this
television
meme
venture, the
as
Disney
me.
Channel. The new premium children's channel featured a lineup of original programming
Welcome
from day
in,
one, and one of the most
Sendo
popular
Seal
shows to
Pups.
debut was
How
Welcome to
you
Pooh
doing?
Corner. The series took audiences back to the 100-Acre Wood, with Pooh Bear and Friends being performed by full-body puppeteers. The show was not only popular, but its style was simple to produce,
Wait, didn't we watch
especially in
this already?
comparison to hand-drawn animation. The format was so lucrative that a spin-off of sorts would be created a mere 2 years after Pooh Corner's debut. But instead of
Oh,
focusing
it's
on
a
the bear and very
spin-off
little
of
brain,
Winnie the Pooh.
this show would highlight an elephant with ears big enough to fly.
A Dumbo live-action show. It can't be any more cursed than the Winnie the Pooh, eh?
Dumbo the Flying Elephant, with his oversized ears and bubbly hiccups, is one of Disney's most recognizable characters. The cartoon elephant made his silver screen debut in Walt Disney's 1941 film, Dumbo, based on a story by Helen Aberson Mayer. The film is an uplifting tale of a circus elephant triumphing over adversity and
nothing can
ridicule
be
for
as
the way that
cursed
he
as that
looks. When he
hand
discovers
show.
that his ears give him the ability to fly, what was once a source of embarrassment becomes a source of pride. The exact opposite can be said for the film itself, as it is now one of the few Disney films that the company presents with a disclaimer for its propagation of racial stereotypes. Dumbo is also unique in that it is one of the shortest Disney animated features at just over 60 minutes, and despite its happy ending, it is one of the most heavy and at times bizarre Disney films ever created. However, none of this could stop
they
the
got
elephant from
drunk
soaring,
and
Dumbo
started
would become an
saying
icon, making his way into Disney's
heffalumps and
theme parks and
woozles.
merchandising galore. Even in Disney's post-film property capitalization, Dumbo is somewhat unusual, in that the film's titular star has remained the center of attention, with the film's side characters not receiving much focus. While characters such as Timothy Q. Mouse and Casey Jr. would not be forgotten, Dumbo was unlike the other films of its era, such as Snow White, in which the dwarfs became as iconic as the princess, or Pinocchio, in which Jiminy Cricket sometimes stole the spotlight. So when the Disney Channel planned to create a show based on the film, two things were certain. Dumbo would need to be the focus, and additional side
Seems
characters
Disney
would need
makes
to be created.
shows
The
for those
uncertainty
movies.
was the
Which
show's
TV show do
premise.
you think is
Dumbo, despite
is the
tragic
most
scenes
popular?
throughout, has a perfectly happy ending. Timothy is running the circus, and Dumbo is reunited with his mother. Unlike the characters of the 100-Acre Wood that find themselves on a new adventure every day, Dumbo ends with the perfect Disney happily ever after, with no further story
you
or
mean out of the
conflict in
live
sight.
action ones
Therefore,
and out
a
of like
TV
the
show based off
cartoons
of the movie
too?
would need to find its own
Because
premise.
Disney has a
final
lot of really
complication was that in the
good
film, Dumbo never
animated
speaks,
TV
an issue that would
shows.
need dealing with in any sort of long-form show. Despite these hurdles, the Disney Channel moved forward with the series, utilizing a similar puppetry and presentation style as Welcome to Pooh
Pissy
Corner.
Greenlink
The new
says
show,
remember when they
titled
made a
Dumbo
live-action
Circus, would
Dumbo
debut on May
movie and
6th,
not one is
1985.
aware of it existing?
I do remember they made a live action Dumbo, and I don't know anybody who saw it.
Dumbo Circus serves more as a spin-off to the 1941 film
Cartoon
than a direct
shows?
sequel. The premise
What
of
was
the
the
show
best
is that Dumbo is the
Disney
leading
cartoon
act in his
show?
own traveling circus. The elephant is no longer a baby, and he can now speak.
Oh boy, that was fun. And speaking of fun, it's time to start the sideshow.
Actress Katie Lee,
I don't
who also
know.
voiced Ralph the
Probably-
Muppet Babies, provided the voice for the flying elephant, who would interestingly stand as the only character from the original film to appear on the television
What
show.
was my
Timothy Q. Mouse,
favorite
Mrs.
animated
Jumbo,
Disney
and
show?
Casey
I
Jr.
don't
would not appear.
I don't remember.
Instead,
I don't
a
know.
new cast of side characters was created for Dumbo's circus troupe. One new
Specifically
character would be
the
a
ones
koala
based off
ringmaster named Fair
movies?
Dinkum. He is from Australia, and his name is
Maybe
derived from an
maybe
Australian
Aladdin
phrase. Like Pooh
or
Corner, the
Hercules?
puppeteers would not use their own voice for their characters, and voice actors were hired for the cast. Fair Dinkum was puppeteered by Patty Maloney, who portrayed Lumpy in the Star Wars Holiday Special, and was voiced by Hal Smith, who at
Oh
the same
no,
time
not
was
the
voicing
Star
Winnie the
Wars
Pooh
Holiday
and Eeyore
Special.
for Welcome to Pooh Corner.
My family used to go to the circus all the time when I was a little koala back in Australia.
Another character in the troupe was Sebastian, a trickster alley cat that served as the circus's janitor despite having a ventriloquist act.
You're Well, are you sure that's what real ventriloquists do?
Okay, this is scary. This is a scary show. With scary characters.
Do it right.
Sebastian was lazy and often napped or tricked his friends into doing his work for him. A second cat character, Lily, would perform a tightrope act in the show.
There must be a way, there must be, for Dumbo
Oh, hang on.
true and trusty.
Who's this furry?
QT was a strongman orangutan that was mellow when not performing.
Who's that cutie?
To play Calliope, I like to play Dumbo the true and trusty.
QT was a strongman orangutan that was mellow when not performing.
She's pretty cute. The cat girl's pretty cute.
Calliope, I like to play Calliope.
His character design is nearly identical to that of King Louie from the Jungle Book. Barnaby was a dim-witted dog magician with a thick country accent.
Yeah, I'm doggone clever that way.
Finally, while Dumbo would lose his friend Timothy Q. Mouse, he would be accompanied by a new character that would serve as his second in command, a lion named Lionel, who clearly drew inspiration from Timothy in both personality and performance. Lionel was voiced by Jim Cummings in the first acting role of his prosperous career.
Well, what do you know about that?
At the time, he was working in an Anaheim video store, and he gave his demo reel to a customer who was a producer. This eventually led to him being hired for Dumbo Circus. The full-body puppets used for the show were a noticeable improvement from the ones used for Welcome to Pooh Corner. Radio-controlled puppetry technology was improving dramatically in the early 80s, thanks to productions such as Welcome to Pooh Corner and Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock and Dark Crystal. While Pooh Corner's puppetry would do its job, there were a few noticeable issues, such as Pooh's sunken eyes to allow him to blink. The puppetry of the Dumbo Circus characters was much more fluid, although one or two characters retained a few of the issues. Unlike Welcome to Pooh Corner, Dumbo Circus would implement a cast of simple hand puppet characters that would appear as secondary characters throughout the series.
I know I shouldn't ask this, but what's a zub-zub?
A bee that flies backwards.
Dumbo Circus opened each episode with its theme song, featuring Dumbo soaring through the sky, pulling along a circus wagon full of his companions. The wagon lands, and the circus team joyfully assembles their pop-up circus.
There will be music and magic. I hope you can come. There'll be a few surprises, and we'll have lots of fun. Dumbo Circus.
Advertising it as the greatest little show on Earth. Each episode would find the circus troupe traveling to various towns in which they would encounter a simple conflict or event. Like Pooh Corner, the plots of Dumbo Circus were basic, entertaining stories, some of which would teach simple lessons to preschool children. For instance, in Kite Day, Dumbo Circus lands in Windy Town to put on a kite show, only to discover that Windy Town is out of wind. While the main conflict revolved around finding enough wind to fly the kites, a subplot addressed how to make friends through fun activities, such as flying kites. In the episode Storybook Land, Dumbo and his pals get lost on their way to their next town and find themselves in a land of fairy
I said it
tales.
before,
They
I
encounter
will
Little
continue
Bo
to say
Peep,
it forever.
Jack and Jill,
If I
Cinderella,
meet Jim
and a handful
again,
of other well-known
I
characters.
can and will hug the fuck out of him again.
Well, you sure can. You see, we've got this little problem.
A big spider!
A spooner!
Huh?
I only wanted a taste of encouraging way.
The fairy tale characters help Dumbo and the troupe find their way to their next performance. The episode, Sebastian's Treasure, opens with
Jim
Sebastian
Cummings
the cat
did a lot
surrounded
of
by
voices.
piles of junk. He sings about how even in their damaged state, the junk is still precious to him.
A moldy couch with broken springs. Suddenly, thy heart has wings.
After being told to clean up his mess by Lionel, Sebastian constructs a treasure shack to house his many valuables, and he convinces the troupe to use his junk in their acts. Lionel is concerned that Sebastian's seemingly useless possessions will weigh down the traveling circus, but in the end, Lionel learns the lesson that one man's trash is another man's treasure. While none of the episodes would add to the 1941 film, apart from Dumbo making a few passing references to his mother, there would be one episode that completely contradicts it. In Who's Got the Feather, the show tackles anxiety as Dumbo nervously searches for his magic feather before a big show. Worried he won't be able to fly without it, he and his pals sing songs and try different silly objects to replace it.
So it's up with the banners and up with the tent. If we don't sell those tickets, we can't.
But Dumbo didn't
His
have a
friends
magic
decide that
feather.
Dumbo
in
should
the
try to
movie.
fly without his feather, and as he is in the midst of a panic attack, his friends slingshot him to the top of the circus and encourage him to jump. Lily is concerned that he is too nervous to fly without his feather, although everyone else seems fine with the plan. Except Dumbo, of course. It is then revealed that Sebastian has the feather because he is a liar. Lily scolds him, grabs the feather, and climbs to Dumbo to give him his power to fly. In so doing, she causes Dumbo to fall as he grabs the feather on his way
Wait,
down. Things look
did he
really
have a
bad for a
feather
few
in the
seconds
movie?
before he flaps his wings and flies. Thanks to the feather, which is odd considering the climactic scene of the 1941 film reveals that the feather is not actually magic, and that his ability to do great things was inside of him all along. Dumbo Circus, the TV show, claims that Dumbo needs the feather to fly, despite many scenes of him flying without the feather in the show. Also, while overly fastidious, the feather in the show is red, while the one in the film is black. The episode ends with the group punishing Sebastian by exploiting his acrophobia. Dumbo would often address viewers directly to let them know when it was time to sing a song or play a game. There were a number of original songs created for the episodes, most of which were written by Phil Barron.
Oh, hello, Akami. How you doing? Good to see ya.
I've seen the elephant twist and the monkey mashed potato.
The monkey mashed potato?
But never anything like this.
Barron was a member of
Everyone
a
do the monkey
duo,
mashed potato.
Willio and Filio, with Will Ryan. Both would provide their voices
I
for
can't do it.
characters
My
in
arms
Welcome
are
to Pooh
broken.
Corner. Barron would write the show's theme and end song, as well as other songs for the show. Episodes would often include sideshows of the circus performers putting on their acts. Every episode ended with the same theme song, which was a reprise of the opening credits.
It's really been fun, but now it's done.
The team disassembles their tent and supplies while waving goodbye to the camera. Dumbo hitches himself to the wagon, carrying the circus and his pals, and places the feather in his trunk as they head off to the next town. The half-hour show did not feature any commercial breaks, as the Disney Channel ran its programming without any commercials.
You want
resulting in the final
I
runtime
do
of the
have
episodes
hand
being
tracking. I
around
do have a
27
leap
to 28
motion.
minutes each.
Um,
In its first
I just
season
need to
from May 6,
figure out the
1985
best way to
May
set it
25th,
up.
1986, the Disney Channel aired a whopping 115
I
episodes
want
of
to use
Dumbo
it
Circus. Katie Lee stated
in
that
like
she had
the
to dedicate 3 days a
webcam
week for
setup
a year and a half
where I
to
put it on
recording for
top
the
of
show,
my
which she
monitor.
noted was not normal. The show
But
stopped production
I
after
think
that
it
point,
probably
with
gets
plenty of
too
content
hot
for
for
years
that.
of reruns. Episodes continued to
I
air
do
on the
have a
Disney
shirt
Channel
clip
until
for it,
1997,
but
when the channel began
it's not the most
transition to a
accurate
basic
in
cable
picking up my
channel and
hands
commercial breaks
because
were
my
implemented.
mic's in the way
They're all part
of the
Dumbo
sensor.
Circus. Next,
So I know I
on
need
the
to find
Disney
a better
Channel.
way to set up my
This was the same reason
my
that
hand
Welcome
tracker.
to Pooh Corner and many of the other The Disney Channel shows stopped airing reruns on the newly branded Disney Channel. With its impressive 115 episode streak, Dumbo Circus held the record for the longest running Disney Channel program for over
Where's my mouse go?
15 years, before Baron the Big
There it
Woodhouse
is.
finally took the crown. Despite Dumbo Circus's incredible, albeit quick, run, the show was not given any special
How is your
treatment by
night
the Disney
going,
Channel,
Akami?
or really any
I
treatment
hope
at
you're
all.
doing well.
The most Disney Channel did to acknowledge the show was displaying Dumbo's wagon prop on the backlot of Disney MGM Studios theme park. Unlike Welcome to Pooh Corner, Dumbo Circus never had any VHS releases, and due to the time period in which it aired, home recordings of the program are difficult to find. The majority of Dumbo Circus is considered lost media, and only around 15 of the 115 episodes have been found. If a recording is located, fans have had to guess the corresponding title based off of TV listings and short episode descriptions. According to the Lost Media Wiki, fans are not even sure that there are 115 episodes, as only 114 episode titles have been confirmed. Dumbo Circus was a fascinating series. It is a spin-off to both the animated film and Welcome to Pooh Corner. It created an entirely new cast of characters, and it gave a voice to its previously silent main character.
You know, Lily, I've been in the circus my whole life, but I don't think it'll ever seem the same again.
The show also paved the way for many other TV series adaptations of Disney's animated features. Welcome to Pooh Corner, using A.A. Milne's characters and the numerous Disney adaptations as source material, did not require extensive creative effort to create the show's premise. Dumbo Circus, on the other hand, had to essentially reinvent the wheel, showcasing the challenges and providing possible solutions to the issues that other television adaptations would face for the company in the future. Unfortunately, Dumbo Circus has not maintained the same active fan base as Pooh Corner, likely due to the lack of episodes available to watch, but the show is still remembered warmly by those that viewed it during its 12-year run on the Disney Channel. And while the memories of the show fade as nearly 90% of the episodes remain lost, there are many fans that hope for an official release, or even better, for the greatest little show on earth to fly to a town near them.
Now it's time for us to move on, but we'll be putting on another show soon. See you then.
Does lighting matter? Probably,
This
but my
episode of
lighting
Debunk TV
my
is
lighting should be
sponsored by
good.
Topps
I think the
Disney
problem
Collect.
is that my
I remember
microphone
loving
is
card
just
trading when I was
in the
younger,
way.
and the Topps Disney Collect app has recreated that fun and
I'd have
added
to
much more.
rearrange my
Topps Disney
desk. I
Collect
think.
lets you collect cards with your favorite Disney characters and trade them with other Disney fans, including me, username The Purge. Some of the more rare cards feature exclusive or rarely seen concept art and comics, such as in the new Dumbo Heritage set, which has gorgeous art that appeals to me as a fan of animation history, and will of course excite any fan of Dumbo. You can get free cards and coins daily in the arcade or by completing missions. Make sure to download Topps Disney Collect on iOS or Android today, and follow me to start trading. Username, The Purge.
No, I don't think I will.
In 1923, 22-year-old Walt Disney's Laugh-O-Gram Studios was on the brink of bankruptcy. But before closing for good, Walt and Company planned to produce one final short. Alice's Wonderland was a live-action animation hybrid that would be loosely inspired by Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The short would tell the story of a young girl who gets transported into a land of fantasy, but Walt's short would skip direct references to characters from the book, other than the titular Alice. Disney would use the short as a proof of concept for a series that
Maybe you
would become known
can
as the Alice
stream
Comedies,
for
which
setting
would be a
it?
hit for Walt. He would produce and direct 56 Alice shorts between 1924 and
You
1927.
mean stream
Nearly
setting it up?
25 years later, in 1951, the much larger Walt Disney Productions would revisit Carroll's material with the animated feature film Alice in Wonderland. With the success of the film, Carroll's characters were absorbed into the Disney family, and they would be incorporated into numerous books, records, toys, theme parks, and more. In nearly 70 years after the original Alice short, the Walt Disney Company would have an interest in revisiting Wonderland again, this time embarking on one of the most ambitious adaptations of the material yet.
Just do it when you're free.
Defunct
Yeah, I mean,
TV
I
is
have
sponsored
it.
by Topps Disney
I have
Collect,
it working.
a virtual card trading game
I
for
just need to find
iOS
a
and
better,
Android. Topps Disney
a
Collect
better
brings all
setup.
of the fun of card collecting and trading to the comfort of your home, with beautiful and some rare designs from your favorite Disney movies, including, of course, the quirky residents of Wonderland in the new set celebrating the 10th anniversary of Tim Burton's adaptation. Download the free Topps Disney app on iOS or
I
Android
don't
today
think
with the link in the
I don't think
description.
celebrating Tim Burton's adaptation is
By the early 1990s, the
is
Walt
a
Disney
thing
Company's
that's
premium children's network, the Disney
worth
Channel,
it.
had long been deemed a success. With over 5 million subscribers and a healthy lineup of original
I've
programming,
seen this
the
episode a
venture was
lot.
paying off. Peggy J. Christensen, a vice president of the Disney Channel since its launch in 1983, had played a major role in this success, and she was always looking for ways to bring new and interesting content to the network. This episode of Defunct TV is brought to you by the Defunctland Patreon. If you would like to support our programming and get access to our exclusive Discord, bonus content, game nights, and much more, go to patreon.com/defunctland. And now, back to Defunct TV on the Defunctland channel. On February 6, 1994, a new television series produced by Walt Disney Television Animation debuted, named Aladdin. A sequel series to the 1992 hit film, Aladdin the series was produced by animator Tad Stones, who had also produced other hit shows such as Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers and Disney's Adventures of the Gummy Bears. Stones would serve as Aladdin's executive producer and story editor. Early in development, Stones believed that the first 5 episodes of the series could be effectively melded together to create a feature-length sequel to Aladdin. Stones went as far as to call Walt Disney Home Video to ask if they would be interested in distributing the episodes as a feature film. They were not, so Stones continued to focus on the show. After the original Aladdin film was released on home video, selling a record-breaking 25 million copies, Stones called the home video division once again, and his pitch was met with more enthusiasm the second time. The project was greenlit, and Disney's first direct-to-video animated sequel film, titled The Return of Jafar, was released on May 20th, 1994. Just 3 months after the sequel
That's
series
why it
began
was
its
so
run,
bad.
the direct-to-video sequel was an unexpected hit, selling 15 million copies. The success led Stones to create a second sequel, Aladdin and the King of Thieves.
Yeah, the
And an
King of
incredibly
Thieves was really
profitable
good.
direct-to-video pipeline was created within the Walt Disney Company, creating many low-budget animated feature films that were sequels, prequels, or spin-offs to hit films such as The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, and much more. After the success of the 1995 computer-animated film Toy Story, which Disney had produced in partnership with Pixar Animation, discussions of a direct-to-video sequel were immediate. Steve Jobs, Pixar's chairman at the time, shut down the computer games division of Pixar in order to convert the group to a second animation team to begin work on a direct-to-video Toy Story sequel. At the same time, Disney asked
The Aladdin
Matt Stones
cartoon,
to
the thing
develop
they're
a
never
Toy
going to
Story
let out
series
of
for
the vault
television.
on DVD.
Stones and others tossed around multiple
I'm
concepts,
sure you can find it
including
online
the LA
somewhere.
noir-inspired Woody's Roundup, Combat Carl's Action Adventures, and Little Green Men. However, the best pitch was an idea that would come straight from the original film, an in-universe television show that told the story of everyone's favorite space ranger, Buzz Lightyear. Unlike the Toy Story film, the television spin-off would feature 2D animation. The writing and producing team of Mark McCorkle and Bob Shuley, who had written for both the Aladdin sequels and series with Stones, joined the project as executive producers and story editors. The duo were known for their high-energy humor, love of parody, and absurd silliness, which they had brought to the Aladdin sequels and another animated series, Goof Troop. Stones, McCorkle, and Shuley were a great team.
Oh, I love
Between
the
the
Goof
three
Troop
and the
animated
stellar
series.
concept, Disney Television Animation was more than confident in the series, ordering a whopping 65 episodes into production. Meanwhile, pre-production on a
Goof Troop
60-minute
animated
direct-to-video
series were
Toy
really
Story
good.
2 was going
And it had
well. Too well, in fact, to skip a theatrical
It had a
release.
smoking hot
Disney
milf in
upgraded
it,
Toy
too.
Story 2 based off of the
Peg.
intriguing concepts being developed for the sequel, as well as the massive merchandise sales from the first film.
Peg was
With Toy Story 2
definitely
going to theaters, Walt Disney
lot
Home
of
Video
people
now had a hole in its
scurrying.
release slate, and they would soon turn to Stones, McCorkle, and Shuley to see how development on the Buzz Lightyear animated show was progressing. The series, titled Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, was to be an episodic space adventure filled with action, humor, and likable, merchandisable characters. As a companion to Toy Story, the series would define Buzz Lightyear's universe and introduce a team of rookie space rangers for him to lead. The look of the series was inspired by the original Toy Story, and many details and designs from the development of Toy Story 2 were integrated
Has
into the
anyone
series.
seen
In the original
the
film,
Buzz
Buzz
Lightyear
referenced his arch
movie
nemesis,
that came out
the evil
recently?
Emperor Zurg. Although a scene with Zurg had been storyboarded for Toy Story, it never made it into the original film. However, Zurg would appear in Toy Story 2 as a primary villain.
So, we meet again, Buzz Lightyear.
Tim Allen would reprise his role as Buzz in Toy Story 2, but he would not join Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Instead, Patrick Warburton, known for his guest appearances on Seinfeld, would voice the titular character.
Oh, I love
Warburton's
Patrick
deep voice
Warburton.
and earnest delivery matched the character perfectly.
Name's Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear. I'm a space ranger.
For Zurg, the team reached out to another Seinfeld regular, Wayne Knight, who was also voicing Toy Story 2's main antagonist, Al McWiggin. Knight played
I
the
love
role of
Wayne
Zurg
Knight,
for the
and I
animated
love
series
Patrick
with maniacal
Warburton.
glee.
Evil Emperor Zurg here, broadcasting on all evil frequencies.
Cursing Buzz Lightyear with each failed plan for galactic domination.
Curse you, Buzz Lightyear! Curse you, Buzz Lightyear!
Wait for it.
Curse you, Buzz Lightyear!
This was just the beginning of the show's deep bench of voice talent. For the Space Ranger rookies that Buzz would command, the team cast actress Nicole Sullivan to play Mira Nova, a red-haired, blue-skinned princess with ghosting and telepathic abilities.
Fine. Who needs to talk? This place needs a good cleaning.
Hey, what are you doing in there? That's my braided stuff.
Nova joined the Space Rangers after Buzz Lightyear saved her planet. She was an expert in combat and much preferred the title of Space Ranger to the title of Princess.
Affirmative, Your Highness.
Guys, please just call me Mira.
Actor Stephen Furst would play a massive alien, Booster Munchapper, the muscle of Team Lightyear. Munchapper was an ex-janitor with a big heart, on top of his big size. Comedian Larry Miller would play XR, a Space Ranger robot, bringing an element of improvisation to the character.
See, dents you can always bang out, trust me on that, but that last one was a bruise.
In addition to Larry Miller, Neil Flynn voiced the character for 24 episodes.
Okay, see, when you do things like that, it just makes my job more difficult.
XR was built by Star Command as an indestructible robotic space ranger. Since every time he was destroyed or injured in battle, he could be rebuilt. The character was heavily armed and could deploy an arsenal of weapons instantaneously. His personality was egotistical and sarcastic.
I don't know about that, but it beats working. Follow me!
The Little Green Men, or LGMs as they were called on the show, were the all-purpose
Got
hive mind
something in my
servants to the
eye.
Space Rangers. They were controlled by the Unimind, a telepathic broadcast that focused their thoughts and increased their productivity.
We are one.
The LGM's homeworld was, which is canonically impossible to pronounce. The LGMs were also voiced by Patrick Warburton.
Relax. We're professionals.
Alternatively, Zurg had his own set of minions in the Grubs, a race of insect aliens who he would berate and treat as slaves in his repeated attempts at world domination. Brain pods were another species dominated by Zurg. Appearing as brains in jars, brain pods were the most intelligent of Zurg's forces, often functioning as weapon developers and scientists.
What about the clone's new anti-cruiser rocket? On time and under budget. Oh, you're a real go-getter, 94. Are you sure you work here?
Zurg also had a battalion of drone robots called Hornets, which appeared in endless numbers and were directly inspired by the opening scene of Toy Story 2. The gruff commander of Star Command, Zeb Nebula, was voiced by Man Show comedian Adam Carolla.
Well, what are you waiting for? You want me to serve you milk and cookies? Now move out!
Nebula was Buzz's superior as the head of Star Command. As XR was built under the orders of Nebula, he would consider the commander his father, frequently admiring him as Pop to the short-tempered commander's frustration.
We're on the case, Pop.
Didn't I tell you to stop calling me that?
Understood completely, Dad.
I'm not your dad. You were built by the LGMs. For Pete's sake, I only signed the work order.
My point exactly, Papu.
Nebula's backstory was filled with intrigue. He had previously gone undercover as the mysterious bounty hunter Shiv Katal. According to an informant, Crumford Lorak, Shiv Katal is the reason Zeb Nebula lost his leg when he was tracking targets for Zurg. In reality, the bounty hunter was Nebula's alter ego, used to protect Zurg's bounties and transport his defectors to freedom. Nebula passed the persona and missions of Shiv Katal to Buzz Lightyear before the events of the series. The series had a complete rogues gallery of recurring villains in addition to Zurg.
Anybody here kidnapping politicians? Come on, speak up.
Warp Dark Matter was an ex-Space Ranger who turned evil. He was performed by Diedrich Bader of The Drew Carey Show.
Hey, just because your evil scheme failed, don't take it out on me.
The villainous Gravitina was performed by comedian and actress Carrie Kenny. The character had such an abnormally large head that she was able to control gravity as a result. She used her powers to attack Star Command, and she used her beauty in attempts to seduce Buzz.
Oh, she is pretty hot.
With more feeling. Something to make me feel warm inside. Something like...
Oh, sheesh.
Hey, Bethosi and Ruby clams. These
She's
are
a 10,
real
but her
treat.
head's the size of a
It's
planet.
Good.
The robotic villain XL was the LGM's first attempt
Rari,
at building a robotic
hello.
police officer. However, XL's
How are
programming
you,
was
Rari?
faulty, leading to him becoming violent and destructive. The robot was decommissioned at the instruction of Nebula, and it subsequently turned into a villain. XL was voiced by comedian Bobcat Goldthwait, who gave the character a distinctive voice.
So, what do you think of the new me, Commander? Or should I say, Dad?
Brad Garrett would play the recurring villain Torque.
You want to step outside and say that?
Torque was a criminal who gained the ability to clone himself as a result of a battle with Zurg. Finally, evil Buzz Lightyear would come from an alternate universe to destroy Buzz Lightyear and rule the galaxy.
Buzz Lightyear, spreading evil to infinity and beyond.
Also
Now it's
voiced by
just like
Patrick
Buzz
Warburton,
Lightyear.
Evil Buzz was the exact
I can't
opposite
tell
of
which
Buzz
one's the
Lightyear.
real Buzz
Instead of
Lightyear.
being the greatest hero in the galaxy, he was the worst villain in the alternate universe. Zurg convinced Evil Buzz to destroy real Buzz, allowing for the destruction of all that is good.
It's like staring into some sort of strange space mirror. Whatever.
But Team Lightyear and the alternate universe Team Lightyear would team up to save Buzz, helping him to defeat his evil self.
30 seconds to self-destruction.
Despite the large episode order, the team was producing episodes efficiently and on schedule. However, it was suggested by a Pixar executive that the debut of the series be postponed until after the release of Toy Story 2, as some people at the studio thought that releasing the 2D series first might distract or confuse the film's release.
I could use
Disney
one of
CEO
these
Michael
instead of
Eisner agreed to
a
hold the
shape tool
series
for
until after
the
Toy
for
Story
the
2's
balloons on the
release.
Zillow
On
thing.
top of this, executives noticed that the first few episodes of the series lended themselves well to a feature film if combined. still
You're
needing to
good.
fill
Am
a
I?
hole
I'm
in
doing
Walt
pretty
Disney
good.
Home
I'm kind
Video's
of
release
tired,
schedule,
and
a
it's
direct-to-video
hot.
film combining the stories of the first
I'm
few
hot and
episodes
tired.
was ordered. This was done prior to the episode's production, as the early episodes were planned to be some of the
You
last
see a big
produced.
for
The
yeah.
film would be
I'm
titled Buzz
gonna
Lightyear Star
remake
Command: The Adventure
Dog
Begins.
Meme
And on
as
top of
myself.
the combined home video release, the film would also air as the first 3 episodes of the Star Command series as originally planned. In the story, Buzz's Space Ranger partner, Warp Dark Matter, perishes at the hands of Zurg while attempting to save a trio of little green men with Buzz.
Get out of here! No! Go! We're partners! I said go!
3, 2, 1.
The LGM survive, but Buzz Lightyear is stricken with grief over the loss of his partner. He vows to never work with a partner again, but he is immediately paired by Nebula with new recruit, Mira Nova.
Sir, what you did for my people, it inspired me to join.
No.
And Robotic Ranger XR.
XR reporting for duty.
Kinda short, isn't he?
Do you think so?
The LGMs had built XR specifically for Buzz to be an indestructible partner. However, still grieving, Buzz rejects the new Rangers. Meanwhile, evil Zurg's henchman, Agent Z, learns of the Little Green Men's Unimind, attacking it to corrupt its control. Buzz and XR fight Zurg and Agent Z, but XR is damaged.
XR!
System malfunction.
The Little Green Men are able to repair him, but under the altered Unimind, they provide faulty programming, resulting in the distinct personality that would last throughout the series. The film ended with the reveal that Agent Z is actually Buzz's old partner, Warp Dark Matter, who had been a double agent for Zurg since the beginning.
You know, you think with a name like Warp Dark Matter,
Miss him very much.
they would have been a little suspicious.
Miss him very much.
The team is able to defeat Zurg and return the Unimind to normal, and
His
Buzz
name is
realizes that
Dark
he needs the help of
Matter. You
others.
mind
The
suspicious
feature-length
that he might
movie
have been
concludes
evil?
with an original end credits theme, To Infinity and Beyond, sung by William Shatner.
So say goodbye. Now it's time to fly to infinity and beyond.
The direct-to-video film would debut after the release of Toy
That
Story
wasn't
2.
like
Pixar
wasn't a
supported
red
the
light
release
to
by
anyone?
creating a computer-generated introduction featuring the toys from Toy Story. Excited to watch the new Buzz Lightyear videotape. Most of the voices from the theatrical film reprised their roles for the introduction.
Jammed! Oh, I can't stand the suspense.
Oh boy.
Rex.
With the exception of Ham, who was voiced by Andrew Stanton, and Woody, who was voiced by Tom Hanks' brother, Jim Hanks.
Hey, what do you know? You don't look so fat when they draw you that way.
Warburton recorded all of the film's lines, but not long after, Disney would secure Tim Allen to reprise his role for the direct-to-video release, in an effort to increase sales.
Get out of here! No! Go! We're partners! I said go!
Warburton's lines would remain when the film was aired as the first 3 episodes of the series. On August 8, 2000, Buzz Lightyear of Star Command: The Adventure Begins released on DVD and VHS, and the episodes aired not long after on ABC as part of Disney's One Saturday Morning programming block. The episodes also aired daily on Disney Channel and the United Paramount Network in their Disney 1-2 kids show block. The film and the series were huge successes within their target demographic, sparking another wave of merchandise
What
based
the
off
fuck?
of the
What
series,
happened?
including
What
toys,
happened?
pins, action figures, comics, clothing, and video games.
I am much more powerful than you could ever imagine, Lightyear.
The show was packed with references to Disney and Pixar. The show featured references to the Tomorrowland section of Disney parks, including a building shaped like the Monsanto House of the Future from Disneyland.
Ah, home sweet home. Or is it that one?
And the command center inspired by Space Mountain. Team Lightyear's ship, called 42, was a reference to the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything, from the famous sci-fi novel, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Other sci-fi properties such as Star Wars, Star Trek, Terminator, Flash Gordon, and many more were referenced. The episode, The Root of Evil, began with a parody of Alien, when mutant broccoli burst out of a casserole during a family dinner. The Space Rangers investigated the incident, and were led to Booster's home planet of Joad, where mutant vegetables became sentient after being heated. One rather epic episode was Sunquake, in which Buzz and his team were surprised
Oh,
by the appearance of
Shatter
Shiv
Cindy.
Catal, the alter ego previously used by Buzz and Nebula. The pseudonym was being used to attack and steal high-tech information. The team would discover that evil Buzz was behind the plot.
Now let's see who this Shiv Catal is. Hello, Lightyear. So nice to see myself again.
Having been resurrected and intent on more evil doing. After chasing the villain to the sun, Buzz and Mira found Gravitina and evil Buzz conspiring to destroy Star Command by using Gravitina's powers of gravity to release targeted sunquakes, capable of destroying anything in their path.
Oh, she's quite a lady.
Thank you, my lovey-dovey.
Oh, thank you, my muffin waffin.
Mira went to destroy the pair's sun base, as Buzz and Evil Buzz engaged in hand-to-hand combat. As the base was crumbling around them, Evil Buzz slipped as the ground beneath him gave way, causing him to fall into the sun as Buzz looked on, disappointed that he was unable to save him.
Sweet mother of Venus, I've gotta find him!
Buzz, he's gone.
Buzz, Mira, and Gravitina then turned their attention to saving themselves, and Gravitina used her powers to help them escape. On top of the show's recurring villains, there were also many single-episode villains, including the deceptive Flint, voiced by Mark Hamill.
Newcomers.
The character of Flint was the leader of a desert planet that was being terrorized by technology-destroying beasts named Shriekers. When Buzz and his crew crash-landed on the planet, they vowed to save the desperate people. In the end, it was revealed that Flint was really a robot, controlling the Shriekers the entire time. In the same episode, actress Kelly McGillis would play the brief love interest of Buzz Lightyear in flashback form.
Do you think she waited for me?
I've never been on one of these computer-chosen dates before.
I've been on hundreds.
Yeah, she waited. Positive.
The show also featured the voice of Monty Python founder and Imagination Institute chairman Eric Idle as Guzelian, an energy projection connected to the cosmos, bringing peace and love to the galaxy.
Please, everyone, I'm just a highly evolved giant spectral head. I mean you no harm.
Idle also wrote the words and music for a song titled Let's Make Peace.
Let's make peace, let's put away the bombs. Let's say no thanks to planes and tanks. Let's just shake hands and all be chums. Let's make peace, let's have a cup of tea. Let's hug our neighbors, can't we please? Simply hug our enemies.
A later episode
What
of the
an awful
series
song.
titled First Missions told the stories of how Mira Nova, Booster, and XR each met Buzz for the first time. In the episode, Team Lightyear was assigned to protect the nervous Professor Redshift while waiting for Buzz to come and save the day. While they waited, they told memories from the past.
All right, Professor. I know things don't look promising, but believe me, you never win if you're busy counting the reasons you lose. Buzz taught me that.
Mira recollected the time on her home planet that Zurg captured her father, the King of Tangia. While the rest of the Tangian race was non-confrontive about the kidnapping,
How do I
We'll
add
immediately
these to like the little
form
window
a
up here?
committee to evaluate the situation.
Buzz and Mira took matters into their own hands to save King Nova from Zurg's new weapon, the massive Hyper Hornet. Young Princess Mira saved Buzz Lightyear's life as he was knocked back by the robot and almost fell to certain death.
Hi, need a hand?
Thank you, Princess. You saved my life.
He would quickly recruit the royal daughter to act as bait to lure the Hyper Hornet, waiting close by for a surprise attack. The impromptu team defeated the Hornet and Zurg, saving Mira's father. Due to the adventure, the plucky princess was inspired to join Star Command. Booster's first encounter with Buzz also took place on his home planet. Zurg had advanced his weapon capabilities by building a larger Hyper Hornet, named the Mega Hornet. He used the new drone to attack the planet of Joad. Buzz would team up with Booster, a farmer on Joad, to break through the giant robot and destroy it from within, saving the day. Booster was inspired by the encounter with Buzz and applied to Star Command as a result. Professor Redshift was unimpressed with the stories.
I don't know why you all hate me so, but please, no more insipid stories.
But XR inspired him by recounting the time Buzz gave him the last of the lime
Where's the paint
sherbet.
bucket? There.
Come on, lime sherbet!
There you go, have mine, Ranger.
The kind act provided hope to the professor.
Wow, what a hero.
See? I know my audience.
And when Zurg appeared with another, newer, larger Grande Hornet, Buzz and a crew of little green men arrived just in time, ready to fight with the equally large Venti Ranger bot. The new bot was damaged in the fight, but a grateful Professor Redshift used his expertise to repair its wiring.
The yellow wire. Boy, am I red-faced.
Allowing Buzz to save the day once again. Throughout the series, many variations of Buzz were seen, In the episode Clone Rangers, Zurg attempted to replace Buzz and his rookie crew by creating evil clones of them. However, Zurg's impatience led him to release the experiments early, resulting in child clones of Booster, Mira, and Buzz, named Zub, Fira, and Blister. After the Rangers defeated the evil clone children, Zurg attempted to condition them to appropriately aged clones, although he missed the mark again, resulting in geriatric versions of the trio.
Brr. Let that airlock open. Are we heating the whole universe?
Eh? What'd you say?
The episode Good Old Buzz also provided a glimpse at an elderly Buzz Lightyear, as a time-traveling senior visiting from the future to help save Mira's life. This 150-year-old Buzz Lightyear had a terrible memory, which he passed off as a side effect to the time travel.
Well, there was this, operators. I can't remember.
The Christmas episode, Holiday Time, gave the team the opportunity to meet Santa Claus and for Buzz to fly his sleigh. Santa also had his own crew of elf LGMs, who worked as toy makers. Despite featuring some multi-episode story arcs, the show was created so that it could be broadcast out of order. The final episode to premiere was 42, in which the team's ship gained a personality and formed a relationship with XR.
Power up, love bunny, we don't have much time.
Oh, Pookie, you're such a little romantic. Who knew?
42 eventually transitioned from ship form to a new robot body.
Well, what do you think?
42?
Aw, it's not as sexy as I hoped it
No,
would
it's
be.
the Vacpax 9000. Of course it's me.
This episode aired on January 13th, 2001, officially ending the show's run, less than 6 months after the first episode aired. The show was not picked up for a second season, as 65 episodes was the threshold Disney television animation used for syndication. Buzz Lightyear Star Command continued to air in reruns until 2009. The series was beloved by many fans who watched it during its initial run or had a copy of the direct-to-video film on DVD or VHS. However, despite the show's success, there have been no official releases of the series outside of the first 3 episodes. Many expected the series to be included with the Disney Plus streaming service. Even though many direct-to-video sequels and animated series similar to Buzz Lightyear of Star Command were made available, neither the film nor the show is available for streaming. Still, fans are hopeful that in the future, Stone's, McCorkle, and Shuli's space serial will be made available again, so they might once more watch Team Lightyear defeat the evil Emperor Zurg and go to infinity and beyond.
To infinity and beyond!
That's too small. Look like frog eyes.
TV is made possible by the Defunctland store. Go to defunctland.com/store and use the code DefunctTV to get 15% off your order. This program was also made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. In 1980, brothers Doug and Gary Carlson founded their own computer software company named Broderbund. The Carlson brothers led Broderbund to develop many popular titles, including Choplifter, Gumball, Lode Runner, Karate Ka, and The Print Shop. By 1983, Broderbund supported a staff of over 40 people and sold millions of dollars worth of software annually. Despite the stable business model, the Carlson brothers were nervous about one of their upcoming titles, a new geography-based game named Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. Lacking the confidence for a standalone release, the brothers opted to release the game alongside a World Almanac. Despite the hesitation, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego was a smash hit, immediately becoming the company's most popular title. While computer enthusiasts were impressed by the game's 4-color graphics and innovative menu system,
Wow,
casual
4
gamers
colors.
were captivated by the globe-trotting, cat-and-mouse gameplay and mix of trivia and humor. The game saw players
That's
pursuing
almost
the
5
notorious
colors.
thief Carmen Sandiego and her gang of crooks throughout various countries and landmarks. Parents and teachers saw its value as a teaching tool, and the software was purchased for computer labs throughout the United States. By 1989, Carmen Sandiego was a budding franchise with the original game spawning 4 sequels. Where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego, Where in Europe is Carmen Sandiego, Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego, and Where in North Dakota is Carmen Sandiego.
What?
The Carmen Sandiego franchise was soon a significant portion of Broderbund's $45 million in annual
Why
sales.
North?
The
Why
company
North
had created an
Dakota?
iconic character, and it was not long until they looked into ways to expand the brand. Broderbund considered taking Carmen Sandiego from the computer screen to the television screen. One potential partner was Walt Disney Television. Producers from Disney had considered creating a Carmen Sandiego show for Disney Channel. This would not come to fruition, and Broderbund continued their search. Around this time, the company would receive a valuable piece of advice from a producer named Howard Blumenthal. Blumenthal had worked on shows for MTV and Nickelodeon, and when Broderbund asked him to consult on the development of a Carmen Sandiego series, he suggested an interesting strategy. Blumenthal did not believe that licensing the show was where the money was. Rather, the value of the television venture was national promotion of the Carmen Sandiego software. Blumenthal recommended that Broderbund sell the television rights to Carmen Sandiego to a public broadcasting service station, entrusting PBS to create a successful program and deliver it to their large audience.
I'm still confused
The
why
price that
it
Blumenthal
chose North
advised Broderbund
Dakota.
to sell the rights for? $1. By giving away the rights, the show was more likely to be produced by PBS. Blumenthal left Broderbund with the advice and went to work on other shows. It would take another few years, but Broderbund would eventually take his advice. Given the educational focus of PBS children's shows, Broderbund would emphasize the geography of the Carmen Sandiego series. The importance of the subject matter was highlighted by the release of a National Geographic survey that found that 1 in 4 Americans could not locate the Pacific Ocean on a map. With a public need for geography education and a cheap, semi-recognizable property of which to base a show, 2 PBS stations, WQED Pittsburgh and WGBH Boston, agreed to co-produce a pilot for a Carmen Sandiego television series. Broderbund opted to allow PBS to use the Carmen Sandiego name and concept for free, $1 less than Blumenthal had suggested. Broderbund would again reach out to Blumenthal for his help on the series, and he would join the project as a producer. PBS ordered 65 episodes of the show, with a total budget of around $3.5 million. The Carmen Sandiego name, character, and subject matter would not be the only elements taken from the computer software. The game aspect would be adapted as well, with the PBS show utilizing a game show format with adolescent contestants. The show's pilot episodes were shot at WQED's studios in Pittsburgh. It was immediately clear to the team that the show needed work. In the original pilots, the geography aspect of the game was educational, but it lacked the energy necessary to attract children. Blumenthal knew that the children of the early 1990s responded to quick, colorful content, like the shows found on MTV and Nickelodeon. After the lackluster pilot episodes, Blumenthal knew that he needed to inject more energy into the production, and in order to do this, he went straight to the source. Blumenthal personally interviewed over 900 kids to acquire a sense of what they would like to see in a show. The kids told him exactly what they wanted: adventure, silly characters, comedy, cool prizes, animation, and music. These elements were the exact energy the show was lacking. In order to craft these into a cohesive show, Blumenthal liked the idea of a 40s noir parody, integrating the genre throughout the first script for the game show. The format would feature 3 young contestants who would be classified as rookie detectives, assigned to hunt down Carmen Sandiego and her gang.
Oops.
They would report to
Wrong
the chief,
button.
the head of Acme CrimeNet, as well as the host, Acme's special agent in charge of training new recruits. With the new roles to fill, the crew began casting for the series, and the production was moved from Pittsburgh to New York. The show would find a new home at Chelsea Studios, where it would have plenty of room for a new, elaborate, interconnected set that featured CrimeNet headquarters, the chief's office, a city street, various international terminals, a giant floor map, and a studio audience of 200 kids. Greg Lee, a children's game show veteran that had worked as a contestant coordinator on Nickelodeon's Double Dare and as a co-host on Total Panic, was cast as the show's host.
It's a
For
small
the role of
underworld
Chief,
after all, huh?
Blumenthal fought to cast
Oh,
film and theater
sketchy.
actress Lynn Thigpen, as he had imagined her for the
Hello,
role when he
sketchy.
conceived it.
Hello,
However,
Raiders.
Thigpen repeatedly
I am
turned down the
Shanala the
opportunity
Cerberus. If
due
you
to the
do not
show's
know me
intense
already,
production schedule,
hang on.
as
Let
the
me
production planned on
let me
shooting
pause
the
the
show's
funk
65
land.
episodes in just 3 months.
I can't hear myself talk over the Funkland. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, Sketchy. Let me get you a shout out.
This right here is my favorite thing ever. In the history of forever, I think
Oh,
about
you were
this every
playing
day.
Gartic Phone?
I think about this all
Fun.
night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
How's your stream, Sketchy? Hello, hello. Hi, Eggs. Hi, Ultron. Hello, everybody. Did you have fun with Gartic Phone? We are in so much pain. Oh no. Why come? Why come? Bean and Pilk. Did you drink Pilk? Sketchy, did you drink Pilk? Hello, Epsil Sama. Hello, Black Moon Rose. How is everybody doing? Sketchy chugged Pilk. Puka had 7 elk. And what's Death Nut? Whimsy drank pink lemon milk. You had fruit punch and so. Ah! Why? We each consumed a cursed beverage for charity and now suffer for it? Oh no! Why would you do this to yourselves? Because we were paid to? That's fair. Sketch, did anybody try the pissy shitties? Did anybody try the pissy shitties? We're just gonna let berries suffer along with the pissy shitties? Because memes and money, I mean charity. Yes, for charity.
Pissed Greenlink says it would be the only cursed thing learned today. Uobi was weird learning about.
Yeah, Ubi was really weird.
Blumenthal auditioned hundreds of actors for the role of Chief, but it was clear to both him
But
and Greg Lee
yeah,
that
I need
Thingpen
a
was the
short
best
little
person for the
break.
job.
So
The
let
two met with the
me
actress
play a
over
little
brunch and were
trailer
able
there,
to convince her that
readers.
she was perfect for the part.
I also need to make sure you can actually hear this. Let me play a little channel trailer I made.
Let me show you around.
Oh, and Halo Eye, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? Let me give you a shout out.
This right here is my favorite thing ever in the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Well, now that you're all here, Raiders, let me play you a little channel trailer I made for myself. All that. Never mind. I'm not gonna mess it up this time. I know what you're saying to yourselves, chat. Isn't this strategy a little unbear? The real tweaks were the friends you made along the way.
Hey pal, you just blowing from stupid down?
Hi, doggy.
Why did High Doggy play? Oh, because I don't have it on the trailer screen. I'll have to add that. I forgot to add that to the trailer. Nice trailer, thank you. I made it myself.
Thigpen agreed to play Chief in the game show. The show was coming together quickly, but Blumenthal was still needing to integrate music into the show. He researched different musical styles, and he specifically wanted to integrate rap music into the program. It was during this investigation that Blumenthal would watch a laserdisc of Spike Lee and Company do it a cappella with his family. The PBS documentary, directed by Spike Lee, was focused on a cappella music, and
why isn't it doing the
band
thing?
of singers named Rockapella singing an original song, Zombie Jamboree.
Put your glasses back
Blumenthal's
on.
wife suggested that he should use Rockapella's music for the Carmen Sandiego show, and he took her
Really
suggestion.
should make something like that. We have so little free time. Yeah, a trailer is a good thing to make, I think.
Rockapella's music would become an integral part of the show's
It took me a
energy.
long time
The
to make
singers,
it.
Sean Altman,
Like to actually
Scott
get around
Leonard,
to making it. But
Elliot
once I
Furman,
started, it
and
didn't take
Barry
too
Carl
long.
also pulled double duty as supporting cast to Greg in many sketches.
The only active volcano on mainland Europe today. 2,000 years ago, it swamped Pompeii.
Now that's a clue, ladies and gentlemen. Rockapella.
PBS assigned a portion of the show's budget for animated segments, so Blumenthal decided to represent Carmen and her crew of criminals as 2D animations created on a Macintosh computer. This approach was groundbreaking for the time, and logistically challenging since there was no easy way to digitize the drawings. The workaround was sending the drawings through a fax machine and then converting them for use on the computer. The often crude drawings of Carmen and her gang, the group referred to as Vile, were weird, wacky, and a large source of the show's humor. Criminal mastermind Carmen Sandiego retained her appearance from the computer game, with her trademark trench coat and fedora. Many original criminals were created for the show, including the Contessa, Patty Larceny, Robo Crook, Top Grunge, Vic the Slick, Eartha Brute, and the Double
Why
Trouble
is it
Twins.
overtaking my
Each episode would feature a different crook.
lines?
And
It
the Acme
shouldn't.
Crime Net recruits pursued Carmen Sandiego in the finale of each show. The digitally animated scenes also served to retain the feel of the computer games. The final piece of the casting puzzle was the contestants.
There we go.
For every episode, 3 gumshoes joined Acme Crime Net as new recruits. Blumenthal and the producers sought out kids between the ages of 9 and 14 who could handle the pressures of a television game show. They also made sure that the children had a strong knowledge of geography, having them take a written exam before being selected. Every episode began with the chief shouting over the rowdy child audience,
All these people want to know, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
What is Carmen Sandiego? Why is my control Z not working?
People could find her.
The chief then introduced the 3 contestants and the title of the episode's case, usually a pun on a common phrase. Once in the Acme offices, Greg entered, and after a very brief introduction, began the game. The chief communicated with contestants primarily via a television that Greg would tune. Cases for each episode involved different members of Carmen's gang stealing important cultural works and landmarks. In the first season, this included the Mona Lisa, the Great Wall of China, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and even Abraham Lincoln's nose from Mount Rushmore. The chief showed
Just
footage
the
that
nose,
revealed
huh?
the crook's history and the item that was stolen, before ordering the gumshoes to recover the stolen item, arrest the criminal, and find Carmen Sandiego.
Here's your mission. Put Patty in the paddy wagon, free the Declaration of Independence, and then capture Carmen Sandiego. Greg.
Greg then explained the rules of the round, and the chief returned briefly to provide a clue.
Crispus Attucks was killed there in an infamous massacre, a black man who was the first victim of the Revolutionary War. Now, this could be a tough search, especially along the small, winding streets of Freedom Trail, but Gumshoes, I know you can do it. Greg.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, Gumshoes, name the city.
The 3 contestants were asked to answer a multiple-choice, map-based question, and were awarded or deducted points based on their answers. Points on the show were referred to as crime bucks. The questions in the first round were sandwiched between player bios.
And why do you like fishing so much?
Oh, I can eat them.
Oh, you like to eat fish? Okay, good.
Short sketches.
Oh, my. Oh, my. That was great. You're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, you should see my Hamlet.
I'd love to say.
Songs.
So hop a plane to these islands off the Scotland coast. Tell 'em Nana Rap sent you. That's no boost. You got the Nana. Nana.
And guest agents.
Wow, that is cringe.
I don't have much time, so listen carefully. Brush up on your German.
Most of these segments led into the next question. Halfway through the match, a frustrated chief would call Greg into her office, upset that he and the recruits had yet to capture the Crook or San Diego. To motivate the detectives, she offered a free trip to anywhere in the contiguous United States, which was the show's grand prize.
Find Carmen, and I will send you anywhere in the whole country.
Chief, we can't do that.
Why not? Oh, anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Hey!
Hey, it's still a heck of a deal.
Heck of a deal!
Once back at the Acme office, Greg played a recording of a tapped phone call between Carmen and the crook of the day. The call would contain clues to the crook's next destination, and the trio of detectives would determine where to travel to next.
Head for a South American country with 2 capital cities. Take the towers to the legal capital.
Good thinking, Carmen. Acme won't figure us for anything legal.
The final question of the first round displayed a map with 3 locations. Before revealing the question, the contestants could wager between 0 and 50
Pisser
crime
Green
bucks
Link
that
says,
they could
where
answer
is
the question
Carmen?
correctly
Well,
when asked.
Chief,
So take a look
have
at
you
this
checked
map
with
and
Mr.
think about
Hamada of Big Hero 6?
Huh? I don't get it.
At the end of the round, the lowest scoring gumshoe was eliminated.
Is Carmen
from the
Sandiego in Big Hero
but they were not
6?
sent home empty-handed. The eliminated contestant was awarded an Acme travel kit, including a World Atlas, a year subscription to National Geographic World Magazine, an official Carmen Sandiego watch, and other Carmen swag. The show's second round began with the chief debriefing the remaining detectives on a specific location that the crook was traveling to. She presented historical, geographical, and cultural information about the destination as a slide presentation.
The paint bucket.
Greg and the recruits arrived at the terminal of the location, and a memory-style game featuring a large board was played. Contestants alternated revealing portions of the board in pursuit of the loot, the warrant, and the crook.
Why is the paint bucket so bad? Why is it so hard to work with?
The first to find all 3 and put the crook in jail advanced to the next and final round. A runner-up prize was awarded to the loser of the second round, which included the Acme travel kit, along with the addition of a pocket translator and a world band radio. Before starting the final round, the winning detective would write down their grand prize destination city for Greg. The captured crooks called the new agent to inform them of Carmen's location, narrowed down to either the United States, South America, Europe, Africa, or Asia.
Carmen double-crossed me, so I'm gonna get even. Look for her in Asia.
And the chief rattled off a list of places Carmen may have traveled.
Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, North Korea, Japan.
I feel good.
Greg, take Gregory to the map.
What?
Took the contestant to
Why
a
did
giant
it say,
map of the
I
location.
feel
The
good
contestant
when
had
they said
45
Japan?
seconds to race around the map,
Excuse
placing
me?
light-up markers on the correct locations as Greg rattled off clues.
Japan.
I feel good.
Greg, take
What?
Gregory to the map.
Why?
Greg
Indonesia, North Korea, Japan.
I feel good.
Greg, take
Why?
Gregory to the map.
Greg then took the contestant to a giant
Why?
map of the location. The
Why do you
contestant had
have,
45
like,
seconds
I
to
feel
race around the
good?
map,
Like it's supposed to
placing
be
light-up
James
markers on the correct
Brown.
locations as Greg
When you
rattled
say
off
Japan.
clues followed by the location name.
Famous for
Excuse me?
capital is Baton Rouge. Carmen went to Louisiana. That's it. You got 3.
If the contestant set the marker wrong, they got a second chance before moving on.
Carmen went to Vietnam. Vietnam. No, try it again. Try it again. No, try it again. Come on, come up here.
If a contestant could place 7 markers in the correct position before time was up, they caught Carmen and won the grand prize.
I do remember this section where they put the beacons on the map.
The prize location chosen by the contestants was only revealed when they won the game.
Arizona.
and kids who didn't capture Carmen parted with a CD player and CDs from around the world, including the a cappella soundtrack to the show.
Wait, what?
Win or lose, every episode
What
ended with Greg
kid
and the contestant
wants to go
pointing
to
the camera and
Arizona
yelling the
at
show's
the
signature
grand
sign-off,
prize?
"Do it, Rockapella," triggering the band to perform Carmen's title theme.
I do remember this part of the show.
Production of the first season moved at a pace as frantic as the show itself. The entire 65-episode season would be shot in just 6 weeks, taping 3 to 4 episodes every workday.
Wow!
The PBS show, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, aired without commercial interruptions, resulting in 27-minute episodes. For the first season, the cast and crew
Holy
performed
shit!
the episodes as if they were live.
67
The exception
episodes
was the
in
Chief,
4
whose
days.
interactions were limited to clue giving and skits with Greg. Lynn Thigpen pre-recorded the Chief segments for each episode, and the videos were intercut and shown on monitors to the contestants throughout the show. The game itself evolved over the first season,
Wow.
changing point values and dropping the 3 clues for each location in the final game. Rockapella frequently had to create impromptu songs and parodies mere minutes before the taping of segments.
She's left a trail that's long and true. Just look at all that doggy do.
That is way too much work.
Viewers could hear the group's distinctive voice throughout the show, including in the narration for Round 2's memory board.
Elliot Bay.
Elliot Bay.
Nessie.
Go ahead.
Boredom.
Arboretum.
The warrant.
One more.
Fisherman's Wharf.
Fisherman's Wharf.
The
Yeah, there it is. That's great. Okay.
The season wrapped on schedule in May of 1991, and PBS was pleased with the product. Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego premiered on the afternoon of September 30th, 1991, on PBS stations throughout the United States. That same night, PBS broadcast
I
back-to-back
wish
episodes
I knew
of the
why
new show
the
in its
Pink
primetime
Bucket
slot.
did this.
After this, the show aired Monday through Friday in the after-school block. Children across the country
Why do
became
you do
instant
this?
fans of the show. The focus on
Why?
high-energy fun paid off, and young viewers kept coming back for more. The show also drew a diverse audience,
Just
and the show
fill in the
itself
whole
was focused on
thing.
diversity, both in its contestants and in its geography. Executive producer Kate Taylor explained, quote, "We did not want to have a show that was culturally insensitive, that focused too much on the Western world. We didn't want a show that too narrowly defined what geography
Set the
really
width
is."
of gaps
The show
to
was
treat as
renewed for a
close.
second 65-episode season, moving production to the coffee
Oh, I
store
guess
studios
if you don't have like a
the
complete
home of Sesame
line
Street.
here, like if this
is
line
not
was
the only
like
change made between
over
seasons.
here, it
In the
would
early
count as
1990s,
closed.
Massive geopolitical changes were happening throughout the world, and many maps and clues used during the first season were already out of date. Episodes after season 1 included the disclaimer,
All geographic information was accurate as of the date this program was recorded.
as countries changed their names or borders, the giant maps used on the show were updated, often overnight for recording the next day. The second season also expanded the grand prize to allow children to travel to anywhere in North America, rather than just the contiguous United States. Blumenthal would also push for more silliness for the second season, encouraging the staff to watch shows like Animaniacs and Rocky and Bullwinkle for inspiration. Greg Lee also joined the writing staff, in addition to his hosting duties. And the series built a world of recurring characters and gags, frequently
Why is it
played
doing
by a
this?
Rockapella member in some form.
I
The
hate
show
the paint
expanded
bucket.
Carmen's gang of crooks in season
The
2.
paint bucket in Clip
Space
Studio
alien,
Paint is so
Nemo,
terrible.
and the superhero character, Wonder Rat. Season 2's first episode was the series' only double episode, where the contestants were paired with celebrity teammates Mayim Bialik, Tatiana Ali, and Jeremy Miller. Celebrities also supported the series throughout its run by pre-recording clips as special agents of Acme, presenting clues to the players. Rhea Perlman, Sally Jesse Raphael, Walter Cronkite, Penn and Teller, Zapp and Turbo, X the Owl, and Henrietta Pussycat, as performed by Mr. Rogers, and many more helped deliver clues on the show.
Hello? Greg, Senator Joe Biden here.
Well, hey, Senator.
I just want to let you know that I propose a
Oh
congressional
my God.
resolution naming you the best detective of the year.
In one case, Greg Lee's mother provided
Fucking
the information to
Joe Biden.
surprise her son.
Greg,
Oh my
you've
God.
got a good
Holy
country.
shit.
This alien came to town, and now we can't stop doing the tango. This is corn country, son, and farm folks have to get up early. Just 'cause Fred Astaire was
Yes,
born
ma'am.
in this state doesn't mean we all like dancing. Get here quick, Greg. Our feet can't hold out much longer.
Can we please have a nice round of applause for the finest informant ever on this show?
The second season also introduced a new game element called The Chase, where contestants answered a quick progression of questions leading to the crook's predicted destination. In some cases, the chase was preceded by an actual chase throughout the sets and audience before the questions were asked. In the final episode of Season 2, titled Gotta Get a Yeti, the series had its only geographical error, causing the correct answer to be considered wrong and noted as such in the end credits. The contestant, who had been eliminated in the first round, was invited to come back in Season 3, where he won the game and caught Carmen Sandiego in Asia.
How do you feel? And you should feel good. You came back the second time, you did it. A few moments ago, you wrote down where you'd like to go. If you caught Carmen Sandiego, you did it. So that means you and a parent are going to, let's get Florida.
See, now that's a state you pick to go to if you're a kid.
Season 2 of the show increased its audience size by 16%. By the end of 1992,
not
the show was
Arizona,
broadcasting on 92% of the 331 PBS transmitters in the United States. Approximately 5.4 million viewers watched at least once per week. The show won a Peabody Award as well as a Daytime Emmy for art direction and set design. Broderbund continued its success with its line of Carmen Sandiego software, releasing a deluxe version of the original game, along with officially licensed board games. Another Carmen Sandiego series was developed, this time an animated serial produced by DIC Animation called Where on Earth is Carmen Sandiego?
The animated one I watched a lot.
Premiered on Fox's Fox Kids Network block in 1994. The series followed Acme in their pursuit of Carmen Sandiego and Vile, and the animation incorporated elements from both the original game and the game show. The series would last for 4 seasons, for a total of 40 episodes, with the final episode premiering in 1999. Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego was renewed for a 3rd season on PBS.
Cartoon I watched a lot.
PBS created a new prize program
the live action
to
show
reward the viewers at home. The chief instructed kids to write down the loot and location of each
like
episode
the game
on
show.
a postcard. After listing 4 episodes of info, the kids mailed in their postcard to Acme CrimeNet. If correct, they entered into a drawing, and 5 kids each day won a Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego t-shirt. International versions of the show were also developed for broadcast, mimicking the show style and friendly Chief and Greg relationship.
Phil. Thanks, Chief. We'll do it. Seeing the Chief like that has just made me feel like I'm going through torture.
Season 3 of Carmen Sandiego would also consist of 64 episodes, and it would air from September to December 1993. The show would be renewed for a 4th and 5th season of 50 episodes each, airing in 1994 and 1995 respectively. These seasons brought more recurring characters, including Vile Criminal Sarah Nade, and many alter egos for Greg Lee, including Acme Man, Greg's retired detective father, Gus Lee, and Phil the Barber.
Huh? How about this? I call it my Marlin Brando, huh? Well, it looks good, but it smells a little fishy.
Marlin Brando.
In the last taped episode of Season 5, Phil the Barber surprised the audience and Rockapella by cutting off Sean Altman's signature braided hair at the end of the show. Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego was a great success for PBS and the team that made it. But after 5 seasons, some believed it would be easier to secure funding for a new show rather than an existing one. Thus, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego's final episode aired on December 22, 1995. But a spin-off game show, Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego, would air starting in October, less than a year later.
Bring back the loot to its rightful place in time. Tell me where in time is Carmen Sandiego. Stop her crime and solve this mystery.
Lynn Thigpen reprised her role as Chief in the new series, but Greg Lee was replaced by Kevin Shinnick as the host of the new show. Where in Time was retooled significantly from the original game show, instead taking place in a science fiction setting and focusing on world history.
I don't like the curve here. I'm gonna
also, the Vile
smooth
characters
it
were
out.
portrayed by actors instead of represented by animation.
Last, everyone thinks Vile is evil, which it is, but we need a new image. We need pizzazz.
The new show's animation budget was instead spent on computer-generated 3D effects. Rockapella was no longer featured, and a new theme song was created for the show, performed by the show's new musical troupe, the Engine Crew.
We're on the case and we're chasing her through history. Chrono skimmer, engines hot, our brave squadron leader will help us defeat her and bring back the loot to its rightful place in time. Tell me where in time
It's Carmen San Diego.
stop her crime and solve this mystery.
These are just a few of the many differences between the two shows.
It's 1991. How many dollars are spent on advertising in the U.S.? 37 billion or 37 trillion?
37 billion.
How's a kid supposed to know that?
Now take it, Gloria, and run and place it in the chronolock chamber to capture Carmen San Diego.
How's a kid supposed to know that?
Fantastic, Gloria. You completed every one of your missions.
Where in Time as Carmen San Diego would last for 2 seasons, for a total of 115 episodes. Since the conclusion of Where in the World is Carmen San Diego, the titular character has continued her cultural relevancy through consistent video game releases. Carmen San Diego was also given a 4th television series on Netflix, which premiered in 2019 and ran for 4 seasons. This animated show incorporated elements from the original 90s animation, the computer games, and of course, the hit PBS game show.
Yeah!
I was interested in watching that show until this.
Over the decades, geographical
I was
changes
interested
have
in
made much
watching
of
that
the trivia
Netflix
featured on
Carmen
Where
San
in the World
Diego
is Carmen
until
San
that
Diego
moment.
outdated and incorrect. Fans can find VHS rips of the series on YouTube, but there have been no official releases of the show, and likely won't be due to the now factual inaccuracies. The game show is well remembered for its elaborate theming, high energy, production value, and talented cast. It is considered not only one of PBS's greatest children's shows, but one of the greatest game shows created for children. Impressive considering it aired in the golden age of children's game shows. Above all, the show had a very specific goal of educating children on geography, a goal that it achieved and surpassed, resulting in not just education, but celebration of the world and its cultures. All of this wrapped inside a humorous, non-stop detective adventure. It is no wonder that the show was a hit, and it is obvious why millions of gumshoes tuned in every day to find out where in the world is Carmen San Diego.
All geographic information was accurate as of the date this program was recorded.
Have you watched Top Right Video before? The Carmen San Diego one we just watched? No, I haven't watched it before.
Defunct TV is brought to you by Privacy.com. Privacy allows you to create virtual cards for your online purchases, which helps you control your spending and protect your financial information. Go to privacy.com/defunctland to learn more. Defunct TV is also made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. In August of 2004, executives at PBS and affiliate station WGBH Boston met to discuss the fate of the long-running children's series, Zoom. In the meeting was Zoom's executive producer, Kate Taylor. Taylor had a long career in children's television, spanning all the way back to Zoom's original run in the 1970s, which she was an associate producer on. After Zoom ended its original run, Taylor went on to produce many other shows, including another for PBS, Where in the World is Carmen San Diego.
Covers
Now
a
on
lot
the
of
7th
things
season of
that
Zoom's reboot,
they're
Taylor
like
and
kind
PBS
of
executives were
that
noticing
aren't
a
like
major shift in the landscape
well
of
known.
children's television. The focus of
I
Zoom
feel
was
like
on its young cast, who would play games, make art, and perform experiments based on viewer submissions. The show's reality elements were groundbreaking for their time.
They do a
and by the
lot of
mid-2000s,
research.
the spectacle of reality TV had outpaced the charm of Zoom. On top of this, the landscape of children's entertainment had never been more competitive. Video games, the internet, and competing networks were posing a great challenge to PBS. While Disney Channel and Nickelodeon were thriving with new shows for both preschoolers and preteens, PBS was having a difficult time appealing to the 8 to 12-year-old demographic. This was the intended audience for Zoom, but Zoom was failing to capture children's attention. In an attempt to secure a slightly older audience, PBS created a new after-school programming block named PBS Kids Go. At the same time, the decision was made to end Zoom's run, and Taylor began developing a new series for PBS's new block. The goal of the new series was to take Zoom's reality elements and elevate them to the energy of modern reality programming, looking to the successes of recent hits like Survivor, Big Brother, and The Amazing Race. The successful elements of this genre were the outrageous characters, competitions, and prizes, and Taylor believed that a kid-friendly version of this type of show could be both entertaining and educational. She utilized many of Zoom's already existing resources to propel the new show forward, including partnering once again with WGBH Boston and pursuing a grant from the National Science Foundation, which had also helped fund Zoom. The National Science Foundation grant provided funds for 20 new episodes, with accompanying outreach and web activities. As a science-focused grant, the new show would focus on 3 science-related content areas: invention, space science, and earth science. The show was initially to follow 5 kids in a series of risk-taking and problem-solving challenges, teaching core STEM concepts. In December of 2004, Taylor and WGBH officially announced the cancellation of Zoom, along with announcing the development of a new show, tentatively titled Hot Seat. Taylor brought in a variety of creative professionals to tackle the project, including Glenn Berger, a writer from the PBS animated series Arthur, and documentarian Joshua Seftel, who had directed episodes of the popular series Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. Improv comedian and voice actor Jim Conroy was also consulted on ideas for the new show. Conroy had some experience in reality TV, co-hosting a bar-hopping pilot called The Crawl, but he was also familiar with children's television, as he voiced the characters of Kenny in the Discovery Kids animated series Kenny the Shark, and Mr. Duck in the Disney series Mr. Pig and Mr. Duck. As the team pitched more unique, kid-appropriate reality show ideas, an idea was jokingly suggested that the show should not be hosted by a human, but instead, a dog, and the concept stuck around. The team thought of creative and technical ways to integrate an animated dog as a host for a season of fun science-based challenges. As the show's limited budget and target demographic prevented the million-dollar prizes and fly-on-the-wall docudrama of other reality competitions, it became clear that parodying the successful reality show template was more appealing than trying to emulate it. The pitch, in the end, was simple. A dog hosts a reality show where he sends kids out to compete in fun science-based challenges. Why does a dog host a reality show? Because PBS accidentally hired him to do so. With the funny and unique concept, Taylor and company were able to secure the grant funding for a 20-episode series, officially titled Fetch with Ruff Ruffman. Fetch was an acronym for Fabulously Entertaining TV with a Canine Host, and Conroy was cast as the voice of that host, a dog named Ruff Ruffman, a narcissistic and anxious host struggling to put together a reality show. 6 children were cast for the new show. Taylor Guerin, who had been a star on Zoom, would be cast as one of the 6 cast members, or Fetchers as they were called. The other 5 cast members were Khalil, Noah, Anna, Brian, and Julia. Continuing a tradition set by Zoom, the production sent the child performers to a camp to prep for the show and to get to know one another before taping. The children quickly formed friendships, and the show began taping
Pissy
during the summer
Greenlink
break.
says this episode
Post-production
is
lasted
starting to
throughout the
sound
fall
like
and
it
winter,
should be a
and
Wishbone
PBS was thrilled with
episode.
what the team was producing. So much that they greenlit the show for a second season before
I
the
never
first
watched
even aired.
Wishbone.
As production began on season 2, the first episode of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman made its way to PBS stations across the country on May 29, 2006. Each episode of Fetch with Ruff
It
Ruffman
was
started
about
with an
a
animated opening in which
dog
Ruff explained the stakes
that
of the episode.
read
In the premiere
books, right?
episode, titled 3-2-1 Blast Off, Ruff
It was like a
explained that
book
this
show
episode
with a
was the
dog?
most
Is that
important
right?
in the history of television.
I'm Ruff Ruffman, and you're about to witness the most important event in television history, the world premiere of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman. Whoa, sorry, I went puppy there for a second.
Things quickly went awry as Ruff promptly spilled water on the all-important, show-running Fetch 3000 supercomputer. After brief technical difficulties, Ruff was able to resume the show and start its theme song.
Life was missing its mystique. My squeaky toys had lost their squeak. And then, out of the blue, I saw the phone, and bam! My destiny was calling me. Oh, I like that name.
After the show's theme song, Ruff introduced the live-action cast of kids with accompanying interesting facts.
She has 6 pet chickens. It's Anna. She wants to be a pediatric dentist. Julia. He once saved a wild turkey from a coyote. Really? Noah.
The 6 arrived at
Weird.
Fetch's Studio G with little to no knowledge of Fetch's rules, nor the grand prize for which they were competing. Although Ruff awarded points at the end of each episode, as a parody intended for kids, the scoring for the show was arbitrary. The show focused more on fun teamwork and STEM skills rather than cutthroat competition. In each episode, the Fetchers were either sent on missions or instructed to stay back at the garage-themed Studio G. For the first episode of Fetch, Khalil, Julia, and Anna raced around Boston to various planets at solar system-scaled points throughout the city. After locating the sun at the Boston Museum of Science, the kids kicked off the amazing
Jack
space
Russell
race,
Terrier
gaining
London
10
Literature.
points
I
with each
thought
planet
so.
stop around Boston, laid out at a scale of 75,000 miles per foot. On the journey, each planet contained a clue, and a time limit was
Equally
set
as
for
bad
reaching
as
each
the
planet.
paint bucket
Pluto,
is the
still considered a planet at the
blend.
time, was the final destination
Don't know how the hell it's
3,647
supposed to
million
work.
scale miles away from the start of the Fetcher's journey. After completing puzzles at each location, enduring misguiding technical glitches, and traversing throughout Boston via cab,
That's not.
subway,
It's not blended.
boat,
That's just
triple
smudge.
tandem bicycle,
That's just
and
smudging.
foot,
That's not
the 3
blended.
arrived at Pluto with a minute to spare. However, Ruff revealed one final puzzle, requiring them to calculate and build their own scale model of the planets.
So if Ruff told us the scale is 24 million, so if we divide it by 24 million miles, then we definitely should be able to figure out that that's how far away Pluto should be. Oh, it's 152 feet.
Successful in their mission, the
What?
3 returned to Studio G to tally up the day's points with Ruff. For the premiere episode, only Khalil, Julia,
That's
and
more
Anna were
advanced
sent on
math
the
than I could ever
interplanetary
do.
Fetch, while Taylor, Brian, and Noah remained behind at the studio. The Fetchers that did not go out in the episodes were provided their own opportunity for points through a halftime quiz show, presented by Ruff halfway through the show. During the quiz, Ruff replayed clips of the active Fetchers' journeys and asked questions related to what they learned. Kids received 5 points for each correctly answered question about their co-stars' Fetch missions. The show was structured in such a way that all players had an equal number of episodes spent inside and outside of the studio. Ruff also gave random bonus points at the end of the episodes, such as to Khalil for mentioning his
Bonus
name 3 times to
points.
strangers, or to Julia after getting poop on her finger. Point leaders at the end of each episode were given modest prizes that were sometimes unwanted items. Leading Fetchers got to pick whether to keep the prize themselves or to pass it on to someone else before opening the mailbox.
Is there a
to learn
Rule
what it was.
63 version of Shinola out there in the universe?
Through the
Nope.
Fetch 3000 time machine, I have transportated your dirty socks. If you look over to your right.
You guys are watching socks.
Each episode ended with an outro segment with Ruff wrapping up the episode's main conflict, adding backstory, or setting up future episodes. There was also a boilerplate call to action segment from Ruff directing kids to pbskids.org.
How do I?
host my own television show, but I have a fantastic website.
How do I
too.
replace colors?
The show was a hit with audiences, capturing the target demographics' attention with its unique energy. The cartoon Ruff Ruffman segments intermingled believably with live-action footage of the kids in Studio
Can I not
G,
edit
or
that
while calling the Fetchers on location to
Can I
correct
edit
the challenges.
these?
Conroy's chemistry with the kids was entertaining and charming, and the animations of the character provided a unique sense of humor and style that separated the show in the competitive children's entertainment space. The show aired its 28-minute episodes commercial-free on PBS, having received its funding
There
not
we
just from
go.
the National
That's what I
Science
want.
Foundation, but also from the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations, Arby's, and of course, viewers like you. Through the course of the first season,
Arby's.
kids tuned in to watch the 6 Fetchers compete in a series of fun missions. Beekeeping, kneeboarding, feeding zoo animals, inventing a new flavor of ice cream, and proving the cleanliness of dogs' mouths were all explored by the kids in their pursuit of points. In the episode, The Mystery of the Missing Thing in the Haunted Castle, the kids search for clues to find a missing invention of Ruff Ruffman's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Raphael Ruffmanowitz. In the cooking-related Grandma Ruffman's Recipe for Success, the Ruffman family tree grew further as Jim Conroy voiced Grandma Ruffman, who would appear more throughout the course of the series.
Hi, Grandma Ruffman.
Oh, man. Hello, dears. Oh, the 6 of you look absolutely lovely. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The final episode of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman's first season aired on June 29, 2006. In traditional Ruff fashion, the character was ill-prepared for the grand finale. Coming into the finish, the competitors were in a close race, Anna was in the lead at 1,421 points, and Taylor was in last place with a mere 21 points less than Anna. Having still not determined the grand prize for the show, Ruff tasked the kids with suggesting prize ideas, and told them that the prize given to the winner would be based on one of their suggestions.
Now, guys, I love you. I'll give you whatever you want, but let's be reasonable. Mind the budget.
The final episode of the season avoided field segments, focusing instead on in-studio competitions to whittle down the fetchers to a single winner. As each contestant was eliminated, Ruff played a DVD of their season highlights and offered them a complimentary smoothie. He then had them relax in the Luau Lounge, a small pool added to Studio G for the episode. In the end, Anna defeated Khalil in a smell test. Thus, Anna was the official victor of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman Season 1, and was awarded a whitewater rafting trip and a camera. Ruff Ruffman would finish the season off with one last surprise as he informed Anna that the prize was not just for her.
You're all going whitewater rafting!
A true grand prize for all of the kids who considered each other great friends by the season's end. With that, Ruff Ruffman said goodbye to the first season cast for the final time. Ruff was sad to see them go, but he was relieved that he was able to pull off a successful first season on the air. Fetch with Ruff Ruffman garnered a strong fandom, and supporting educational programs were created based off of the show, including after-school programs and museum exhibits. Season 2 of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman followed the same successful format as the first, with a few notable additions. The character of Princess Blossom Pepperdoodle Von Yum Yum, a silent cat referred to as Blossom for short, joined the series in the season's premiere as an intern for the Cat-averse Ruff. Season 2 also cast a completely new set of kid competitors. Nina, Maddie, Bridget, Mike, Rosario, and Willie were all excited to join the popular show and compete in the variety of challenges dispersed by Ruff and the Fetch 3000 at Studio G. The studio was also upgraded with a wall of fame featuring a poster of Season 1's grand champion, Anna. Throughout Season 2, kids continued to compete in science-based challenge adventures and halftime quizzes. Scuba diving, go-kart racing, neuroscience, puppet design, and more were mixed with science concepts and puzzles. The show also expanded the distance the kids traveled on the show, with contestants visiting Colorado and Florida. In Florida, Willie competed in challenges against a dolphin at the Living Seas in Epcot. And in another episode, Bridget and Willie designed roller coasters with Imagineers at Walt Disney World. Grandma Ruffman returned in Season 2, and new Ruffman relatives made appearances over the course of the season. Great Uncle McRuffmantosh,
Is it too late for you? It's almost 1 a.m.
Jerry Geranium would all appear in the series, all voiced by Jim Conroy.
Watch Season 2 of Fetch. It's terrible.
No, it's terrific.
Scruff Ruffman, Ruff's criminal twin brother, also voiced by Conroy, caused mischief at the climax of the season, stealing the season's grand prize in the penultimate episode. The theft triggered a CSI investigation, led by the Fetchers, to find the missing prize. The episode ended on a cliffhanger, as Ruff was left framed for the theft. Fortunately, everything would work out in the end, as the kids retrieved the grand prize in the final episode of Season 2. Like the previous season finale, the kids competed at Studio G through elimination games until a final victor emerged. Each eliminated contestant was again shown their highlights of the season and set to relax in the VIF, very important fetcher, lounge, after being knocked out of the game. Mike won the grand prize for Season 2, this time a trophy. Fetch with Ruff Ruffman was greenlit for a third season, which began airing on September 29, 2008. Each season aired their 20 episodes within roughly 1 month, so that viewers could follow the Fetchers' progress and the storyline of the season. Chet, a helpful brown mouse assistant to Blossom, made his first appearance at the start of Season 3 and was present throughout the remainder of the series. Ruff's nerdy nephew, Glenn Ruffman, and Roof Roofman, Ruff's Swedish rock star cousin, also made appearances.
We have a saying in Sweden, when the rock is in your bones, the herring is in your soul.
What?
A fourth season was greenlit and began airing the following year on September 11, 2009. The premiere of Season 4 increased the scope of the show literally, as it was switched from the standard definition broadcast to widescreen HDTV standards. The episode also continued the show's running gag of being on the brink of cancellation, with the episode being titled, Season 4 is Cancelled. The episode saw Ruff fired by the new Australian owner of the network, Harriet Hackensack, voiced yet again by Jim Conroy.
Why do I hate dogs when I was just a child? Rosebud was a sled I loved more than anything. one day, a neighborhood dog ran off with it.
Season 4 is cancelled was further distinct in that it was a fully animated episode, featuring a more narrative story as Ruff embarked on an odyssey to restore the show and pick the season's fetchers. Uncle McRuffmantosh, Scruff Ruffman, Grandma Ruffman, Glenn Ruffman, the Ghost Pirate, Black Muzzle Ruffman, Blossom, Chet, and Jerry Geranium all made appearances in the Season 4 premiere. The grand prize was changed each year. It was a tradition that the kids would never know the prize until the season's end. Each season's winner was also added next to Anna and Mike on the Wall of Fame. In Season 3, the winner Jay won a gold-painted karate trophy modified with a golden ruff on top. Season 4's winner was
Dracolian
Dog. She was given
How
the
goes
helmet
the
of
art?
victory, a
Doing
gold-rimmed
good?
helmet that had been the
That's
MacGuffin
snoot.
of the 2
Oh,
episodes leading
also
up to
are
the
you,
finale.
Barry,
The series
and
was
are going
greenlit
to
for a
go
fifth
die a
season,
lot in
which
gun
began airing
souls.
on October 4th, 2010.
Our
For the
art's
grand
going
prize of
okay.
Season 5, the winner Marco received the trophy-like golden
Uh,
fetcher and a
are
hot
we
air
gonna
balloon ride
dialogue
for
in
himself
Gun Soul?
and the other
I
fetchers
don't know,
to
we have
experience
to
together.
we have
The
to
balloon
actually
ride was
figure out.
provided by Ruff Ruffman's long-lost
I
parents,
think
Wink
we're
and
gonna
Dinah
do that.
Ruffman. While missing for much of Ruff's life, the pair had co-hosted a derivative competing TV show to Fetch titled Go Get It. Disguising themselves as the cat hosts, Tom and Trixie, the couple had attempted to prevent the evil organization PERS from succeeding in their attempt to brainwash everyone in the world into thinking that they were cats. This plotline, as many on the show, became a bit convoluted.
The fabulous 4 Game Show Island relics have the power to break through any force field. And you can also use them to make a pretty nifty finale competition while you're at it.
Season 5 concluded with Ruff
What is
having
Gun
to be
Souls?
reunited
It's
with his parents and
Remnant
singing
from
a
the
farewell
Ashes.
song.
Have at it, son. Our fun has just begun, but it's time to say goodbye. Just remember your canine friend, Ruff.
According to Jim Conroy, a cast of fetchers had already been selected for Season 6. Unfortunately, a manifestation of the show's own narrative, ratings for the series had dropped over the course of its run. This was due in part to initial audiences aging beyond the show's target demographic. The show was canceled before the production of its 6th season. In the final episode of Season 5, the last new episode to air and the show's 100th episode overall, premiered on November 4th, 2010. The cancellation was
thank you for the
disappointing to the
headbands.
contestants, fans, and the creative team behind the series, but Fetch with Ruff Ruffman was far from forgotten. In 2014, 4 years after the show's final episode aired, a spin-off web series debuted with Conroy reprising his role as Ruff Ruffman. The series, which focused on internet safety, was titled Ruff Ruffman, Humble Media Genius, and was available on the PBS Kids website. The series featured brief videos such as Texting in You, Photos in You, Searching in You, and Technology in You.
Wi-Fi, my hi-fi, my game console, my large screen TV, my cable service, my internet movie service, my GPS, and this cool thumb drive that looks like sushi.
After the shorts, Ruff returned in another spin-off series, The Ruff Ruffman Show, alongside his friends Blossom and Chet. The show, which aired in September and October of 2017, continued the original series' STEM initiatives with short videos and accompanying online games. The series also added new characters to Ruff's world with a trio of hamsters, Sadie, Mateo, and Tasha. These characters would receive their own spin-off, Team Hamster, a web series that premiered in December of 2020. For those that are fans of the original series, all 5 seasons of Fetch with Ruff Ruffman have been made available on multiple streaming platforms. Throughout its run, Fetch with Ruff Ruffman taught millions of young children science and math concepts with a comedic cast of characters and engaging educational missions. Starting from a simple concept, the show evolved into a complex, interconnected narrative featuring dozens of characters and storylines, all thanks to its talented writers and host. The series parodied reality shows and its own production struggles, and its talented cast of young contestants raced along for the ride season after season. Many of the young cast members knew even then that the true prize of each season of Fetch was not the karate trophies or the helmets of victory presented as awards, but rather the opportunity to be on the show itself and to meet their fellow contestants. For 5 summers in Boston, 5 sets of 6 kids grew smarter, braver, and stronger together with each adventurous assignment. And this spirit and growth was passed on to the young audiences watching at home. As Julia explained to the Boston Globe after appearing on the first season, there were friendships made on that show that will last an eternity. Write that down, please. Also, that I cried when it ended. Defunct TV is brought to you by Privacy.com. Privacy.com is a free tool that makes it simple to manage your financial life without sharing your real bank information. Privacy lets you create virtual cards to use for your online purchases. You can place spending limits on your privacy cards, which is a great way to keep track of your spending, especially with monthly subscriptions. This is especially great for me, because I am constantly having to sign up for streaming services for these episodes of Defunct TV. And I just found out that I have been paying $8 a month for Noggin ever since the Gullah Gullah Island episode in 2019. With Privacy's virtual cards, this would have never been an issue, because I would have been able to track my spending and place limits on my subscriptions. Go to privacy.com/. On April 29, 1992, 4 officers of the Los Angeles Police Department were acquitted of charges of use of excessive force after being caught on videotape for beating a black man named Rodney King. The acquittal was the breaking point for the city of Los Angeles, long plagued by rising racial tensions, specifically between white, black, and Asian Americans. The ensuing riots, termed the LA Race Riots, lasted for over 6 days, resulting in 63 deaths, over 2,000 injuries, and around $1 billion in property damage. 2 months after the riots, Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley announced the creation of a new organization named Rebuild LA, founded to repair the city both physically and figuratively. The private organization solicited help from dozens of major corporations, raising around $500 million in the months following the riots. Rebuild LA was an unfocused and often unhelpful attempt to mend the city, but it did feature a few creative approaches to tackling issues related to racial inequality. One of these attempts was announced 1 year after the riots took place. On April 8, 1993, it was reported that Rebuild LA was granting $3.5 million to public television station KCET Channel 28 in order for them to produce a new preschool series to address issues related to race and culture. The show was named The Puzzle Factory. Development on The Puzzle Factory had begun 2 years earlier in 1991, when the Corporation for Public Broadcasting decided to modify its approach to allocating funds for the creation of programming. The CPB funded programs that were pitched to them from show producers. However, they were now interested in focusing their funds more deliberately, searching for a specific type of show rather than just sifting through proposals. The CPB noticed 2 gaps in their slate of children's programming: diversity and problem-solving skill development. In response to this, the CPB offered the largest grant ever for a children's show, $4.5 million, tasking the Public Broadcasting Service with finding a new series that met their requirements. Lancet Media Productions, a studio famous for producing the Emmy Award-winning series Reading Rainbow, stepped up to the plate with a pitch called The Puzzle Factory. The Puzzle Factory would feature a culturally diverse cast of human puppets that would learn to solve problems and recognize and celebrate their differences. Los Angeles PBS station KCET signed on to produce the series. KCET president William Coben explained that the show would operate to, quote, teach kids the value of diversity and that differences are to be celebrated. They are living in a multicultural world, and they have to learn to accept their differences, to be non-judgmental, and to be tolerant. On November 19, 1991, it was announced that the Puzzle Factory was awarded the $4.5 million grant from the CPB, and KCET and Lancet set out to secure the remainder of the show's budget, which was set at $10 million for a 65-episode season. The show was originally set to debut in the fall of 1993, but producers were not able to secure more funding for nearly 2 years. It would not be until Rebuild LA's contribution that the show's budget would finally increase, reaching $8 million total. Utility provider Southern California Edison funded Rebuild LA's contribution. Edison CEO John E. Bryson explained that, quote, we want to be the leader in showing that we can build on the strengths of diversity. Rebuild LA's co-chair Barry Sanders believed that, quote, the most effective way to make a difference in race relations is to get to the youngest members of society, adding that the national show was still related to Rebuild LA's mission
because, really
quote,
don't,
the experiment in race relations is uniquely LA. By this point, the Puzzle
It looks
Factory's
better
proposed
with it,
$10
I
million
think.
budget had increased to $13 million. In order to support an outreach program to disperse supplemental materials to daycare centers, where KCET and Lancet believed a significant portion of their audience
typically
would
have
be
like a
exposed to the
have black
series.
lips.
This meant that the Puzzle Factory needed to secure an additional $5 million in funding quickly. as the show was set
My
to debut
design
in the winter
doesn't
of
necessarily
1994.
have it, but my
Coincidentally,
feral
at this
model
time,
is going
conservative
to.
members
So.
of Congress were making another in an endless series of attempts to defund the public broadcasting service. This time, the argument was that PBS's failure to retain the merchandising rights to hit series such as Sesame Street and Barney and Friends had lost them millions of dollars in revenue, with this money instead going to the small production houses producing the series. Under pressure, PBS made efforts to secure profit sharing for merchandise stemming from their new children's shows. And this effort began with The Puzzle Factory. PBS pitched the series to various companies, and they were able to secure 7 licensing agreements for a total of $8 million over 3 years. PBS was also given a $3 million advance from these companies, which allowed KCET and Lancet to begin production on the show. The Puzzle Factory tapped many Sesame Street and Muppet performers for its cast and crew. Kevin Clash, a Muppet performer best known for puppeteering Sesame Street's Elmo, was hired to build the series' puppets and serve as the show's creative consultant. The Puzzle Factory would be centered around 6 kids, each with a different background, that would be magically transported to the puzzle-themed hangout space. Julie Wu was a third-generation Chinese-American girl from San Francisco. She was to be proud of her heritage, empathetic to her friends, and always happy to break into song. She was puppeteered by Sesame Street performer Alice Deneen. Kiki Flores was a first-generation Mexican-American from San Antonio, Texas. Kiki was described as an outgoing and inventive leader.
Hey, my name is Kiki, and did you all know I can speak to you in English y también en español?
Kiki would be performed by puppeteer Carmen Osbar, best known for puppeteering the character Rosita on Sesame Street. Ben Olafsson was a boy of German and Norwegian descent from Renner, South Dakota. Ben grew up without a father as his dad passed away before the events of the show. He was to be puppeteered by Jim Martin, known for his work on The Great Space Coaster and Sesame Street.
Yeah, the kids at school make fun of me because I wear glasses. So I don't want to have my picture taken with me wearing glasses.
Leon McNeil was an African-American boy from Manhattan's Upper West Side. Leon loved basketball, hip-hop, science, and joking around.
Will there be good weather for the family picnic on Sunday? Shake, 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 shake. And it says, outlook cloudy, check with me later. Well, at least this time it's a straight answer.
Leon McNeil was played by puppeteer Noel McNeil, known for his work on Sesame Street and Eureka's Castle. Sky Nakai was an Apache boy from the White Mountain Apache Reservation in Arizona. He had a deep respect for his culture and a close relationship with his grandfather.
Oh, Leon, this is a special Apache pollen pouch. Yeah, my grandfather gave it to me.
Ooh.
See all these little beads here? Those are all sewn on by hand. And the little bells at the bottom are made out of tin.
Sky was performed by Sesame Street puppeteer Peter Lintz. Finally, Jodie Silver was a Jewish girl of Lithuanian descent from Cincinnati, Ohio. Jodie's parents were divorced, and she lived primarily with her father.
First, I was kind of mad at my dad. That's why I didn't say anything. But then I thought, well, maybe Debbie's more important to him than I am.
What?
Jodie was puppeteered by Pee-wee's Playhouse puppeteer Allison Mork. While the show was clearly well-intentioned on the issues of diversity and inclusion, it was by no means perfect in its behind, or more accurately, under-the-scenes representation. While Kiki and Leon's puppeteers shared the ethnic background of the characters they were portraying, other characters such as Julie and Sky were performed by white puppeteers. The show's writers did consult with a panel of experts to ensure that all of the details of each character's cultural backgrounds was accurate, but the show could have done more to accurately represent these members of its cast. The Puzzle Factory, now renamed to The Puzzle Works, shot 2 pilots. The first saw Julie introducing all of the kids in the Puzzle Works kitchen.
Oh, hi! Welcome to the Puzzle Works! We are so glad that you could have a chance to come and share breakfast with us today.
Leon and Jodie explained that the Puzzle Works is a special place all its own.
A land of shadow and substance.
Leon! It's a place where we hang out and share and have fun.
The pilots were successful, and the series began taping the first 40 episodes at KCET Studios, despite still being a couple $1 million short of their funding goal. When asked by the Los Angeles Times in the summer of 1994
Feel old as I've seen all the shows you've been watching. I've seen
KCET Vice President Stephen
I've seen a
Kosicki
lot
said,
of them.
quote, "Guaranteed
I haven't
is a
seen
state
all
of
of them.
mind. We're going to get there." A few months later, Kosicki reported that KCET was so close to finding more funds that he stated that, quote, I can feel it in my nostrils. Despite the confidence, the Puzzleworks wrapped filming on its first 40 episodes without securing the funding needed to film the remaining 25 that were required by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's grant. The decision was made to begin delivering episodes to PBS stations in hopes that the show would be received well enough to secure the missing funds. The show was also renamed one final time, with the performers dubbing over mentions of the Puzzleworks with the new title. On January 16, 1995, the new show, named The Puzzle Place, premiered on PBS stations throughout the country.
I know something that I want to share. Along with me to find it. It's everywhere. Puzzle place, the puzzle place. We're going to the puzzle place.
The first episode
Did I put
extended
my
a short
tail in
plot
here?
found in the original Puzzleworks pilot. Julie Wu is in the Puzzle Place's basement, talking with her teddy bear puppet, Tippy Wu. Julie laments that children sometimes make fun of her last name and how it hurts her feelings. Her friends eventually find her and ask her what she was talking about with Tippy. Julie explained that she was telling Tippy that if his last name was going to be Wu, that he should be ready for other kids to make fun of it. Julie thought the other kids wouldn't understand, but all of them share their own examples of how their names have been made fun of.
Oh, you mean like when
If I
people
do
say
put
to
my
me,
tail in here and I make it an animated emote, it's not necessarily gonna show up that
Or like
well.
when they call me
So
Cloudy
maybe I'll just
Sky
make it the
instead
head.
of just Sky.
Yeah. You mean it happens to you guys too? Yeah.
Julie appreciated her friend's sympathy, and the six started a song about how you should be proud of your name.
My name says a lot about me.
My name makes me me.
I got my name when I became part of my family.
This type of conflict was a trademark of the Puzzle Place. The show touched on the issues of discrimination and prejudice in a very personal and specific way. In another episode, also featured in the original pilot, Leon is invited to his friend Jimmy's birthday party, but Jimmy's mother
Okay,
does not
well, I
want him
got
to
the
come.
head done,
Well,
or at least the
I
base
could
of
be
it. So now
wrong,
I can
Leon, but I
copy
don't
paste
think
it,
She wants you to come to the party. What? That's impossible.
or I could wait till
After this,
I've
a series of
drawn
clips
the
from
mouth
real children
open
will play,
version 2.
with each describing their own experiences with discrimination.
Some kids won't play with me just because I have dreads.
Sometimes I'll approach somebody and they're hearing, and I start to converse with them, but they find out I'm deaf. And then they kind of walk away and I get lonelier, and there I am by myself.
As much as the show helped kids navigate discrimination, it also helped them celebrate their diversity. In the 20th episode, Julie shared the Lunar New Year tradition with her friends, who were eager to learn more about her culture.
You know, Julie's showing us all about the Lunar New Year celebration.
Yeah, and the good luck that comes with the dancing dragon.
How can
In
you
addition
be a
to the
loaf
six
with
main
a snoot
characters, the show
if you
featured
put
a
a
dog
tail
and
in
cat
there?
named Nuzzle and Sizzle. Nuzzle and Sizzle inhabited the Puzzle Place and frequently observed or paralleled the main story of the episode. The animals often spoke to
can
one
be
another,
you
but were
can be a
quiet when
loaf
around the
with a
show's
tail.
human characters.
He called me a pretty cat and a snooty patootie.
No. Not
Right? Or you can't be a loaf without it with a tail.
Sizzle was performed by
Are you
Alice
saying you
Deneen,
can't be a
and Peter
loaf
Lintz
if you have a
performed
tail?
Nuzzle in the first season. In addition to Nuzzle and Sizzle, the Puzzle Place featured the Peace Police, P-I-E-C-E. The four policemen did not have names, but each had a distinct color: orange, blue, green, and purple. Their vocabulary was limited, with the Peace Police only speaking in grumbles. As the first 40 episodes made their way to PBS stations, families and critics praised the show and its powerful messages. One of the series' creators, Cecily Truitt, spoke to the intent of the series. Quote, "The fundamental message of the show is that we are all human beings. We are individuals and we have things about us that make us special. We are not just tipping our hats to a political issue." A few critics of the show claimed that the messages of tolerance were too politically correct or liberal for a publicly funded show. Truitt stated bluntly, quote, "Anyone who says multicultural education is creating conflict has their head in the sand." In episode 39,
Nice.
Willing and Able, Sky introduced the gang to his friend Kyle O'Connor, a red-headed, basketball-playing Irish-American who used a wheelchair. Throughout the episode, Kyle educated his new friends at the puzzle place on his chair and what it was like to use one.
Aww. Can you show us how it works, Kyle? Well, sure, no problem. I just put my hands on the wheels here. I let my arms do the pushing. Yeah, my wheelchair is built to be safe, fast, and flexible.
The episode also featured live-action footage of other people that use wheelchairs shopping, working, playing sports, and having fun in various ways. The episode also explained the many ways vehicles and buildings could be built to be more accessible to people with disabilities. While the first 40 episodes aired, merchandise for the puzzle place began to hit store shelves. Dolls, games, lunchboxes, electronic games, children's clothing, and videotapes went on sale. The puzzle place was a success, but it still lacked the additional $2 million in funding to complete the 65-episode season. Despite this, the show went into production on these 25 additional episodes based on the prospective merchandise sales alone. This put intense pressure on KCET, but they were still confident that they would be able to secure the rest of the funds. It would not be until June of 1995, nearly 6 months after the show went on the air, that the producers would finally receive another contribution, this time $1 million from Sears. With the new funds, the puzzle place pushed forward on the remaining 25 episodes of Season 1, which many consider to be the series' second season despite being part of the initial order. Luckily, in August of 1995, IBM contributed $2 million to the show, finally achieving and surpassing the show's production budget. This was fortunate because many of the puzzle place merchandise lines had failed as they were released too soon after the show premiered, not giving time for audiences to get to know the characters before the merchandise hit store shelves. The cast and production team remained unchanged for the final episodes of the initial order, with the exception of Allison Mork leaving the show, with puppeteer Stephanie D'Abruzzo taking over the character of Jodie Silver. Jim Martin also directed an episode of this season, and Noel McNeil became a writer. The remaining episodes of Season 1 continued the show's themes of multiculturalism and problem resolution with the same passion and care as before.
I don't know what I'm...
If you like something, you should do it, even if other people make fun of you.
On January 15th, 1996,
Just saying most
the
loaf
Puzzle Place
hide their
began
tail
airing these
for
new
perfect loaf.
episodes,
Okay,
starting
I'll
with
be
the
a loaf.
holiday-themed Deck the Halls. The episode started with Leon in New York at an outside skating rink, waiting for his friends. He shared a video of New York's many icons decorated for Christmas time. Leon then recalled a time that he and his friends set up a giant Christmas tree back at the puzzle place. In the flashback, Julie, Kiki, and Ben added candy canes and ornaments to the Christmas tree, but Jodie refrained, as she did not celebrate Christmas.
Jodie, you don't seem very excited about Christmas.
Well, we sort of don't do Christmas at our house, Ben.
Oh, yeah. Don't do Christmas? Jodie!
This was a surprise.
You don't
to Ben,
celebrate
who knew
Christmas?
Jodie
That's
was Jewish,
un-American.
but did not realize that meant she did not partake in Christmas festivities.
Yeah, but Jodie, don't you feel left out?
No? Well, maybe sometimes. A little. But that still doesn't make me want to celebrate Christmas.
This made Ben sad that his friend was missing out. Ben then found Jodie's menorah and placed it on the Christmas tree, believing that it would make her happy to have her tradition merged with his.
Wow. Jodie will be so
Wow,
happy.
Ben, you fucked up.
She'll feel like Christmas is her holiday, too.
Instead, Jodie was upset as she discovered her menorah was missing, and Ben eventually told her that he had put it on the Christmas tree.
You fucked up, Ben.
I knew she'd be surprised.
Ben, how could you put my menorah on a Christmas tree?
Jodie became upset and asked for Ben to take it down, explaining that the menorah's significance had nothing to do with Christmas. After listening, Ben apologized, and Sky noted how beautiful the menorah looks with all of the candles lit. Later on in the episode, everyone returned to the Christmas tree in their best clothes for a holiday celebration. Leon arrived with the Kinara, a candle holder used by his family during the celebration of Kwanzaa.
You're carrying a menorah.
Ben, this is a Kinara. A Kinara is an African-American candle holder, and you use it to celebrate Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa?
Mm-hmm.
You mean there's another holiday going on here?
At the end of the episode, all of the characters exchanged gifts and reflected on the similarities between all of their celebrations. With the conclusion of the flashback, Leon continued to wait for his friends at the ice rink. After his friends arrived, they each had their own difficulties mastering ice skates. Finally able to reveal his surprise to his friends, Leon introduced Patti LaBelle, who hooked them up with hot chocolate and initiated a round of holiday music.
Jingle, jingle bells.
Noel McNeil recalled the puppeteers having to lay on top of one another on sound blankets placed on the ice rink in order to get the shots for this episode. Other episodes featuring celebrity cameos included Bully for Jody, in which Jody looked to actor and comedian Sinbad for advice on dealing with a guy at school who stole her lunch every day.
Well, there's this guy at school
Kick his
who
ass.
picks on me all the time. He steals my lunch every day, and he scares me.
You know what? You do have a problem there, Jody.
Sinbad said he could offer 3 recommendations to Jody. Option 1 was to talk with him, which Jody was uncomfortable with. Option 2 was to avoid him, which she also did not feel was the best option. Lastly, he offered option 3, which was to tell a grown-up. Jody vowed to do that the next day, and Sinbad told her to call him and let him know how it went, though he also offered another option if
4.
option 3 did
Kick
not
his
work.
ass.
Plan D is you can call Sinbad, and I'll talk to the bully. All right?
Another episode titled Leon
And
Grows Up
Sinbad will
featured
kick his
Terrence
ass.
T.C. Carson of the sitcom Living Single, giving advice to Leon.
You know, Leon, lots of groups have these ceremonies to help boys become men and girls become women.
I know.
But the